what you guys have been able to do. And, you know, while you guys are been so awesome to help in this community, we're going to get ourselves situated for the Halo 2 LAN. That means we're going to have new talent. We're going to have some Halo 2 old heads, Eli the Ninja, Old Man Mikowski, and Nighty Knight. These guys were around back in the day. You know, when I was in diapers, these guys were playing Halo 2 LAN. Eli the Ninja was a pro player back in the day. He knows all these players. He's going to give you all that sort of insight. So I'm going to let it, you know, the creaky bones of the old people are going to come in. They're going to give you some insight of Halo 2. I'm going to try observing Halo 2. Where, you know, we might have some problems. We'll work through it. But this is going to be something new, so I appreciate everyone that's staying by, and they're going to watch some Halo 2 with us. But honestly, guys, love everything. We're going to get ourselves situated for the next tournament in today's stream.
Over at another station, it was sitting over there for a while.
I saw it. I took that one back. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Holy crap.
We're gonna have to really play smart.
Yes. Yes.
Yep, have each other's backs.
Alright, boys, let's fucking get it.
Remember, like, I watched last game, and Dylan and Zed both dropped like 4 or 5 kills. Bottom mid, wait.
Yeah, bottom mid, red side. Bottom mid, red side.
Yellow air.
On the up, on the up.
Yellow air.
Yellow air.
Bottom mid,
inside bottom middle. Camo, one shot bottom middle.
Looking for him. Yellow
Yellow
flag.
air, he's still inside bottom
Yellow
middle.
flag, guys. I kept him weak.
Our help over shoddy, Double kill.
One shot. He killed me. One shot green air.
He's one shot. He's absolutely
One shot green air, guys.
there.
Havoc stayed alive.
I'm in
Two
the
there.
flag,
We
I'm in the
can't
flag.
run it yet. We can't run it yet.
Green air, weak, green air, weak. One shot the flag.
Still green. Got one. Another one was there.
Our help port.
Our help port's in.
Can you push him?
He got me nades. I didn't hit him very much.
One shot our nades in. The guy pushing me
Top
green.
green flat.
Bottom mid, green side.
Top green guys.
Bottom mid as well.
Got him.
On me, our needs are solid.
One shot, green flag, got him.
Our help port.
We're three down.
Our ramp port, you're
I'll
gonna get
ramp port. Help him out.
Save.
He's two shot near our ramp.
Flat. I can't get him. Fucking nade. Our lift.
Flag returned. Taken. Flag returned. Taken. Flag returned.
Lift up, lift up.
Yellow nades, yellow nades.
You got me, yellow nades, yellow nades. But there's 2 down. We have numbers. We have numbers.
Yellow nades, Sullivan, and their needler's gonna kill me.
I need help. I need help.
Where?
Yellow, red and yellow. Red and yellow. Needles.
Ramport, our ramport.
Just spawn kill them. Spawn
Our
kill
ramport.
them.
Our ramport. Our ramport.
I'll push him. I'll push him.
I don't see
One
anyone
shot. One
yellow.
shot. Green nades.
Our ramport
Green
one shot.
Green ramp, 1 shot.
Our ramport one shot dead.
One was health port.
Remember, we have 2 dead. We have numbers right now.
Taken.
Our help, they're helpful right now.
I'm looking.
Yeah.
I'm looking theirs. I don't have nades.
He's weak in the corner. Havoc's the ramport. Havoc is ramport.
Which side? Which side?
Our ramp portal. Their ramp portal now. They're flat. Out in the open. Stand. And green flag killed me.
Two grenades.
Watch out the nades. Watch out the nades. 2 of them.
Green nades.
Green flag, guys. There's a guy green flag.
One shots over there.
Their ramp portal. He's gonna nade me.
The needle.
Got him. Let's go.
They're flag.
Their nades and their flag, guys. Look at health port. Havoc. He's
They're
2
nades.
shot
The
on
flag,
the
1 shot. The flag, 1 shot.
left side of health port.
One shot to brick.
Yeah, he's absolute air.
Get to the flag.
He is
One
one
shot to
shot in
air.
air.
One guy has to lift.
They're help for. Our help for right now. 1 shot.
Looking.
1 shot their nades, Sullen. 1 shot their nades, Sullen.
He's still there. Go help portal. He's right side. You guys gotta push the help portal.
Our help for 1 shot. Our help for 1 shot.
Dead.
The flag they spawned on me.
Flag returned.
Up. Seed is weak.
Nice shots.
There you go. 1 down. 1 down. Where's it running at? Where's it running at?
Ramport.
Oh, ramport. They're ramport.
40.
Did he?
No, he didn't.
During it long way. He's green nades right now.
They're neither.
2 red needler. 2 red needler. Zan's bottom middle.
Bottom mid.
Two dead guys.
Bottom mid. Inside bottom mid.
Flag.
Nice. 3 dead. He threw it up. He threw it up.
They're nades.
Go. Still 3 dead. Still 3 dead. They did not spawn yet.
He's 1 shot. He's 1 shot.
They
Go, go, go.
blocked. 4
2
dead.
down. We have numbers.
Watch bottom mid. Red shot. Came through
Their
health port.
help portal. Sullen.
Sullen's 1 shot.
Yeah, their help portal again. Havoc.
Yeah, he pushed through. He's gonna kill me.
Yellow ramp,
Yellow ramp. Yellow ramp.
One shot on either. One shot on either.
Under blue
Our
ramp.
ramp, weak.
Green ramp.
Bottom mid. He's hiding bottom mid.
Getting naded. Lift my lift. Arnito's lifting. Nice.
Our ramp in yellow plat. He's in our flag. Havoc.
One shot on
He's
flag.
one shot,
Havoc's one shot on flag. We can kill him, guys.
Think you threw
One
a
shot on
health
flag. Havoc.
And he killed
Health
me.
port.
Green plaid.
Flag return.
Yellow Havoc.
Red nades, one shot.
Grenades, one shot. Got him. Grenades.
Grenades again.
One on one.
1v1.
It's gonna go ramp.
Alan, we got this.
Yellow ramp. Weak.
They're ramp.
We down.
I got yellow ramp.
Any help at green? They're gonna push me green, guys.
They're health port on you.
Our ramp port.
One shot health port. Sullen.
Our ramp port, one shot. Our plaid.
He's one shot health. He's full shields health port. Sullen. He's right side of their health port.
Okay, I hear you.
He's just hiding.
They're at yellow.
Bottom mid, yellow
Oh,
side.
our help
deep.
port. Our help.
Flag taken. Flag taken. Flag taken. Flag taken.
I'm in
again. Guys, hand, one shot. Four dead. Three up.
I'm getting green.
Flag, they're flagged.
And then brick.
Leave
Nice
it for
shot,
you.
Gracie.
Throwing
died.
GP nades.
They spawned green, I think, maybe.
I have green.
They're ramp port. Nice, let's go.
Flag.
I pass it, Joy. I pass it to you. I
Yep.
pass it to you.
I'm spawning.
Flag
Behind you guys, behind you.
Go.
Flat one shot.
The flat one shot. Three down. Well, don't spawn Spike.
Flag captured.
Grenades.
I got nades. I got nades towards ramp nades.
They're brick. Zan. One shot to air. Weaken their air, Zan.
He's one shot there.
They're neither.
Yellow nade.
They're health portal. 2 shots, Sultan.
Our help port. Keep it up, boys. Keep it up. They're
Health
not.
portal's still alive.
They're on a
Sultan.
spine.
Lifted, he lifted our air.
He's one shot air. Good shit. Two down. We have numbers.
You're gonna push me at
They're
green,
nades.
guys.
They're ramp nades. Havoc. I got shot by green.
Green
Yellow air.
ramp. One shot. Green ramp. One shot. Green nades. One shot.
Havoc went yellow air.
Riot.
Run. Riot. Let's go.
Yo, shotgun. One shot. Our ramp port. One shot.
Our ramp port, yeah, he is.
Oh, I needed you, Alan.
I got you.
Okay, it's okay. Good flag, Gracie.
Got one.
Our ramp port, one
They're nades.
shot.
One guy's coming to you. One guy's
He
gonna
went
help
their
portal. He's gonna port on you. I don't see him yet. He's not porting. Now he's trying to port. Green either on me. Havoc, guys.
I'm looking at you. I don't see green.
He's yellow needles. And yellow
Yellow
flag.
flag. Bottom middle, yellow side, green ramp. Yellow ramp.
Bottom mid. One shot.
Top yellow, one shot. Top yellow, absolute. Brick. Yellow nade.
Got one. Yellow brick still.
Still yellow, guys.
Green flag. Weak. I put one shot on him.
You're right, Manus.
Green air.
Yellow flag, one shot. He's in the right
I need help green. I'm running. Havoc, kill me at green flag. One shot, green flag.
One shot. Green air.
He's full shield. He's full shield.
Oh, god damn it. Our health port.
Alan, sneaky. Go to the flag.
Our health port, guys. They hurt me.
Green brick.
Got one.
Nice. Get out.
Got him.
Green flag.
Still
Havoc.
there, Havoc.
Did we get yellow?
Our ramp portal killed me, Zan. We gotta kill
He's
Zan.
gonna
Ramp
kill
portal
me.
green.
Green flag.
One shot. Oh my
weak.
fucking god!
He's weak. Green nades.
Ramp port.
flag killed me, Havoc. Flag killed me.
Yellow ramp, guys. Yellow ramp.
Last guy. That's the last guy alive.
He might lift him. Yellow ramp.
On the up, on the up.
You nuked him. He's one shot. Our help port.
I needed it.
He ported, I think.
Smart.
Keep it up. Hey guys, keep them on their side.
Ramp port on my port here.
Camo's up. Yellow nades. Yellow nades.
Bottom
Zan.
mid, bottom mid.
Zan is yellow nades, and one is yellow air. Zed got into yellow.
Bottom mid, weak.
He's on our flight.
Two yellows, I guess.
Lifting, guys.
Yellow flag,
Yo,
guys.
play, yo, play.
Our help port.
Flag taken. Flag taken. Flag returned.
They're ramp port on one shot, Zan.
Got him.
Flag again.
They're nades. Got him.
We can run it, guys. We can run it.
Spawning flag.
Three dead.
Alan, get camo.
They're bottom mid, inside of bottom mid. Zed. Green needler after that. Zed is one shot. Green needler and green flag.
One shot, yellow neither.
Green side, green side.
Alright, I'm throwing a flag.
That's one here. I got
Help
it.
our ramp. They're ramp to bottom middle. Nice cap.
Flag
That's it, that's game.
Shoot the fuck out of that kid.
Nice shit. One shot, yellow ramp, solid. Yellow flat, dead.
Green platter or yellow ramp, Havoc.
15 minutes remaining. Game.
Alan.
I'm just gonna get a water real quick. It's right here.
Alright.
Atta boy. Oh, Alan, are you ran to get a drink?
Yeah.
Halo 2 in 2023 on the CRTVs, no less. The original tried and true way to experience Halo 2. I got Eli the Ninja joining me. I got Nighty Night joining me. Two guys that I actually remember playing a lot of Halo 2 with back in the day. Nighty Night, Eli, welcome.
Hey, yo, what's going on? This is so cool, man. The real ones put this together. They've actually been doing this LAN for several years, but they really went all out this year and brought, 40 CRTs, 40 original Xboxes, set up all the capture cards so we could host it for you guys today. I'm so excited.
Yeah, this is going to be great. I mean, this is it, right? This is the experience that we fell in love with. We went to MLGs back in 05, 06, and we saw the long row of these big fat tube televisions, and we were just like, I got to do this for the rest of my life. This is just it. Like, I'm here. You hear the BRs on the stereo. You hear them on split screen when we went to the big event, and it was just like BR, this heavy bass. Everybody had the volume up to 100. The main stage is exploding. Like, this is the experience right here.
Yeah, there was something about a Halo 2 grenade going off on LAN that made you almost feel like you needed to duck and cover because the sound effects, the visceral experience, it was just so real. And that makes sense because it's the Halo 2 real ones hosting this tournament here in Las Vegas, I believe, is where this LAN is located. I'm not sure which glorious LAN center is hosting this glorious occasion, but huge props and shout out to them. This looks like a pretty cool facility, and if I look into this field of view right here, I feel like I'm glancing back into 2007 as well as we hop on board here. MLG Team Slayer 2007, man, the nostalgia is dripping as we start off a little Team Slayer action here on midship. Fond memories on this map.
Yeah, I just want to point out, if anybody's been following Halo since the olden days, you'll probably recognize at least one player in this lobby. Havoc used to play on Straight Rippin' with T Squared. He was on a lot of different teams, but I feel like the main Straight Rippin' roster that I'm thinking about is like the T Squared, Havoc, Mimic, and Neighbor. That was a pretty iconic team toward the latter half of like 2007. Maybe not as successful as some of the other Straight Rippin' squads that came before that, but I mean, nonetheless, they were always at the top, one of the better teams. Some of the other players in the lobby, these are actually a lot of players that have been playing a modded version of Halo 2 Vista called Project Cartographer. They've actually been practicing. I've been in their Discord and played in a few tournaments with them a couple of years ago. These guys have been at it for several years now, just playing nothing but Halo 2. So these are actually probably some of the best Halo 2 players in the world currently. I can't imagine there's very many of us that are still playing this game a whole lot, but these guys are some of the best of the best.
Yeah, Gunshot essentially is one of those hardcore guys that has been around forever. He had montages. He was top 8 pro in Halo 3. He was a professional in Halo 2, and he's been sticking with it, and he's done incredible. I mean, he's just always been an outstanding performer, but because he's just had this such a long time to really just keep his Halo 2 skills on par, I think he's actually gotten better. Like, he's just become a very well-disciplined player, much better than what he used to be. I remember in Halo 3 he was starting to get a lot more disciplined towards the end when he was teaming with you, actually, but now it's just like he's on a whole different level. Like, he could be competing at the top if he was trying to come back to Halo, because he's been practicing really hard. Like, these guys are sweating their asses off.
Yeah, no, I like that you brought up Gunshot. I actually think he might be one of the best, if not the best, Halo 2 player currently. I go way back with him. I remember when Genius, if any other Halo 2 montage kids are in the chat, they might remember Genius, but he introduced me to Gunshot when he was like 14 years old. He was like, hey, this kid's really good, so I started playing with him.
He was the original gameplay director. He was the observer for MLG.
Genius, yeah. Anthony, I forget his last name right now, but yeah, shout out to
Ferraro.
I just talked
No, you're
to him.
thinking of Joker.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
I just talked to him last week. He's doing pretty good.
Awesome, man. Love to hear it. But yeah, man, Gunshot's been around forever. He's been grinding this game for probably like 4 or 5 years. He actually streams playing on an OG Xbox live on Twitch pretty frequently. He's got the capture card set up, and they're using a service called X-Link, which is similar to like Xbox Connect back in the day. It's essentially tricking the Xbox to think you're playing online. So it's a way to play an OG Xbox online in 2023. So pretty cool service. I hope that some more players get on there, because I think it's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty smooth. I was really impressed with, because, you know, back in the day it was just like sometimes you would get some rough servers, but nowadays it's gotten a lot cleaner, and it's almost a better experience than what Xbox Live was on the console.
Absolutely. Hunter, give us some play-by-play here.
There we go. Close game. 42 all. End game here. Midship. It feels like 2007 all over again. Team Crazy breaking away with a narrow 2-kill, now 3-kill lead. That P tower control going to be so crucial here for the end game. Want to make sure you get the high ground, get the P tower control, as we see Crazy make it work from P1. Doesn't need P3. Nonetheless, though, that P location, that's going to be what you're playing for here at the end game, right, Eli?
Yeah, 100%. And you notice he threw several grenades. Max grenades in your inventory in this game was 8. You could have 4 frag grenades. And yeah, and they spawned P1. So having both P2 and P1 is actually the play here, because you can just cycle through those frag grenades, throw them at each of the entrances to the base, kind of zone the other team out. That little plasma that he threw in the corner there, that was not an accident. That nade actually... Yeah, that will actually damage a player that's on P3 above that. There's a lot of funny little glitches with grenades in this game through walls in certain situations. You're going to see these players throw some peculiar nades. It's probably because they can do damage through the wall.
Yeah.
So
my favorite one is on the Eli ledge.
How many of us in chat have been playing Halo 2 since Halo 2 came out in 04 and didn't know that you could get the bleed through damage with a stinky grenade on P3? Come on, you got to show yourself here, chat. I'm going to say myself. I'm not sure if I knew that.
Noob.
I'm going to be a noob. I'm a noob. What?
Fucking noob.
Yo, Meat in chat. Shout out to you, Meat. He says that I taught him that in 2006. He told me that I showed him a few of those nades. So there's another one that you can throw from inside the base against the other side of the Eli ledge. And if you get it just right, it's actually pretty hard to get it in the right spot. It'll kill whoever's on the Eli ledge. So
there was
it's amazing.
Yeah. There was it Beaver Creek had something like this too, or was that just with the flag return or flag score? Do you remember that, where you could throw it through the wall?
Yeah, so pre-patch Halo 2, there was a lot of
I should know that. I should know all this.
Yeah. Pre-patch Halo 2. No, you should, because I don't know if anybody in chat knows, but Mikowski was one of the original montage kids back in 2004.
One
before you.
of. I was the man. I was
He
the
was
first,
the OG, yeah,
the
for real.
first ever MLG gameplay. The first you had heard of Walshy, you'd heard of the Ogre Twins, but you never really seen some gameplay until I dropped that montage on Halo 2 forum back in 2004, and everyone was kind of like, "What the hell? These guys were supposed to be mythological creatures," from what I heard on the MLG forums, and here they are getting shit on Old Man Mikowski. Who the hell is this guy?
Yeah, we're talking pre-YouTube era, so man, it was totally different times. It's kind of what started all of the stuff that we're seeing today in esports. Like, obviously there were some other PC games going on at the same time, but I feel like it was the birth of console esports at the very least back
Modern
then.
day esports, yeah, right around the time Counter-Strike in the late 90s, early 2000s, Halo alongside Counter-Strike on PC was definitely the console counterpart to the burgeoning and growing esports scene at the time. Like I said, I'd pin that as the beginning of modern esports, the start of Halo CE and the start of that Counter-Strike era.
100%. And wow, we're on lockout now, lockout ball now. If anyone's been watching the Halo Infinite tournament today, it's round-based nowadays, but back then it was just first team to 5 total minutes of ball time. The timer does not stop when you're holding the ball like in Halo Infinite. You just have to hold the ball as much as you can. And there's some really powerful setups on this map. I mean, the BR towers and library setup is notoriously powerful. There's also the green room setup that was popularized by Walshy on Final Boss, where they're holding the ball in green room, as you see here.
That's so frustrating because it doesn't seem like it's a strong setup, but it's hard to break through.
Well, you know what makes it invincible is the grenades right above it. There's like 3 or 4 grenades in blue room, and if you grab those with the ball and you throw them and then pick the ball back up, it turns your grenade into a nuke, and you can get a kill-tacular with 1 grenade.
That's actually a fact. Yeah, so if when holding the oddball, it was part of your player properties that you would do extra damage, and it was designed for just your melees, I'm sure, but a side effect is if you throw a grenade and pick up the ball, now suddenly the grenade does double damage. So yeah, so you could basically just bait people to drop down this hole. Yep,
that's it.
Oh, we're seeing the strat in real time. This bottom green Walshy strat being reimagined and brought back to life here again in 2023. What a special treat. Gonna catch not only, this is not MCC. I gotta stop down real quick for everybody who might just be tuning in. This is not Halo 2 on MCC. This is Halo 2 on the native original Xbox console, original CRTVs, no screen tear, instant feedback from that classic S controller.
Look at this.
Yeah,
Toy soldier with the
he's waiting.
Patience of a god.
Wow, and it pays off.
Oh,
it might actually break the setup here.
And that's the only way you could have broken that setup, was with a perfect pinch from top blue, dropping down from the elbow side as well. The pinch is on, and the recapture of that oddball is there for the blue team. Team Crazy, after a solid minute from Havoc, they got 30 on the board.
Let that be a lesson to any player out there who's looking to go pro. That's the kind of patience, that's the kind of play that you need to make. It doesn't matter what fucking Halo it is. That's the play that you always need to make.
Timing.
What the fuck?
Okay, by the way,
through the wall, through the geometry.
You didn't know there were wall bangs in this game, huh?
Causing chaos with that shot. Yeah, we're gonna call that a wall bang. Well, surely not a modded, I don't know, modded Halo 2 console. You'd have to be an elite on Warlock for that to be the case, right?
Dude. Yeah, so this was a thing that happened both online and on LAN in the original Halo 2. It's called a swipe snipe. So if you swipe your reticle, for some reason the game is still registering where your cursor was like a second ago. So you could actually miss pretty far to the side sometimes and be gifted the headshot. It's still a strange glitch that I don't fully understand, I'll be honest, but it would happen on LAN as well.
I've never seen that, ever.
It's pretty rare.
Well, you actually do see it in just normal sniping on Halo 2. Remember, if you had that on the XY axis, if you had that X axis lined up perfectly across the visor, you see the likes of Gandhi all the time. Flick and drag that scope, swipe it across the screen. It didn't even look like it connected, but like Eli said, there's some residual feedback from the server counting where the reticule once was. That's why you see so many swipe snipes connect back in the Halo 2 era, as we see here today as well. What a treat.
And I guess it's worth noting, because I could already tell just from a few minutes or a few seconds on Havoc's screen. So Havoc is definitely the host player. In Halo 2, one player's Xbox hosted the lobby, and the properties when you're the host are a bit different. Your shots typically register a bit better. Animations look a little bit different when people die, and you can't do a lot of the button combo reloads. There's a lot of like button animation cancels that only work off host but not on host. So Havoc here, you're not going to see him doing many of the fancy glitches because he's host in this game. But a side note to that is you cannot use that swipe snipe mechanic when you're on host either. You have to actually hit a perfect shot. So
yeah, very important to know. And I go back to Havoc, and you talked about him being on that early Straight Rippin' roster. Really, that was a Havoc on Straight Rippin' that walked, so Straight Rippin' could later run in Halo 2. I believe Nighty Night, what they took that Chicago Team Slayer major MLG. I think that was the only win for Straight Rippin' in Halo 2. So before they started finally winning more and more championships in Halo 3, it was the beginnings, the humble beginnings of Halo 2 that really started that incredible narrative and story for the likes of Straight Rippin'.
Yeah, that was exactly it. Straight Rippin' was gosh, I think the very first Straight Rippin' was like K to the Arma, T squared, Fonzie Fallacy or something like that.
Yep.
And then Karma
AYB
went
Fonzie.
yep.
yeah. And then they picked up Defy, and Defy was just a legend. And they got like second and third a bunch, always fighting with Carbon.
I think it's
Straight
funny
Rippin'
that you
was-
called him a legend because that was his later team name was Legends with Defy.
Hey, you see what I did there?
Yeah.
Straight Rippin' would be what? Straight Rippin' would be if you could place them and compare them to a modern day Halo Infinite team, they'd be what, like the SSG, right? Kind of
Yeah,
right on
exactly.
the edge.
Yep, they're about
Highly
third
contested
place.
team. They could win it at any moment, but they don't always win it all, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. They're always capable of winning, but pretty much always in the top 3 as well.
Go buy green. Go buy green.
Straight Rippin' with Zios in Philly 05. I think Philly was the Team Slayer, or wasn't that? It was 06?
That was
I wanna-
all Team Slayer was Philly 05, yeah.
Okay, that was okay. I thought it was Philly
The one
06. It was
T-Squared
Philly
was on
05.
MTV.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Philly 05 also had some very strange game types like Gemini, Covenant Slayer.
Oh, that's right, with the
Jesus
beam rifle.
Christ.
Oh, and the lift and the portals.
Yeah,
Oh
so
my God!
there was
Talking
like
about
a
high ground.
notorious-
You forgot that map had the highest of high ground, so it almost seemed like a cheat
yeah.
spot up at the top. You remember that the 2 portals up there? Jeez.
Do you remember when Zios just stood staring at the portal, swinging the sword for like 5 whole minutes?
Yes. Oh, core
my
memory
God.
unlocked.
I'll never forget that because it just showcased how terrible of a map that was. Honestly,
For
it was
sure.
like, why
I mean,
is
that
this
was-
a viable strategy?
That, and you know Zios, he was doing that to like snub his nose at Bungie and let him know like, you guys suck as game devs. Look how cheesy this shit is.
Well,
Yeah,
it was
straight
also
up.
like the legit strat. Like that was the way to win that map.
No, that was the meta of that map was to stare at the portal and swing the sword. Like
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah, Zios was a formidable foe for the likes of Final Boss, Carbon, and Straight Rippin', but no greater foe than that box on, what was it, Elongation, right? As he died to the artifacts, or the architects on
Yeah.
LAN
You-
at an
you talking
MLG
about-
event. Do you remember that?
When you're thinking of getting killed by the Guardians because the box fell on his head on Elongation.
That's right. Yup.
Yeah, yeah, I remember that. Well, this game's pretty close. We're literally separated by 5 seconds here. Definitely want to see Havoc's POV if we can, because I think he's probably the
Havoc.
he's probably
once.
the best player in this lobby.
Gary, what are you doing?
This
There's a lot
oddball
of
has
great
been
players
down
in this
bottom
lobby,
green
too.
the entirety. Eli, I thought we were going to see a nice little BR3 setup, maybe the old classic Windows setup from the likes of Carbon, but it's
Well,
been
this
all
is-
Walshy strat here so far.
This is the thing, though, about this setup is once it's in green, it almost never leaves green unless a team really wants to leave green, because
Yeah.
once you break the setup, you're still all the way down there. We all know the movement speed was not super fast in this game, so you got to walk your slow, happy ass all the way to like the elbow to play ball it, and it's just not worth it because you just, if you kill the ball guy, you already have the setup, so usually you'll just take it. But yeah, I would like to see the BR tower set up when you have top BR, open ramp, window, and then last guy can just kind of free roam wherever. But having the ball guy in the window to kind of drop and shoot the blue ramp, that was probably one of my favorite setups in Halo 2.
Yay, we got him. All right, sorry guys, our director was in the bathroom.
Okay, here we go. All right, we got Havoc.
We got him. Yeah, this is awesome how we got this set up. We are actually gameplay directing all 8 POVs in some Halo 2. I'm I am so excited about this. I mean, this is. I mean, Halo 1's always going to be my baby. I love Halo 1 to death. But as far as 4v4 Halo goes, I don't think anything gets better than Halo 2. I've always had a sweet spot. Midship, it's just the best. It's like the best. Free for alls all day. 4v4, you can play every damn game type. You can play oddball, CTF, bomb. It doesn't matter what the hell it is. You can play everything. Zombies, whatever the hell you want to play.
Yeah, I can't wait to see a midship bomb game. That was always one of the most hyped game types in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
Also produces the most goose eggs because you can win very quickly in that game type if you are much better than the other team. So.
Yep. You just hold down their base and spawn kill.
I think we could use some modern day games that could end in 5 minutes or less, right? Like if the players are playing that well and, you know, for example, they score 3 flags on Empyrean CTF, the game should just end, right? The game should be over, so.
Yeah. No, I think that Mini Bomb produced the shortest games in Halo history. There are some games that would end in legit less than 2 minutes. I think Gunshot sent me one, actually, that he went like 6 or 7 and 0 and won in 2 minutes. Like,
I don't know, I don't want to even talk about Halo Infinite right now because we're having so much fun with Halo 2, but I just like every game for Halo Infinite, you know, is going to go 12 minutes. I liked, I don't know, I liked having game types where if a team was just playing out of their mind, out of control, they'd win in 2 to 3 minutes, and you got to get sent straight back to the lobby and almost have to recollect yourself. And Infinite, you're never really going to get run like that, you know?
Exactly. Wasn't there like a minute 30 narrows or some shit on LAN? I don't think it was at an MLG, but it was like
yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, I think my team with Snipe Down and Gunshot in Halo 3, we had like a minute 30 narrows game before.
Jeez. Yeah, it's really cool to see because it's like you see the skill gap in action. You get to see it live.
I think
you pretty much have to have like flawless execution to make it happen too. It's not like that's going to happen like randomly, you know.
I think I think the only game type that's like that in modern Halo, and it's probably Strongholds, which I think a lot of people would say is one of their favorite game types, if not undeniably one of the most fast-paced, aggressive, and action-packed. So. That's what we get here.
Yep. Like a 250 to 0 could end in what, 3.5, 4 minutes.
We almost saw that today. It was just the series before Winners Round 1. Forget which teams are playing, but yeah, I like that level of risk. Like we might get ran. You don't have there's no risk of getting run in Halo Infinite if not for Strongholds. I think. You know, opening up to, I think really it all just, and I think I just saw a tweet from Tashi that said 3 flag is back for Pitt and Argyle. So, I mean, that's an example right there. That's a huge change. It sounds like a tiny change, but Halo fans, we're literally going to get minutes that compound into days of our lives back because of Argyle and Pitt's CTF going down to 3. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Lots of time wasted, and nobody wants to waste time.
Yeah, and just to refresh anyone's memory, so the rule set in Halo 2, toward the ends, there was 3 flag game types: Sanctuary, Midship, and Warlock. Midship and Warlock were 5 flags with touch return.
Yep.
And Sanctuary was 3 flags, but with
5 seconds.
It was 5 or 10 seconds. 15?
I think it was 15.
I think it might have actually been 15 seconds.
Was it 15? Wow, that was way longer than I recall. But yeah, it might
contest it too. You could sit next to
if you're close enough, it would contest it, so it would never disappear. So you could like hide ring 2 if it was close enough to the ring structure, and it would just never return until you had backup, basically.
Yep.
Sanctuary, CTF, probably my favorite game type. But yeah, we're coming down to the wire here. It's only a 15-second differential, but only 40 seconds on the clock. And like I said, the time does not stop when they're holding the ball, so they have to hold this right now.
Yeah, Team Crazy, they're gonna bait here, bait the lanes, really force that Team Havoc to grab the elbow, but they have it. They're making their way out to elbow. Havoc gonna have to play ball, and that, like you said, Eli, it's all gonna be time that counts away. Instant reset grab by Team Crazy. That's gonna make this one even more unlikely for Team Havoc.
I thought he died.
That'll mathematically do it there.
Yeah.
Every time I see a player look over the edge, it reminds me of Neighbor. I know we're switching from Halo 2 to 3, but unbelievable.
They all shot him. That was the ultimate strong side.
Yeah, and back in this game, there was times that you just knew it was mathematically impossible to win, so...
GG's.
They did end the game a little bit early.
All right, so you have Team Crazy taking the 2-0 lead, I believe, on Team Havoc. Or are these best of threes? I see guys wrapping up the controller. That's a universal sign for GG's. This one's over. What are we looking at, you think?
Yeah, I'm looking at the bracket here, and it says 2-0, but maybe it hasn't updated the... That was... Okay.
Oh,
okay. So that is it. That's right. There was a game playing while we got the mic set up. So that's going to do it for Havoc's Hooligans. GG's. This was a draft tournament, by the way. So they took essentially the best 8 players. I think there's 8 teams in this. Yeah, the best 8 players, and then had them as the captains. They did a draft to pick different players. All these guys know each other. They've been playing in the Project Cartographer Discord for a while. These guys actually even have their own tier list of all the players that are in the Discord. I think they had me in A tier. I think they rated me a little too high because I did not play enough. But Havoc, definitely an S tier player in the Discord. Looks like up next we're going to have Gunshot's team, Gunshot's Goons, against Swift's Shitters. That's the team name. So that should be an interesting one. Let me see if I can find the teams. Okay, so it's going to be Gunshot, Kryptonite, MVC, and Eddie. MVC's actually been the one that's been kind of funding these LANs, so shout out to MVC. He's a fucking legend. And then we got Swift. That's actually Swift Kill's team. Wow, I just realized that was Swift Kill.
Wow, Swift Kill's out here?
Yeah, so it's Swift Kill, Hazard, Doodle Pop, and Bullseye. Doodle Pop, another montage lord. Shout out to him. But yeah, lots of legends playing today. This will be a fun one.
Thank you, Louis. Yeah,
this
is
is so if you look down at the bottom, we're basically in losers bracket semifinals. After this next match, we'll go to the winners finals, where currently Hypnox and Zildjian's teams will be playing each other.
Yeah, what are those rosters?
So Hypnox is Hypnox, Khan, Scythe, my good buddy Scythe, love you Taylor,
Khan.
And Triumph, and then the other team Zildjian, Gore, that's Gorgasm, by the way, if anybody remembers Gorgasm.
Oh yeah.
Frenetic and Rybread. So
that's kind of a surprising turnout there. I mean,
yeah,
it's a draft tournament. So.
Yeah, by the way, Timeliest Brute was in this tournament. He was on Lord's team.
Oh, wow.
Prawn, Halo 3 guy, was in this.
Oh, my boy.
Let's see, other notable. Minds, who's been playing Halo Infinite. Twisted Minds, he's in this. He's been one of the better Halo 2 players for a while in this Discord.
He's insane.
And then Stormy, who a lot of people think is arguably the best Halo 2 player right now. He's very good. As well as Tone OG, another montage guy. So
amongst him, he's in the chat.
Yeah, several other awesome heads in this tournament. All these guys are great dudes and very welcoming. If you want to play Halo 2 with them, they're very hard to play against, but even if you're bad, you can play. They'll give you a seat in the custom game. So
that's the beauty of draft tournaments. You know, fat kid gets picked last.
That's right.
Well, I think honestly, on a real note, these draft tournaments create such fair and balanced fun competitions because, you know, for the most part, right, just like in any other draft, you're going to have your ringers, right, your top players go at the top, but then as the KD and maybe the experience competitively dwindle down a little bit, those same players get drafted around the same area. So the team composition is about as fair as you can get with these draft tournaments. So I'm excited. I think it definitely leads to some of the most fair and balanced form of competition when you have these draft tourneys.
Yeah, yep, and that's Havoc right there in the forefront of the frame here. Still looks exactly the same as he did 20 years ago. Kind of crazy. Trying to see through the background. Oh, I see Scythe walk in there in the purple jersey in the background. Shout out to Scythe. They keep inviting me to this thing, and I haven't been yet. I think I might have to go next year if it's like this again.
Yeah, you can't miss this, dude. This is just walking. If I were to just walk into this room and see the TVs set up with the original Xboxes, my jaw would drop. I would actually trip and think I maybe did fall into a time portal, because this is an absolute blast from the past. The true Halo 2 experience. And I gotta give these guys credit not only for competing, but really for preserving history with the likes of all this equipment and the Halo. Even something like having a Halo 2 disc on hand is kind of incredible to think about when you think that the fact that game came out in 2004.
All I remember is just
20 years
smelling
ago.
a lot of Red Bull and Doritos.
And not enough Old Spice. Even though Old Spice was a sponsor of MLG, man, those guys stank when you're walking around the venue.
Isn't that funny
Holy
how-
shit,
how
take a shower, please.
Isn't that funny how Old Spice and MLG literally handed us deodorant and we still smelled like shit?
Crazy.
That's a fact.
I literally got handed deodorant from Sundance and nobody put it on. It's just one, I don't know,
Dude,
two polar
shout out
opposites
to
that-
those like rare people that like would just like stack a whole bunch in their backpack and then walk around handing it to everybody that smelled like shit.
Yeah,
Like, those guys were the real MVP.
Or
they were doing
when,
the
like,
Lord's work.
you remember when Axe body spray had the kind of its rise to prominence, and like you might get squirted if you smell bad. You just like take a little Axe body spray to the side of the head. You kind of feel like that'd be like your cue to maybe take a fucking shower.
No, facts, man. It astonished me how many gamers just straight up never took showers, like, or they were on so many stimulants that they just were sweating profusely and just smelling extra by default. But man, different times. That was shout out to MLG, man. Wish we got like Sundance and Sepso and Anakin back in the mix to like put together something like this on a greater scale. How awesome would that be?
You know, Anakin's running Apex Legends.
Oh
Like,
wow,
he's been in charge of that since like day one.
Oh, dude, awesome!
Wow,
Yeah,
did not know that. No, but imagine an MLG convention type vibe with a classic Halo 1, Halo 2, Halo 3 tournament. And then maybe, I don't know, Halo Infinite on Sunday. I don't know. I wouldn't even really mess with the modern. I would just do a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Halo 1, 2, and 3.
Yep.
LANs on each day, free-for-alls, 4v4s, and just have a good time, man. Bring back all the OGs, have some fun, casting Halo 2, a little bit more relaxed vibe, just kind of reminiscing and enjoying and thinking back some of those epic experiences we once had playing Halo 2. But the beauty in all of this is that there are still people playing Halo 2 to this very day,
Yes.
Competitively, no less.
It's so awesome.
Amazing.
100%.
Talk about that
Speaking of-
history.
Speaking of OGs, we got Straight Sick, Super Straight Sick. is
Yeah,
what it used to be called back in the day. He was like 11 years old at his first event, getting top 16 in the free for all. I think it was like Anaheim 06. Corey, you can
Yeah,
check me
probably
on
something
that.
like that. I remember playing with Corey in probably 2005 when he was a little squeaker. He had the squeaker voice, and he was still shitting on the adults at the time. So shout out to Corey in chat. We also got Ace, Dynamite, Smoltz, Spaniard. Dude, shout out to all the legends in chat. I played with just about all of the people I just said all the time back in the Halo 2 days. Wow, there's so many people in here. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Like I said, we are T-Mackin. Can't leave out T-Mackin, probably the best player in history. What's good, T-Mackin? All right, so yeah, like I said, coming up next, we've got Gunshots Goons. Oh wait, no, they're actually currently playing. So I think what they're gonna do is put the winners finals.
Let's go, Mike. Appreciate you, boy.
next. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Yo, Dynamite coming in hot with the 5 gifted. Appreciate that, dude. Another OG in the mix. We got Talent. We talked about montages earlier, Eli. Talent. Myself, Eli, Gunshot, Talent. And I want to say like maybe like Waka or maybe Ripone or a Shook One, maybe like rounding out that first 5 to create those MLG montages. But yeah, here in the stream alone, we got 4 of the 5 original Halo montages, MLG Halo montages created. That's pretty cool to see. Talent, what's good?
I gotta talk about Talent because like he was the first person I ever saw like a full gameplay of before like MLG. This was like 04, 05 when HaloPro.com put all their like top level gameplays on there, and I was watching like Halo 1 and stuff. But Talent had a Halo 2 gameplay on Lockout, and he was playing against some top players. I think it was I don't know, just some scrim he was playing, but it was just so disciplined. Like, all of his movements were way different than my shitty-ass matchmaking noob, jumping out, no shields, just getting wrecked. So, like, I replayed his gameplay more than I think anyone else at the time before I, got access to the VOD and all the pros. But I replayed that one gameplay, so shout out to Talent for getting me introduced to MLG and just how to play like a non-noob.
Yeah, some of those initial gameplays on I remember how like you felt like you were like I don't know, like accessing some like secret file when you got to watch someone else's Halo gameplay. Like think about how wild it is to think about how widely distributed and free it is to share Halo content now. But back then, to see talent's full gameplay, you're probably like, dude, has anyone else seen this? Does anyone else know about this? You know what I mean? Like, 'cause you just didn't find full gameplays online. And speaking of a good gameplay, a call to action for everybody in chat, go Google or YouTube, search up Ogres 41-0 on Lockout. One of the most incredible gaming performances of all time. Still stands the test of time to this day. Still incredible to watch back. Ogre was 41-0. Unbelievable performance on Lockout. Definitely one to check out.
I love hearing Gandhi scream, "Kill fucking Ogre 1."
Yeah. It was Lockout King of the Hill. I remember that was one of the early gameplays that I studied when I was coming up to like learn kind of like movement around the map and what to prioritize. And he just was a master at being elusive, obviously to not die for an entire game against one of the best teams in the world. Pretty insane gameplay. We miss you, Ogre 1. I think he is back in the scene now. Is he not?
I see him in chat for a lot of these HCS tournaments.
He's the team manager for Native Gaming.
Yep. Yeah, he just joined Native Gaming. Shout out to him. Congrats on the new gig. He was formerly on the G2, but we all know what happened to that. There can only be one G in Halo, and it's G1. But anyways, shout out to the Ogres.
Can you imagine being a Halo pro and you got to answer to Ogre 1 or Ogre 2? Like, like I can't even, like, man, for all those Native Gaming guys, wow, take advantage of having Ogre 1 in your back pocket, because there is no... It's kind of crazy because you got Mick Wynn, you got Gilkey, you got some OG veterans there, but the fact that you go to someone like Ogre 1 and get some insights, it doesn't even have to be about the in-game for the likes of Ogre 1. Just being able to go and confide in him the out-of-game, you know, the thoughts, the emotions, the feelings, the mental side of competing. Just to be able to go talk to a guy like Ogre 1 for something like that. Hearing that makes me like... Native White and Native Red just went up a little bit in my power rankings because of something like adding Ogre 1.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's helpful if you're a younger player coming up to have, like, someone who's been there, done that, to give you advice inside or outside of the game. And I can only imagine like the level of value that he provides to those rosters, to be honest. So yeah, hopefully we're getting this next game rolling here, by the way, chat. Thanks for hanging out. We should be getting back into some more Halo 2 gameplay here shortly. If you're just tuning in, this is the Halo 2 Vegas Real Ones LAN. It should be starting back up in just a moment.
I'm really happy to see... I'm really happy to see that with Ogre 1, and it's really cool, especially to know that two, if not the two greatest gamers of all time. Like, it would be a shame if they're working like for some like corporation or something like that, or I don't know, like using their genius to like solve rocket science or something. It would be a total shame. Instead, I am so glad to know that Ogre 1 is working with Native Gaming, and then Ogre 2 is the GM of the Florida Mutineers on the Call of Duty side. Yeah, it's Call of Duty, but hey, it's great to still see the likes of these veterans and these OGs still so heavily involved after decades. That I love to see it.
Yeah, 100%. Is our observer... is there nothing happening on the TVs right now? Because it looks like they're playing. Oh, they're playing an FFA. Okay. Yeah, let's show some of the FFA.
Hell yeah.
Let's get some gameplay going. Nice. So these guys are warming up.
This is it right here. Like, you boot up the game in 2 seconds and you immediately jump into a midship with your buddy, and you play free for all night long. Like, that's what I did countless days. And then like you just get a bunch of people coming in and rotating in and out, and it just turned into a thing. And then eventually LANs became that, where everybody was vibing so much on midship free-for-all that we just kept playing it because it was so much fun. The map is so perfectly designed. It just creates this perfect atmosphere of you can get mapped if you don't take your route right, but if you do take your map or your route right around the map, you can isolate a lot of battles and get into these awesome 1v1s, then have enough time to get your shield back to just start chain reaction and get this great multi-kill, and people would get Killtrocities and Kilimanjaros left and right, and it was just a huge thing. And the map is just so brilliant, and that's why I had so much fun with Halo 5 playing both iterations of Midship. Midship is just that map. I don't think anything will ever come close to what I've experienced playing this free-for-all over and over. Just these Tour de Walshes just going to 2,000, 10,000, 15,000 kill games.
Yeah. Yeah, how many Tour de Walshes did you play, Hunter?
Oh man, a lot of Tour de Wal. I was very fortunate. I don't know why, but Walshy he liked me, so I was always one of the first people to get invites. Outside of like, you had that pro group of like 6 to 7 players that would get invites, the likes of Gandhi, Shockwave, Karma, T Squared. But Walshy, I got to give Walshy credit, man. Always left 1 or 2 spots in the free-for-all for some hungry up-and-coming players. And Eli, that's how we met. We ended up at one point being 2 of those kind of on the outside looking in Halo pros and Halo players that got into one of those lobbies and kind of started making a name for ourselves through free-for-alls.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Early days, like 90 was talking about. I mean, I was playing this all the time with my group of friends, and I was steadily getting better and better. And then
hundreds. To put a number on it, it's hundreds. I can't even hundreds of Tour de Walsh. Which, by the way, for anyone in chat, that was 8 hours straight minimum.
Yeah, I really don't want to put a statistic on the amount of hours.
Yeah, you might expose yourself a little bit.
Yeah, so a Tour de Walsh was a 1,000 kill free for all. So at the beginning, you played to 50 kills. But we loved the game so much that we would actually just set the kill limit to unlimited and play until one of us had 1,000 kills. And we would play these lobbies with all the best pros at the time. And yeah, I remember having some really epic games with like the guys from Carbon, like Karma and Shockwave. And the exit guys were always down to play those too.
Oh yeah.
It was just exciting, man. Like, you were just going to get so much done in these free-for-alls. You know, you got to warm up. You could potentially win and show that you're the best out of these 8 players. You could farm for some content, go for some of those clips, the double shots we used to see all the time for the likes of Eli the Ninja. So there was just so much to look forward to when you loaded up into midship.
Do you want to go down that road, Eli? Because, like, I didn't really see you, like, in the 4s. I feel like, you know, FFA was that entry level, and once you became a god at free-for-all, that's when you got all your opportunities.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. I mean, I'll be honest, I was just a young kid that had a lot of skill, and I wasn't as good at the teamwork aspect of the game, and I really just enjoyed being, like, all I have to do is count on myself in free-for-all, right? And if I just, you know, just focus on getting literally as many kills as possible in the shortest amount of time, that was kind of what I started to specialize in. And one of the ways I did it was by using all the button glitches, so I mean, we got a lot of Halo 2 heads in chat, so you guys probably already know, but for those that didn't play, there was like the BXR glitch, for example, where you press those buttons and you can basically melee and shoot somebody in the head at exactly the same time because the X would cancel the animation of the melee. You'll probably see a few BXRs on the screen here. I'll try to point it out if I see it. But then there was also the double shot, which is one of the harder glitches to pull off because it had very tight timing window, and if you messed up, you would be stuck in like a reload animation for a period of time. So it was high risk, high reward, but if you pulled it off, you could shoot 2 BR bursts back to back with no cooldown. So basically, if you could just shoot them twice first and then double shot them, that was, you could call it a 3-shot, and it was one of the fastest ways to kill somebody. And I just practiced it all the time. So I got pretty good at it, and then definitely contributed to my free-for-all success. If you're just like a little bit faster than your opponent in a BR fight, that's gonna lead to way more 1v1 wins, and that's how I was able to rack up a lot of kills.
Well, it's just a timing thing too, right? You know, anytime you're able to utilize an instantaneous TTK, it's gonna help, especially in a free-for-all, and that's really what you're doing with the double shot and the quad shot, is just cranking down that TTK as close to 0 as possible. And wait, I've been waiting. A little double shot. Was that a little?
He double shotted the next guy. I thought he would double shot him up the lift, but he double shotted the next guy right there.
Yep.
Up the lift is probably one of the easier places to double shot somebody because you can kind of let the aim assist like kind of guide your shot up the lift. You don't have to like re-aim. After they hit the apex of the lift, they're kind of hovering in midair at the perfect timing to hit the double shot, even if you didn't claw. So I expect we'll see a shot double shot up the lift in one of these situations here, but I had clawed, so there was no bumper jumper in Halo 2. You couldn't like rebind jump to a different button. It was always A. So if you weren't clawing, you would have to take your thumb off the stick to press the face buttons like reload, jump, melee, switch weapons. But if you clawed, you could kind of get around that and aim and push those buttons at the same time. So that was kind of the birth of the claw. Walshy, I think, was definitely the most notorious player to do it. I clawed, Karma clawed.
Karma was, yeah.
A lot of great players of the game.
There's also semi-claw. A lot of them semi-clawed.
Yep. Yeah, semi-claw was where I guess you would only push some of the buttons. I guess I never really fully understood that. It was like you just push a couple of the buttons with the index.
Y and B, right? If you semi-clawed, you'd only leave Y and B because those would be the kind of like the closest. You really got to reach a little bit more for X and A, so that's more for the full claw. The semi-claw would be for Y and B.
When you're running flags, you press X as well or jump.
Yep.
Yeah, and shout out to Frenetic. He was actually one of the nicest guys that I teamed with in one of these Project Cartographer servers. Oh, I thought he was going to get the BXR, but he had to reload. You can't perform a BXR if you are missing any ammo in your clip, by the way. But no, he's actually a school teacher that every day he gets home from teaching school, he gets on Halo 2 and plays for hours and hours, and he just loves the game. And he makes some funny YouTube videos too, so you should check out Frenetic's channel. He doesn't have nearly enough subscribers because those videos are amazing.
Is that Rookie YYs?
It is, I believe, yeah.
No way.
Yeah,
I don't know why. It's just one of those gamer tags I remember way back. You know,
Rookie
like
can't YY.
Yeah.
Yeah, so YY was obviously that's the switch weapons button, but there was like a very specific timing that if you pushed it fast enough or like with this very specific timing, it was almost like your gun just went down and came back up instantly. And you could use that to cancel reload animations early, to descope the sniper rifle. I feel like that's the way I use it the most, is because I didn't want to have to zoom to 10. Ooh, that BXR was nasty.
He just spawn killed that guy. That guy spawned under him because he was jumping, and that opened up the spawn. He just got done killing RY, and then RY spawned under him, and he BXR'd.
Hey, welcome to midship.
Yeah, that's why I used the Eli ledge, by the way, was because I just jumped up and down, and people would spawn directly under me, and I could just spawn kill them with grenades. It was a pretty broken tactic. But yeah, we are watching a free-for-all. It looks like Zilge just got into the lobby. I think we were just waiting on him. And then as soon as this is over, we should be hopping into the actual 4v4 not grand finals, but winners finals.
Yep.
20 seconds.
Yeah, should be a good one.
Getting close to that winners finals. Team Hypnox versus Team Zilge. Zildjian. You might be familiar with the drumming brand Zildjian, but this is a Halo 2 player that's been playing a long time and actually had some success. I think you said in Halo 4 right now, placing top 8. So mad respect to Zildjian. He was competing all throughout Halo 2 and 3, stuck with it to Halo 4, finally got top 8 there. This is a true grinder on Zildjian.
Yeah, he actually had one of his biggest events was in Halo 3 when he got top 32. And he beat Karma and Naded's golden ticket team.
Oh my God.
Tensor.
He was on that roster?
Oh my God. Dude, you just brought back a memory.
No, he wasn't on the roster. He beat that team in like losers round 6. And it was like one of the biggest upsets that season because Karma and Naded just came off. Like Karma just came off an event win. Naded got like top 3 at World Championships. I mean, they were really good at that point. And Tensor was a god. Like Tensor was just one of the best.
Oh yeah.
Wasn't he one of Neighbors
players.
Locals?
No, he was Canadian.
You're thinking of the other fourth, or the fourth, which was Tetrashot.
Yeah.
Yes, that's Tetrashot. That's yep.
No, Tensor was Canadian and notoriously backed out of tournaments many times when he said he would go, and then he finally went, and he was still good.
Zilge.
But yeah, I feel like maybe he was better online, which is, you know, some people are just better online. That's just how it goes.
Well, I mean, also you got to give a lot of credit to the way the gauntlet was out of MLG. The open bracket was such a beast of a thing. You had great teams that could make it out of open bracket because of the way it was set up. You had 2 Slayers and an objective. Yep. So, and you know, Slayers are notorious for being just kind of random as shit.
And you got one other variable that really threw some a wrench into the mix was split screen.
Yeah, that's true.
If you're in those early winners rounds 1, 2, 3, I think even as far as 4, you had to play on split screen, so you're crunched up with your buddy. I was always I hated split screen on LANs. I was just like, that was just
me and you
kryptonite.
Me and you played through split screen open bracket with what, Freezy and wait,
Freezy,
were you on that team?
Was it Night v7?
No, it wasn't 9v7. Man, it's bad that we can't remember. But
oh, 100 JJX, wasn't it?
No, you teamed with him at a different event. We're showing our age, bro. We can't even remember like all of our teams.
You might need some
from back in the
memory
day.
pills. Where's my prune juice?
Dude, I remember everything.
I remember a lot, but there's like certain phases of like Halo 3 that I don't remember as well. Like 2009 and 10.
I feel like the big difference was that you like top pros and shit. We all were so focused on winning. Y'all didn't care about anything but winning.
Yeah.
And like, meanwhile, I'm over here with like popcorn and I'm just enjoying the show. Like I go, I'm looking at all the brackets. I'm looking at all the player names. I'm meeting everybody. I'm saying hi to everybody. It's a fucking party for me, man. Like I worked my ass off to get there. I paid for my plane ticket. I was like, not even worried about the teammates I had to carry their ass. I would usually have like a sponsor kid that was paying for everything, and I would go and I would just be a fan. Like if I'm not playing, I'm a fan.
Right. Yeah, no, there was a period in like 2009 that I just went with teams that paid my way. Because I mean, I think I was in college. I didn't have a lot of money. Like back then, sponsors were pretty hard to find. So, you know, nowadays there's so much money in esports. It just wasn't there back then. So if you didn't have a lot of your own money, like
that's right,
kind of had to be creative with the way to get to the tournament sometimes. But anyways, we're hopping on board here. Team Zildjian versus Team Hypnox. By the way, Zildjian and Hypnox, 2 of the current best Halo 2 players in the world. Play all the time in the Project Cartographer servers, and in this draft tournament, they've both created pretty awesome rosters and found themselves in the winners finals. So, starting off on Warlock CTF, in my opinion, this game type it's a grind because oftentimes you're spawning into a crosshair. As you see, Hypnox is just staring at the spawn points here, right? Yep. So. You kind of want to control these side bases like yellow and green base, and you just kind of hate on the spawners. You just shoot them and make them hate their life as soon as they respawn, and then hopefully have somebody that's like cycling through these portals with the shotgun. You're going to see this a lot to kind of like just control this space in the portals, because this is ideally where you want to run the flag. It's the fastest route to go, just through the portals, and then throw the flag up into the base. So you're going to see a lot of teams fighting for these side bases, because that's like probably the most important part of the map to control, to have map control. And then besides that, controlling top mid for camo and some extra sight lines, and then trying to get into their base to spawn kill.
And camo. Go ahead, Knight.
This is the most punishing map. Like, you are going to be punished if the other team is not making any mistakes. And it's going to be the only productive play you can really make is getting like 2 shots on a priority kill. And the priority kill is usually going to be the first person that is going to be jumping in for a flag and getting into your spawn. And then eventually you're going to have to move to a side base. Like, yellow is like the most powerful position on the map because of one reason. And that is the water that is underneath you will eat a grenade and explode, and it won't bounce. So you can just back up a little bit and it won't even touch you. And that really just made it so powerful. This is green right here. Green's fine. I mean, it's got the angles that you need, but green and yellow's always where you want it to be, especially if you add host. They can spawn at green and yellow if you're blocking all of the spawns. So you got to be real careful about when you're jumping, and it's just relentless. Like you said, you're just going to be spawning into death constantly when there's a really good setup.
The original Octagon, before we had Forge, this is what we'd load up to warm up to play some Halo 2. Early lead here off rip for Team Zilj, 1-0. And you might notice the clock at 27 minutes. The reason that is because that here in Halo 2, regulation clock 15 minutes, but let's say it's tied at the end of 15 minutes, instead of having to restart the game and reset like you do in Halo Infinite, that clock just keeps dwindling down. So Curious to see if we'll see some overtime clock used in that way, as that just struck me as an old memory I had, seeing that 30 minutes on the clock. Not something you'll see today in Infinite.
Yeah, so the way it works is, yeah, if it's tied when the clock strikes 15 minutes, then it continues into the second 15 minutes. But if one team has the lead and the other flag has not been pulled, then you just end the game. So it's either going to be 15 minutes or go into overtime after that, where a first flag cap in overtime wins. I do want to stay on Gore's screen. I'm noticing he's really using a lot of the button glitches. He's being extremely efficient with his ammo management that I've noticed. So if you start a BR fight with a BXR, you will actually reload the first 4 or so shots, where you kind of get like an extended clip effect. Of course, as soon as I say it, he's not actually using the glitches anymore, but I also saw him pull off a couple double shots, so it feels like he's kind of in the zone right now. I want to stay on his screen for a bit.
Yeah, Gorgasm, I remember, was really good in Halo 3. I played against him a lot on LAN. Unfortunately, I was just way better and would usually dominate most of his teams every single time we matched, but he just had a lot of skill. And
he was very young back then too. Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, he really was.
Weren't we all?
Well, he was even younger than us.
Oh yeah, he's a super young gun.
Little poison levels like 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, he was like 9 or 10. I think when he was getting the start.
In Halo 2, he probably was. I think he was probably like 12 or 13 in Halo 3, but he started getting into good lobbies and keeping up skill-wise. So I like hearing the comms too. You're probably going to hear some trash talk. These guys do not hold back. If they do something disgusting to you, they will let you know. And they'll probably post a clip of it in the Discord so everybody can point and laugh at you afterwards. These guys are relentless, and they have a lot of history playing against each other, so I would not be surprised to hear a little bit of trash talk come in some of these games here.
There's just nothing like knowing that if you get shit on,
here we go.
Oh, speaking of shit on, let's go! Triumph with the flagpole, but here on Warlock, that does not guarantee a score. I need another one here. Off rip, off spawn. They're already getting shots on before he even reaches the halfway point. Unbelievable. Glad we got to see an overkill there nonetheless, but tied 1-1 here in this game. And wow, the Halo 2 memories and action is looking just as good as it did in 2007.
Oh, Kill-tacular when it was actually called something cool.
Yeah, I don't know why they switched to overkill. It just doesn't have as much like oomph to it. You know, they kept it for the fifth kill. In this game, if you see someone get a 5th kill in the sequence, it's called a kill frenzy, which later became like a kill streak. Yeah, yep. So they kind of shuffled it around a little bit between Halo 2 and 3. But now a 2-1 lead for Team Hypnox. This is another guy that's really good. Khan. Gonna see some very straight shooting from him. All these guys very good with the battle rifle.
Yeah, you were talking about earlier, just like the difference of play. Like this environment, yeah, it's Halo 2. It's almost 20 years after the fact that this game was in its prime. But being on LAN and knowing that if your opponent makes a play on you, they're gonna stand up and they're gonna be 2 meters away from your face talking trash. Like that is a totally different realm of competition to adjust to. But here's the thing, right, like you pointed out, Eli, most of these guys competed on LAN back in the old days of Halo 2, the classic Halo 2, so I'm sure they're plenty familiar with getting some trash talk and maybe dishing it out as well.
Yeah, for sure. What's cool though is like this community of Halo 2 players is actually kind of a mixed bag. There's like the old heads like Havoc that were at the top even back then. There's some players that were on kind of the outskirts of like top 24, top 32 back then, but never quite got good enough. But now they're just as good as like Havoc. And then there's some players that are just new altogether that for some reason stumbled across Project Cartographer and found a community of ultra competitive Halo 2 players and were like, you know what, this is where I want to be. So they've kind of grown their server out, and man, every single day if I click on that server, there's just trash talk going on in the general chat. Like they're just trashing each other and setting up lobbies to play with each other. These guys really love this game.
All right, 7 minutes left in this one. Oh, sticky miss, but a sticky hit on Khan. Oh, I love that classic Halo 2 sticky grenade metal. Honestly, One of my least favorite medals in Infinite is the sticky grenade because it looks so much different than that classic Halo 2, Halo 3 medal you used to receive when you landed the sticky. A little salty about that, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, and shout out to High Hurricane in chat, probably one of the best Halo 2 players currently. Are you at the tournament, Hurricane? I would imagine you would have been a team captain if you were, so probably not, but got a flagpole here for the red team. Again, they might take an even greater lead if they can get this one through. They had 4 dead for a moment, putting the blue team in the blender. It's very easy to predict spawns on this game type and also manipulate the spawn. So if you're standing in their flag, they'll often spawn around the outside of bottom middle. So sometimes like the player that was previously sitting at yellow or green flag will jump to the platform and look down to try to spawn kill those players. Or if they want you to spawn on the flag, they can actually just jump up and down, and because you're not planted on the ground, you're no longer blocking that spawn. And in some places you can even just jump up and down. See right here, he jumped on the plat to spawn kill these players here. They were spawning bottom mid. Sorry, I was getting moved around in chat. Are we good?
Okay. All set. Looks like another flag out for Team Hypnox. 2 down on each squad. And I got to bring something up, Eli. Something I'm noticing. You think about a map like Aquarius, right? 1 team wipe, 2 team wipes, usually good enough, as we see another score go in, 2-2 tie now. But on a map like Aquarius, sometimes 1 team wipe is good enough to score. And you look at a map like Warlock in Halo 2, probably from a square footage perspective, similar in size, but I feel like this map, it almost takes like a pit Empyrean, an Empyrean or an Argyle amount of slays to secure a score. I'm trying to think of why that would be. Is it just maybe because of the angles being so wide open here on Warlock? Sometimes you get those spawns in Aquarius where you're looking right across at a flag runner, but here on Warlock, it's almost guaranteed.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's definitely the result of you can see almost the entire map from wherever you are. It's just a very open map. You can choose to expose yourself and see like so many more angles, and oftentimes you can just spawn and shoot the flag runner instantly. So you have to be really careful with spawn killing the other team as you run the flag so that they don't spawn up and then stop your flag carrier. So you won't just see like a 4 dead and a clean flag cap like you'd often see in some other Halos. And wow, it's getting mixy here. 2 dead on each side. Red team pulling the flag, running it towards the portal. It's probably the fastest flag route, but he gets shut down with a back smack. Yeah, and an instant. Well, the thing is, you can't even really think about being unpredictable on this map because like everyone can see you wherever you are. Like,
yeah,
you rarely get away with the sneak play. I've seen some teams try to run it through like the grenades, but the other thing is like you can. I guess the flag marker is not visible if it's on the ground, so you could actually be sneaky in theory, but there's just not a lot of different routes you can take. It's like you can run it top mid, or through the portal, or through the nades. That's pretty much it.
And the indicator's not there, but the audio cue is, right? The flag dropped, flag taken, flag dropped, right? So a lot of intel, a lot of information being provided through, maybe not the visuals, but the audio instead here in Halo 2, as we have 3 minutes left in regulation. Eli, we talked about a potential overtime scenario, and this one is screaming towards the potential of that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's very hard to get a flag cap on this map for all the reasons we just mentioned, so it could very well go to overtime. We're seeing a lot of flags that get pulled and returned instantly. You don't have to sit on the flag for any period of time at all. You just have to touch it to return it. So you're going to see a lot of like last second stops, but most of the time the flags just get stopped right away.
Oh, trying to get that flag through the portal. It just barely doesn't. That's kind of the crazy thing about this map, Eli. You get through that portal and you're already at the home stretch.
Yeah,
flag almost getting stuck in the portal in the home stretch. The toss goes up to the cap point, doesn't connect and hit. Yes, Team Zilch, with just a few minutes left in this game, takes a 3-2 lead, and now look to play some defense and lock down game 1.
Yeah, this is going to come down to the wire. If Team Hypnox can't get a flagpole in the next 2 minutes, they're going to be punished for it with a game 1 loss. You don't want to go down early in the winners finals, but these teams so far look extremely close. It's going to come down to who can clutch up in some of these moments here.
Ooh, Khan had a great push there on the blue base. but Zilch takes him down. That shotgun not going to do much more damage. See the carbine there, an option in the sandbox. I missed the carbine. It was always kind of a little shaky as far as how good it was, but I don't know. You hit your shots with the carbine, man. That thing was pretty nice.
Wow, Gore over here double shotting and quad shotting the floor. I'm not sure what that was all about.
He's trying to get his timing right.
Yeah, I guess he's trying to just warm up the fingers a little bit.
He's got to be careful though. He might think it's game over, but with 90 seconds left, Hypnox, Team Hypnox,
he's got the camo, by the way.
Yeah, and camo. So it's looking like a good run. Can he get through the portal? Yes, he does. But there's no teammates there for the toss.
They're going to spawn. He can trust them to spawn there if they died.
Oh, but Rye with a simple touch here could reset the score. Oh, a huge kill there from Hypnox for the killing spree, keeping this flag alive momentarily. You can see it there. Still weighing in late, just begging for somebody to come and grab it and put it home. Wow, with a minute left, less than a minute left, we have a tie game.
Wow, this is going to go to overtime. I can feel it, Hunter. Taking this long route through the nades, trying to find the spawners. You typically want to have somebody controlling like their ramp or their health portal, just to kind of cover one of the outer angles of the base. So, because I mean, if you spawn on the flag, you really just have to take cover instantly. Because, like we said before, oftentimes you're just already taking damage. He's even nading the spawn points. The game doesn't care that much if a grenade's there. You can just spawn directly on it. There is a minor amount of spawn protection in this game, though. Like if you were to snipe somebody that just spawned, their shield will just flash and take like one tick of damage instead of actually dying. So, but they're just putting a lot of pressure. You can see Scythe in the nades there. He's got that skull icon. He's just kind of patrolling that area so that these spawners, when they try to drop out, they just can't get out. And this might be good timing for a pull. We've got several dead right here. He's blocking this spawn. They're probably going to spawn bottom mid and go for some spawn kills. Yep, here we find the spawn bottom mid, but Hypnox is out of ammo. He can't shoot the spawners. He predicted the spawn and then clicked the R button and heard a click. But it doesn't matter. That's it. That's the game.
Wow.
And they're going to end it.
And in overtime, we didn't need much extra time, only 30 seconds, and Team Hypnox finds the score and that late last minute score to tie it as they take away. You really feel like they stole this game here in game one. Take a look at this skill at the kill sheet afterwards.
Wow.
Oh man, just nostalgia everywhere. Oh, just even that medals page, taking a look at the medals that the players got, that makes me so happy to see. But wow, look at this, Eli. First thing I noticed, Team Hypnox fragging out with assist. Holy, everybody nearly at 30. Nobody past 20 for Team Zildjian. That was the difference there in game one.
Yeah, that was the first thing that popped out of my eye too. Holy cow, that's a lot of assists. But it's because of the nature of that map, right? Like, two people can be staring at you as soon as you come back to life. So you're going to just die instantly if you get team shot. And red team really showing that their team shot was on point that game. Zildjian, though, on the blue team, trying to hold it down for his team with a nice performance of his own, going 34 and 28. And you saw that they moved lobbies. So the way this works is they're alternating who has the host box. So host was actually so significant of an advantage in Halo 2 that to keep it fair and balanced, they're not going to just have the same host throughout the whole series. From game to game, you're going to see them switching the host. So now we got Hypnox is actually the host instead of, it was probably Zildjian for the last game.
And that's important to know because you got to really switch up your play style when you're on host. The shot, for me at least, really, you needed to be a lot more accurate on host. You didn't have as much of that wiggle room, or kind of that hitbox even felt a little smaller on host. So for Hypnox now on host, going to have to take that into consideration as we load up into game 2 on midship. Early 5-4 lead here for Team Hypnox.
Yeah, now midship Team Slayer is another somewhat brutal game type. So the spawns in Slayer in this game were actually only 5 seconds. So it comes very fast at you. And the newer versions of Halo, even in Team Slayer, I believe in Halo Infinite, it's 8 seconds. So there's just a little bit more time that enemies are dead. But they're coming right back after you kill them in 5 seconds. The general game plan here is to control this pink side of the map. Because from here you can see a majority of the spawn points in the bases. You can control the frag grenades that are P1. and just have a lot of good sight lines. But to counter that, you see Zilch here going to car 3, getting some good damage, and they're going to throw a ton of grenades into pink 2. You're just going to see grenades flying in there, trying to kill that guy to clear him out. But one of the reasons that area is so powerful is because it's kind of easy to dodge grenades too. So you're going to see a lot of unsuccessful grenades and just people fighting for pink this entire game.
Yeah, this battle for midship has really been a battle for pink, as we've seen all of the action heavily here on this pink side of the map. Makes sense. The highest ground you can achieve here is right above that player's death at P3. You got the sword top mid. But just like we saw in Overdrive in that most recent free-for-all tournament in Halo Infinite, Eli, top mid, that is a sketchy place to go to. You go for that sword, you might not make it off the platform.
Yeah, top mid not advised. I mean, it could be fine to get an angle on a guy that's kind of like hiding in one of the bases. But if the whole other team is alive, you probably don't want to go there because, you know, the whole other team can just melt you if they want to. Plus, there's that weird bouncy effect on top mid where it'll kind of like wobble as you walk across it, and you can kind of like, I don't know, you can get some weird jump mechanics off of it. But a lot of the spawn points on this map are actually under the bases. You'll just find yourself spawning like red 1 or blue 1 a lot. So you'll see teams holding pink, but usually have a guy like Khan is doing here kind of patrolling the other side. So this is creating like the pinch effect. And they know that if there's still a surviving member in red, he's likely to spawn his teammates there. So they're just kind of waiting for this guy to get out of this base. As you can see, he's kind of trying to find the spawners down here. He does so. And now Gore on the other side, they're getting control of pink here. I'd like to see them actually rotate out or get some shots from the window on blue side just to have an extra angle to kill the stragglers, because right now they don't have all the angles they'll need to really get through this setup.
Yeah, and I think that P strategy a little too predictable. It was working out for Hypnox, Team Hypnox, for the early goings of this match, but a 6-7 kill lead at one point is now just 1, 2, now 3. So I think you're right, Eli. I think maybe sending 2 to P, 1 to blue or red 2, and then 1 on the opposite side of Carbine, giving you those angles to accomplish some cross shots as Team Hypnox clings to that narrow 2-kill lead.
Yeah, and this game can be pretty rough. I mean, you're going to be shot a lot from across the map. You have to really isolate your angles as you approach P2. As you saw, he was very careful to not be exposed to the opposite window as he went across. Here we see them using the Eli ledge. Popular spot to land a BXR. Yeah, what a nice BXR from Gore. And he hits the double
on the Eli ledge, man.
Does the double shot just because he knows that I'm watching him, but wow, that was a great play.
Oh man, pass me the Totino's and a Dr. Pepper to wash it down, because that play was sick.
That was sick. Yeah, like I said, Gore seems really in tune with the button combos. Every time we've been on his screen, he's double shotting a lot, using all the fast reload mechanics. Here's a BXR
Look at this,
reload.
Eli. Team Hypnox in control of P Tower for most of this map, but now it's flipping in favor of Team Zilch, and so too is the scoreboard. They're up 4. They're up a team wipe now 5 on the back of that killing spree from Gore. The button combo double shot almost taking down the player P2 as Team Zilch looks to tie this series up at 1 with a win here on midship.
Yeah, the score can really flip fast in this game mode. Like I said, the respawn timers are very short, and this setup is very powerful. Some of the spawns that you can find yourself in are very punishing, so just a few bad spawn rotations are going to swing the lead pretty heavily. Red team keeping it close, though. Now only down 3. Make that 4. So Red Eli, the last guy goes down.
I'm looking front red. I'm looking front red.
They're just letting this guy spawn now with his teammate.
Oh, and there's that P1. That's an unfortunate P1 spawn for Team Hypnox, and the sticky double kill will close out game 2 for Team Zilch as they do in fact tie this series up at 1. Team Hypnox stole game 1, and now on the flip side you have Team Zilch stealing game 2.
Wow, we got ourselves a series here, folks. Now tied 1-1. Great comeback from blue team. They were down, what, at least 8 points?
Yeah, it's about 2 team wipes it looked like at one point. Huge comeback from them.
Curious to see what the next game type is. I'm going to take a look at the bracket here. Looks like we're going to have Lockout Ball next. This is going to be a banger. Might see some nice snipe setups. Hoping to see a library setup. I'm not a huge fan of the green room setup. I understand it's the meta. These guys are trying to win, so they're going to do what's best. But man, that old BR setup was so nice. We're going to see a lot of drops to the ball to the green room. The thing is, like, when you're getting shot by a lot of players, the fastest way to get to safety when you're holding the ball is to just drop straight to bottom blue. So that's probably a big reason why we're going to see a lot of ball holding in the green room during this. But all these guys, fantastic with the battle rifle and the sniper rifle. So I'm hoping to see some cool headshots this game.
Yeah, and that library setup, Eli, only weakness is what, a nerd grenade that has to tink around like 2-3 different corners. Like, you got to really be on your stuff to break that window setup. And I don't know why, Eli, if you had to guess, why is something like the green room setup bottom mid so much more meta here today than the library, which we saw teams like Carbon dominate Final Boss with? That was one of the ways they broke through against Final Boss, was being the first to figure out that window strategy. Why do you think that's the case here today?
I think the reason is probably mostly because the game is played at a much faster pace now. Back then, I mean, I don't know. These guys have had 15, 20 years to play this game, so they're all playing at a very fast pace, and it takes a lot of perfectly moving parts to get everything into that BR setup, right? Like, you have to get control of both library, multiple layers of the BR tower. And it's just, when the other team is playing very fast and they're applying pressure nonstop, they're probably going to kill one piece of the puzzle, and that tower setup is really not as powerful if you don't have everybody already in the correct spot. So you'll typically just see that when the team already has the sniper rifle and they might get a fresh 4 dead and the ball is already off of the spawn. It's kind of a lot of variables that need to go right before you're already getting shot from across the map to set it up correctly.
Yeah, I think another thing that strikes me is just so different watching some Halo 2 gameplay after just previously watching some of the best teams in the world play Halo Infinite, is just how singularly focused, and I always remember this when I played the classic Halos, but watching it back, how singularly focused this game is around the battle rifle. Like, you don't see anything. Like, have we seen any? We saw glimpses of the carbine, maybe a few pew-pews from the plasma pistol, right, Eli? But other than that, it has been 95% battle rifle gameplay, whereas here today, earlier in Halo Infinite, felt like 50% battle rifle, 50% everything else in the sandbox. So that's another one of the big things I'm noticing here as we enjoy some classic, nostalgic Halo 2.
Yeah, the thing is, I mean, the way they balance the sandbox in this game, most of the items around the map are not as good as the battle rifle. They are situationally better. Obviously, the noob combo, if you get the plasma pistol, is very powerful. But I believe in this version of the settings, the noob combo is only found on Sanctuary and not any of the other maps. So we're not even seeing that. You'll see the shotgun sometimes, but to be honest, back in the day, the shotgun was one of the worst online weapons you could possibly use. I would say like 75% of the time you just shoot a blank, maybe even a higher percentage than that. So just from playing it online, I feel like people stopped using it as much. But on LAN, it's not so bad. We saw it used a bit. Now we're seeing the sword fall off the map.
That's happened to every single one of us in chat. Don't be in chat acting like all this sucks. Everybody's done that before. I know I have.
Facts.
Yeah, welcome back, Nighty. Tell us a funny story about flying off the map with the sword. I'm sure you've got a few.
Dude, in the beginning, it was all about flying across the map with the rocket sniper.
Yeah,
like just creating customs and doing that. So that's kind of what got me good at like trying to avoid it, because like, oh, let's go.
Learn the mechanics, yeah.
Yeah, just learning the mechanics from doing that. But yeah, I mean, you really just prepare for it, right? Like, it becomes part of the meta. Part of why the game required so much skill was because of moments like that. You had to really position yourself perfectly.
Yeah.
Speaking of perfect positioning, here's an angle I remember from BR2 down to BR1. You could actually make a little like skill jump. It's not necessarily a jump, it's more of a fall. You can angle yourself to where you fall safely into that BR1 area as Team Zilch has a safe lead off rip, 48-0.
Now here's a rare situation that we talked about where they might actually do the BR tower setup because they had the slays to do so, and the positioning.
Here it is.
This is they have already gotten the ball a little bit closer. The other team is in a disadvantageous position. They have to expose themselves by crossing the top middle of the map or go through the bottom of the map and get shot by the window player. But if they secure a round of slays here, I'm foreseeing a BR setup in the near future. Here we go. We're taking it to the library.
Oh, the snipe shots. Not enough from that snipe angle. As I believe the oddball carrier makes his way into the library. So too does Team Zilch, pushing into BR2 here. Frenetic, chaotic BXB battle goes to Khan. But Khan gets cleaned up by Gore right after that.
That was so stupid.
Yeah, it almost looks like online. I'm like, wait, is this online? But no,
Yeah.
no, that's not a miss like, connection there. That's just those two players canceling out their BXBs a little too early. That's why we saw some back and forth there. At least I want to say so. We can't have any issues on LAN, right? 99. There's no issues on LAN.
Yeah, right. Like a lot of people think that, but when the router got hot. Woo, boy, man, those shots would just be pinging off people.
That's actually true. You could still get some blanks on LAN for sure in this game. I was gonna say, I was thinking about this, so we might see this setup here for the meanwhile, but I did take note of when the sniper ran out of ammo. So on this map, the sniper respawns in 1 minute 16 seconds in competitive settings. So I expect the team that's currently holding BR tower to know that, and they'll probably try to make a push to the snipe tower to get the new sniper here shortly.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's been about a minute since it despawned. So there's actually going to be a benefit to spawning on that side soon. I imagine it's going to be coming up here shortly.
Copy that. I'm directing, so I'll be on the lookout.
Yes,
well,
sir.
the sniper on lockout in Halo 2, almost like the shock rifle on recharge, where you have that minute 16 here in Halo 2 reset, as both teams going to be vying for that sniper tower. So we have the third person. This is unbelievable. This is like an MLG TV USA Network presentation right now. This is awesome.
Play ball.
This is amazing.
That's so
this
cool,
is the dream, dude. This is the dream.
Yeah, the spawns were kind of weird timings in this game. They seemed almost random for some of the maps. So the default is, I believe, 38 seconds, but in competitive rule set, you use double time for the respawn timers for all weapons. So turn it into 1 minute 16. On Sanctuary, it's 2 minutes. If we get to Sanctuary, Sanctuary is game 5 of the series. So here we go. We got some sniper action with Rybread. I've played a fair amount of games with this guy in the server. He definitely knows how to use a sniper rifle.
Ooh.
I think you're a little bit ahead of us, 90.
Oh, I gotta shut up. I gotta shut up.
Ooh,
Spoilers.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, nice shot by Rybread there.
Oh, I really gotta shut up. There's some good stuff happening.
Oh, Rybread counters the sword launch with the no-scope melee. Takes down another power weapon here on lockout, and Team Zilch with control of the snipe tower, control of the lead, now control of that oddball, but no, that resets as well. But seeing some great sniping here on display from Zilch. You can see him crossing left to right, just keeping that reticule at head level from Library all the way across to the left side of BR2. It's going to be that level of centering that's going to open up some headshots here, as we see just that. Triumph goes down again. Starting to make a habit out of getting sniped by Rye.
Rybread is kicking ass. Holy shit.
Nice shot on Hypnox there, too.
This is what Gandhi looked like in 05, ladies and gentlemen. This is what Gandhi looked like, I don't know, ever. As we see the fadeaway jump shot, double kill. Ball gets shut down. Gotta watch your back, though. Unbelievable sniping performance there from Rybread. Looking fully baked.
Wow, that was amazing. But the thing is, they moved the ball away from the snipe tower. I don't know if you noticed that, but in his death cam, he saw his teammate kind of gift this setup to the other team. They're going to have to stay aggressive here while they have a couple of kills in the feed. I expect to see a full push here, a play ball from Triumph. And then we'll see if they'll be able to get the ball back here. I expect this to actually go to green room now. Yeah, so he's taking it to green because his teammates were already dead. Like I said, if you stay on the top of the map for too long, you're very likely to die. If you get there fast enough, you're likely to spawn your teammates with you in blue, as you see happening here. That short little fall that he made there gave his team the spawns here with the oddball, and they can actually just go ahead and get in the setup now, even though he died when he dropped it in.
And this looks like a good setup here for Team Hypnox to come back in this one. Doubling up on their score. Previously had 15, but it's the blue team getting it right back. Just as Frenetic tries to maybe play that oddball out on the elbow side. Scythe picks it back up, and now it's up to him whether he wants to hold on to it or potentially play it. Holds on a little too long, though, as he goes down in that oddball, resets at the elbow.
I think he intended to play that. He knew that his days were numbered as he sat there. It's just a matter of when he's going to die, not if. But he was not quite prepared to throw the ball off the map. So now they have the setup. He's hugging this wall, so there's a lot of there's a lot of parts of the game that are wall glitches, where if you kind of run into the wall, your headshot, like hitbox, like right here, he's gonna have trouble even seeing this player if he stays on that head glitch. It's kind of like, it's like a one-way almost. There's a lot of spots on these maps that are like that, where if you hug the right wall, you can see them, but they can't see you.
On now with the snipe in his hand. We saw Rybread pop off with it earlier. On looking to do the same, does that, takes down Rye himself. So a dueling sniper battle going on now. Khan has it in his hands, takes down the previous MVP with the snipe. How long can Khan hold on to it though? You have to imagine Rye off spawn is going to want that sniper right back.
I've played LA Khan for years. I've played this guy so much in the Halo 2 Xbox Connect, and I mean,
oh yeah,
this is one of those guys that just never stopped playing the game ever.
He is a staple for sure.
I feel like at this point,
off the map.
Here we see him popping off the map. But no, I really feel like we need like a Netflix level documentary about this era, because there's just so much unexplored history, uncelebrated history here with the likes of Halo 2 that. And I know there's a lot of great episodes on YouTube actually, but those are from the past. I'd really like to kind of get like a perspective from the likes of Walshy. He ran some great history of Halo 2 episodes on his YouTube channel. You can find those there as well. But I'd almost love to run it back and kind of get their perspective now with the 20-year anniversary in less than a year.
Yeah, that would be amazing. If anybody's out there that has some archived footage, I have a suspicion it's somewhere in the Blizzard Activision realm, because they currently technically own MLG, but they're just not doing anything with it. Like, it's got to be on like a hard drive in somebody's office somewhere, right? Like,
yeah, they found it actually.
Yeah, I saw that, but I heard that it was nothing new. Like, it was all the stuff that was already uploaded to YouTube.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, wow.
So hopefully they can find like all the old DVDs. They used to have setups that they recorded every single station, so you could watch the individual POVs of all the players in certain matches.
Oh yeah.
I just wonder where those DVDs are now. Somebody's got to know, right?
Ball taken.
Help us. We want to see it.
Yeah, we want all the classic Halo 2 action we can get. As I believe at one point, Team Hypnox was up in this game, right? It was Team Hypnox who was up 130-15. I believe so.
No,
so we have no, it was Team Zilch who was up, but now Team Hypnox finds the comeback, takes the lead at one point, down over a minute. Now with 5 to go, has a narrow 6-second lead, but with that sniper tower hold, I don't know. It looks like this could go on for a little bit. This could be a good hold.
Yeah, it's kind of coming back to bite the blue team that, you know, while Rybread was getting those nice snipes, nobody was really being objective oriented. I felt like nobody was capitalizing on those slays. And in any Halo game, the time to get objective time is when you're getting kills. So I'd like to see them be a little bit more objective efficient when they're getting these kills here.
Back up.
Open.
All right, Sniper is back on the map in the hands of Gorgasm.
Ball taken.
Window and open. Window and open. One shot open. B2. One shot B2.
Very good call outs. He's being very specific. Basically told him exactly where to put that reticle so he could kill this guy. He's using nades defensively. It's definitely a big part of controlling the sniper at Snipe Tower, is to defensively grenade that shortcut jump. And that's a common place people will try to kill you. And I feel like Zilch actually just played the next step of that meta thought process to say, you know what, I'm just going to go Snipe 2 and catch you off guard while you're throwing grenades Snipe 3. So good heads up play. Sniper back in the hand of Rybread, who is still hitting shots. Looks like he just ran out of ammo though, so as soon as he drops this sniper rifle, oh, he's got 1 bullet left. But as soon as he drops the sniper rifle, it's going to be another minute 16 seconds before the new one comes up. Unlikely that it's going to make much of a difference on the next one, but these kills matter a lot. We need to get to the ball.
Yeah, with 3.5 minutes to go, this one's now a 1-minute lead. A great job by Team Hypnox. Just as Team Zilch had brought this one back to a tie game, had 1 point down by 1 minute and 15 seconds. Now it's right back to it just about, as the blue team gonna need much more sniping prowess from the likes of Rybread if they want to come back in this one.
Yeah, so the new sniper rifle is going to respawn at about the 2-minute and 5-second mark. Not sure. Rybread's team is probably the only one that knows about it, so I think their only path to victory here is to have a strong setup, Make sure you're there at the snipe tower when the sniper comes back to actually hold down the setup for long enough. So let's see if they can pull it off.
Blue ramp, guys. On green, on green.
Down 40 seconds, 2:40 on the clock, but that's a big break for Hypnox as he takes down his opponent, and even just making sure that the other player doesn't have a chance to grab audible, but they're gonna have plenty of chances now. Eli, 4 down for Team Hypnox. Gore and Team Zilch mounting a comeback here. Not much time left, but they have the setup.
Yo, look at Zilch. Okay, so Zilch is very aware of when that sniper's respawning. You can see him already making his way up the elbow. The reason for this rotation is because that sniper's coming back, like I said before. Looks like red team is kind of mitigating that push by covering the outside angle. I don't know if red team is aware that the sniper just respawned though. Khan's about to find it. He does find it, so wow, this is not looking great for blue team now unless they get a great setup break, and they do it very quickly because they're going to need this sniper rifle. Only 2 minutes on the clock and they're down by 30 seconds and climbing.
Yeah, this is where you're going to see that a blue squad almost forced to push top mid, but they do a great job taking down snipe. Now they could potentially have a sniper, but no, the snipe tower in control of the red team as the blue team dismantles it. Oh, the BXR there from Zilch earns him that sniper rifle, but with just 90 seconds left to go, down by 45. Zilch and the likes of Team Blue are going to have this oddball in their hands more often than not if they want to come back in this one.
Yeah, Zilch with the sniper rifle is very scary, but he's going to have to, oh, yeah, I think that's going to do it for him, honestly.
That will do it.
Yeah, mathematically now impossible to, wait, no, it's still possible.
45, right? 45
yeah,
seconds.
45 now.
Yeah, it looks like they'll get one last-ditch effort, desperation push here across top mid for Team Zilch. As Zilch himself pushes up, gets the kill on Scythe. Oddball rotating to the top of BR3, but with a simple reset here, that's going to be enough to delay the clock. Looks like Frenetic has it in his hands. I don't think, though.
That's it.
Yeah, that'll do it. Mathematical equation is figured out. 2-1 lead now for Team Hypnox.
Yeah, they should be ending the game shortly unless they want to just style on each other for the next 40 seconds. We'll see, but oh, there we go. We got the game ending now. So, wow, Zilch lost the first game, comes back, wins the next 2. It's turning into a spicy series. Looks like next game that they are going to play is going to be, find it here in the bracket, Midship CTF. So we're going back to Midship. And man, that's probably the classic Halo 2 game type. I mean, can you think of a more iconic 4v4 game type than Midship Flag?
No, this is if you had to pick one map game type combination from the Halo 2 era, Midship CTF would be one of, if not the most highly picked of those combinations for most Halo 2 players. I don't know. Let's get a little let's ask the chat. What do you guys map game mode combination? What would be your pick? Number 1 map game mode combination. I think others might say maybe Sanctuary CTF, Eli, but I think regardless it's going to be one of those CTF game types on maybe one of the 2 maps. Construct King of the Hill, another great example of a map game type combination, but I want to hear from chat. What were some of your favorites from Halo 2?
I mean, to be honest, in my opinion, I love Sanctuary CTF, but it can't be the most iconic because Sanctuary wasn't in the game at launch. It was a DLC map that came out later. So
was it with that? Was it in that multiplayer map pack with the 9 maps?
Wow. Well, no, not. I don't know if it was 9 maps. Was it 9 maps? Because I guess there was a lot of big team maps like Relic that came. There was like 2 phases of bonus maps that came out.
Yeah, I remember that. God, 9 maps all at once. That was like Christmas in June or July, whenever that dropped. I'll never forget the map pack, the multiplayer map pack with the Spartans running with the flag and just knowing you're in for a whole lot of fun. I'd like to see 9 new maps in Halo Infinite right now. I think that'd be a great time for it.
Yeah. Shit, they could even charge money for downloads and gatekeep you out of it like they did back then. I don't think people would care that much if they got that much new content, you know what I mean? But I guess we got Forge now, so Forge is coming a long way. We'll start seeing some new Forge maps enter the mix in Halo Infinite, hopefully by next season in the competitive scene. But man, yeah, I remember the day I went to GameStop and you had to buy the disc a disc of the maps and then download it to your Xbox from the disc.
And then could you give that disc to a friend and then they could download it with that disc? Or I think it was only one-time download use, wasn't it?
I think so. I think maybe you could do 2, but there was like maybe a cap. I can't remember, to be honest. If anybody in chat can remember, let us know now, because my memory from that era is a little faded.
Coliseum, CTF, Tools, Trolls. Do you remember the flag bounce? You could throw the flag down to the bottom mid of Coliseum, and then if it hit the rolling treadmill, it could potentially bounce into your flag and score instantly. Just about. That was always a meme and a half.
I gotta correct you. So Tools is not a Halo 2 kid. He's talking about Collie Flag from Halo 5.
Oh,
Coliseum. You're thinking of Colossus. Colossus is the map in Halo 2 that you could bounce.
You know, I try to engulf and just like put myself back in Halo 2 time and era, and then Tools is just jacking it up, man. He's memeing me to death.
He says he likes
okay, there we go.
Slayer.
He says okay, there we go. Ivory Tower Slayer. All right, there we go. Tools playing nice with a little Halo 2 map game type combination. Ivory Tower Slayer. That was kind of like a sneaky good game type. Now, I don't think it lasted at MLG too long. I think it was only one season we played with Ivory Tower Slayer in the mix, but that was a solid asymmetrical map.
Yeah, it was pretty unbalanced though. If you controlled like the top OS region and sniper, and then you got the rockets. There was actually a glitch where you could pick up the rockets from underneath in the waterfall if you jumped on your teammate's head. Pre-patch. Do you remember that?
Wow. Yep.
Man, it's crazy how much I remember from that time. That was when I was like 16, and Halo 2 was all that mattered in my life. So all these weird glitches and tricks I still remember after all these years.
All that matters.
It's true.
Hypnox.
Right. Here we go.
Yeah, Hypnox gets an early flag pullout, but isn't able to do much with it as he goes down shortly after in the Blue 2 base. Triumph looking to take P3, but he gets taken down. 3 down for this Team Hypnox squad, and now Team Zildjian with mid-map control already pushing into that red base.
Yeah, so we're going to see a lot of flag aggression here. Even if you're on top of the base, if you're not fully fleshed against that back wall, enemies can literally spawn, 10, 15 feet in front of you on the glass, but they're more likely to spawn under the base or like their car side of the base or their P side of the base. You hear them calling out Gandhi. Gandhi is the little lip on the car side outside of the base that you can actually jump from car side to the front window.
Yeah, I just got a glimpse at it right there from Hypnox's POV.
Yeah, and I believe it was called that because Gandhi would often, that was just his route on this game type, to get into your flag and just make your life difficult by shooting you from the window while Karma or Shockwave comes in from the P side. Wow, we're really seeing the sword struggle in some of these games today. The thing about the sword is you have to be very mindful of the geometry that's in front of you. If your foot is in front of a wall or ledge, you're gonna just stop. Your character model cannot travel through objects, so you have to be very mindful. One of the tactics would be to crouch mid-air to make your hitbox smaller, so you're actually less likely to run into objects during your sword lunge. And I think he tried to do that, but he still just wasn't in exactly the right position to get through for that sword lunge there.
Dueling flags out on both sides, but it's Team Zilj securing the slays that they needed to reset that flag, take the early lead here, 1-0, Team Zildjian.
Needles with it. Going in.
And another flag is out. Triumph has that one through.
Wow.
And that's a counter cap if I've ever seen one. 1-1 tie. This action is back and forth.
They're car side. Yeah, they're car two. They're car two.
Yeah, so you'll see a lot of players. You kind of have to control both sides of this map. Like earlier, we saw them play Slayer, and the central focus was around the P tower, and you could kind of afford to send 3 of your teammates there. But on this one, like at least one player on your team needs to control this car side lane. I think that player just got double shotted. Somebody just double shotted him. That was disgusting.
Frenetic.
Yeah.
You guys think the Halo 2 sword would have been GA'd by Spartan and
100%.
Yeah, other Halo Infinite pros? You think so? Yeah.
I don't know. The sword was just like, it was extremely powerful in the right hands, and if you knew the spawn system, you could just spawn kill the ever-loving you-know-what out of a team over and over again. I would actually favor Gore giving this flag to his teammate and then controlling spawns with the sword, which it looks like he's kind of doing. He is rotating back though.
He's just trying to make sure that that last player alive for the red squad doesn't trickle over into the blue base. He's not going to, as Gore plays that perfectly. 2-1 Zildjian.
He did, but Hypnox leaves a very good defensive kind of zoning plasma grenade on the ledge outside the base there. And here, this is what I'm talking about. Nah, he didn't. If you're too close, you just get the melee. You have to. These guys don't know how to use the sword, man. I gotta.
You gotta jump back.
You gotta get the lunge. They gotta get the lunge. They're not getting the sword.
You gotta
lunge.
jump back.
I gotta boot the Metafy session page back up and add some Halo 2 lessons in there because I don't know, man. These guys aren't understanding the sword mechanics.
Without the lunge, you're not going to get that instantaneous TTK. So I don't know. Maybe this sword wouldn't have been G8 because I don't know. It's looking kind of balanced here.
Yeah. Okay, we got another flag pull from blue team. Taking the fast route through bottom mid. This is a lot more dangerous, but it's faster if you can get it done. I feel like the only time you should be going for that though is when you have several dead on the map, so you can cross and then throw it up more comfortably. In that moment, he actually had a member of his own team dead.
There we go.
Okay, here we go. Yep.
Oh, he
Scythe with the sword. Gets a double kill, then dies. Yep. Oh, yeah, stop spoiling, 90. You're a second ahead of us.
2 alive for Team Zildjian at P-Tower. Hypnox going to push up on that, I believe, with teammate support. Yeah, he's got a teammate right there at P Street, but Frenetic spots him from blue too. P2 support still there, though, for Hypnox as it's kept him alive. But his teammate support goes down. Gore, another play made by him as he has the close range encounter at P2. Takes Hypnox down to no shields. That shot going over the left ear of Hypnox, but he reshields, repositions. And if he stays alive right here, this is a absolutely baller play from Hypnox. He could be the reason why his team puts this one in.
Yeah, he's going to check the car spawns. He didn't see anybody over there, so he knows they're definitely on the pink side. They're hunting him down. Hypnox, I think, is host of this game, and I think he's going to try to abuse the kind of angles here from P2 and P3. I mean, it's part of the game. No shame in abusing it. We're all here to win the game, right? So
that's right.
And he's cutting off the car spawners. Yep.
You could almost jump a little bit higher there too, right? Because the platform would kind of teeter-totter, and if you got it to dip low enough, you could jump higher off of it. I don't know if that really necessarily strategically helps. It kind of just makes you a more vertical pinata. But hey, it's movement tech nonetheless here on midship in Halo 2.
Yeah. Kind of has like a trampoline effect. If you jump on it, let it go down, and then you jump as it's coming back up, you can get a bit more verticality. More fun for custom games and goofing around like we often did back in the day to get outside of maps and do super bounces and all that. But this is an interesting little situation here. Whole team's on pink side, and they're covering all these angles, so blue team is having a hard time getting out. Looks like somebody from blue team did get around, though, to stop the pinch. Yeah, that was actually smart. That's kind of the only way. So now they're 3-2 flag standoff situation. Have to return the other teams, or you have to return your own flag before you can cap the flag.
Oh, this is going to be big here too. We're either looking at a tie game or a 2 flag spread, and with just under 8 minutes to go, that 2 flags could potentially be enough to give you the dub here. That'll in fact go down. Hypnox putting 4 on the board, doubling up on this lead. Just over 7 minutes left in this one, but most importantly, the most dangerously for Team Zildjian is one more score for Team Hypnox, and this one's over.
Yeah, I'm seeing a few players on blue team take some less than ideal routes and finding themselves in the middle of the map getting team shot. They're being punished for it here in this game. Didn't see that so much in the midship slayer that they won earlier, but it just just had them get double capped on for finding themselves bottom middle in a couple of situations there. So
that'll do it. Team Hypnox with that game 4 victory. I'm so glad we got to see midship CTF, Eli. But that'll send them to the grand finals.
Wait,
Team Zildjian.
Is the score right? I thought the blue team won 2 games. Is this going to game 5?
That was it. I believe so.
Okay, maybe I'm tripping, but I thought that would have made it 2-2.
No, because Team Hypnox stole game 1, and then Zildjian stole game 2, and then Hypnox won that previous. They won that previous.
Oh, they won the lockout ball. You're right. Yep. Okay.
So that'll do it. 3-1 for Team Hypnox, Team Zildjian. You got to imagine this is a team that could make a lower bracket run based on what we saw there against Team Hypnox. Every map was highly contested. The flag CTF Warlock in game 1 went to overtime, and really outside of this very game, this game 4, Eli, every single one of these matches was extremely highly contested.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing a lot of these guys showing their chops with Halo 2. They understand the spawn system very well, understand what's important to control on the map.
Look at Hypnox with 17 assists.
Yeah, he was shooting
That's unbelievable.
Everything. That's that host BR for you. It's going to deal a lot of damage.
Well, and that's from a team composition standpoint, though, Eli. That's playing your role, right? Just like you'd see today, playing your role is so important in Halo Infinite. And Halo 2, you get host. Maybe you start to prioritize the blue 2 to red 2 gunfights. You start to maybe take a step back a little bit because I think the range really benefits you when you're on host. It's a much cleaner shot, much cleaner registration, as we see. I should say we saw Hypnox take full advantage of that to earn his team that win on Midship CTF, earn his team the series win, and now they're heading to the grand finals. Losers up next.
Yeah, so I looked at the bracket. It looks like they've actually already started playing. Because you see the Gunshots, Goons, and Crazy's team. Crazy has the 1 there, so I guess that series is currently ongoing.
Yeah, Gunshots right over there to the right.
And then, yeah, so the winner will face off against Zildjian's team. Not sure if we're going to be able to... Well, that's Zildjian right there. So, yeah, they're just going to have to wait because they won winners finals. But I imagine, yeah, that other setup right behind Zildjian there, that's where they're actually playing the losers semifinals, and then the winner of that is going to face Zildjian's team. Or not Zildjian's team. Yes, Zildjian's team. I'm sorry. I'm mixing things up.
No, it's all good. A little, you know, it's familiar territory for us in Halo 2, but you got to remember, I mean, it's been a long time for a lot of us since we competed on LAN in Halo 2. But I know, Eli, just this last week, you were playing Halo 2 MCC, right? Streaming a little bit?
Yeah. So if anybody remembers the Check Your Pulse boys, I see a lot of them in chat right now. But Brad with way too many Ds in his gamer tag. It's like 30 Ds. Then we got Smoltz, Phil22, T-Mackin, all the homies from the old days that we used to play with. Came back. Now they play a little bit of Halo Infinite, Halo CE, and Halo 2. And we've been putting together some really fun lobbies and just playing Master Chief Collection 4v4 on all these maps. And it's not exactly the same as what these guys are doing on the OG setups, but I mean, Halo 2 is Halo 2, and I'm going to love it no matter when I play it. So, yeah, it's been a lot of fun to play.
Yeah, Halo 2, you know, it's delicious regardless of whether it's MCC, online, on LAN, but you're playing on the originals on LAN. This is like the icing on the cake, right? This is the best icing. The cream custard. The creme de la creme, absolutely. Original Xbox, original monitor, original controller, everything. An original from that 04, 05, 06, tipping into that 07 era for Halo 2.
You know what I miss the most about the OG equipment is the S-type controller. Like,
oh yeah.
Oh, the S controller was so good. I feel like the S controller fit in everyone's hands like a glove, regardless of size. And there was nobody I ever talked to that didn't love the S controller. Oh, and that little Xbox badge. You just wanted to boop it. Oh, it was. Oh man.
Well, if you didn't have one of those, you're probably playing on the Duke controller, which was like the largest controller ever created. And some players still played on it. And there's probably a few at this LAN that are using it, but I don't know. I feel like the S-Type was just like the perfect size controller to fit comfortably. You don't have to reach that much for the buttons. Incredibly responsive. Obviously, I liked it because it was easy to double shot and do all the button combos. Here we're taking a look at the custom Real Ones World Championship rings that will be awarded to the team that wins this today.
Oh my God.
Sitting on top of the OG Halo 2 multiplayer map pack.
Yeah, there we go.
That's what we were just talking about buying at GameStop back in 2005.
Oh man, this is so cool. We got championship rings, and you know, we got a couple more months just about till we get to witness some Halo LAN action. But who am I to be faded? We got Halo LAN action right now, Eli. This is unbelievable. What a blast from the past. We're casting Halo 2 in 2023 with more than 2,000 people enjoying it. Like what is this timeline? I love it though.
It's a fucking dream, is what it is.
This is.
I'm directing Halo 2 gameplay. I never thought this was not on my bingo card for this year.
Yeah, I think Eli and I, we were, too busy messing around making montages. We never expected to cast Halo 2, but here we are getting to relive so many epic memories. Foes in Halo 2 free-for-alls, teammates in Halo 3. I got to accomplish my dream of becoming a Halo MLG professional with the likes of Eli the Ninja, and now to be on the broadcast with this dude 10+ years later, like, and that relationship is stronger than, I mean, Halo is just such a special, passionate, common bond to share with others.
Yeah, man, I wouldn't rather be anywhere else right now. It's definitely surreal to even have this be happening. This needs to be a yearly, if not bi-yearly, like multiple times per year, is what I mean, not every other year, but just this needs to happen more often. So I would hope that like some LAN center somewhere can scrounge up a bunch of these CRTs and make this like a regular thing, because obviously people want to watch it, right, chat? Would you guys like to see more
think so,
classic
dude. I think
Halo
people are
action?
loving this. And this is so cool because whether you're an old head like you or I or 90 that played Halo 2 actively every single day, or maybe you're an H5 kid, or God forbid a Reach kid, you could, I don't know, I still feel like this has got to be exciting and kind of fun to watch. And like, even if you weren't live or active in the community during this time, I feel like this is kind of like a great way to catch up and almost like vicariously experience those great Halo 2 classic days together here in modern times.
We got somebody waving at the chat here. I'm not sure who that is actually. My screen's a little blurrier, but man, yeah, this needs to happen more. That's what I'm saying. Somebody out there that maybe you won the lottery, you got a bit of extra funds, like, you know what, just start a classic Halo league.
Yeah.
Like, you got more money than you need anyways, like, just put it together, man. There's got to be somebody that can do that, right? Like, but I don't know, we'll see what happens. These guys have been actually doing this for the past several years now. This is the first time they've had a broadcast for it, but this Vegas LAN, the real ones, they call themselves these Halo 2 Classic enjoyers. They've been doing this for a while now. So pretty awesome to see them actually bring it to the stage like this.
Yeah, and it's cool to see it get the love it really deserves online. I saw Jake Lucky tweet out a video from this LAN. I want to just see like what, let's just curious, what kind of like eyes and interest do we have around Halo 2? Here we go. 650,000 views, man. That is unbelievable. On the tweet alone, 150,000 views for these players. You can go on Twitter right now at Jake Sucky. You can get another glimpse, POV into the action. You can see all of it displayed in that tweet. But yeah, it's 2023 and we got 1 million people essentially talking about Halo 2 today. What is this? So sick.
Oh, here's a wide shot of the real ones. You can see Gunshot on the far left with his girlfriend, and we've got a bunch of people all over the place here. I see Scythe in the middle there with looks like Tone. OG's got his arms around him. Mines with he's got his other arm around Mines. I see Zilge on the far right.
Is that Swiftkill in the middle?
Swiftkill, yeah, that's Swiftkill.
To the right.
Yeah, that's him in the front
with the hat. And
the hat on and the black hoodie.
Oh, yep. Man, what a great group of guys. Just love Halo 2. Been playing it for so many years now. Pretty cool to see them bringing this back. Like I said, Gunshot is streaming this stuff pretty regularly. You can follow his channel, Gunshot TV. He's streaming himself playing on X-Link with a lot of these guys. They actually are playing on OG Xboxes. They have them in their own homes and they're playing it online together. And they just flew out for this for Vegas, put it all together. I think most of it was funded by MVC, if I'm not mistaken. He's a legend right now who's just loves the game and loves to support these guys. So shout out to these gamers right here.
And this isn't the only group. We've had the Beachland guys that do Halo 1 tournaments just like this regularly. I mean, they're always running tournaments almost every weekend.
Yeah, man. There's still a lot of people that love this stuff, man. And I feel like if it came back and it was like known that it was happening, you could probably fill an arena with people that want to play this. Like, if there was enough setups and like a large enough venue to host it, like, and enough, I guess, publicity around it, like, how many people do you think would show up to a Halo 2 tournament? Probably, maybe more than would show up for the Halo Infinite tournaments. I'm not even gonna lie.
I think it could absolutely be a thing. I think hosting a classic Halo LAN weekend where you have competition through in Halo CE 2 and 3, But it's not even just so much about the competition. You should have play areas where anybody can go experience the classic thrill and nostalgia of competing on those old school devices and setups. There could be panels, meet and greets with like former H1 pros like Zios or whoever. I mean, there's so much stuff you could do with a classic Halo convention, where it's like I said, it's not even, it's just, the competition is just one piece of the puzzle. It's really about content, culture. Like there's just history. There could be so, man. I know for me, I personally, I would absolutely go to that. I would be there in an instant.
Oh yeah, you have to.
100%. We saw a glimpse of that other page there. I thought I saw Callus in the background. Did I see Callus there? I think
he's probably out there. He's hanging a lot with the LVT, or excuse me, with the Las Vegas Halo folks. Yeah, there he is, right there in the middle, top mid.
That's Laz.
Yeah, what's up, Laz? I wonder if Laz is in chat. Oh, I see. Okay.
It almost looks like Suspector on the left too in the gray shirt, but yeah, that's Cal. Is that Suspector?
No,
it looks like him.
not
It's
there.
not him.
Oh, okay.
I see Kyle Scion, Notorious, in the Real Ones Discord for a number of reasons. I won't get into that. We see Havoc in the back right, and then I think that's H2 Exotica on the far right. So I'm not familiar. I haven't met all these guys in person. I probably know all of these guys, but I haven't met all of them in person yet. So, then Stormy's in the far back left there. I saw him too, But we are just waiting for the losers semifinals that's playing right there on the right of the screen. You see Gunshot and his team looks like they're playing on midship, if I'm looking at that correctly right now. And as soon as that series is over, we're going to get the winner of that against Zildjian's team. And then the winner of that will go on to grand finals to face off against Hypnox. So let's talk about the next set of game types we're going to play. Looks like losers bracket finals is going to be midship CTF, Beaver Creek.
Oh, Beaver Creek.
TS. We haven't seen that yet. Lockout Ball, Warlock CTF, and Sank TS. So the game type list was a bit smaller back then. I guess there's only, 5 maps that we played on? Midship, Sank, Lockout, Warlock.
Yeah, that's wild because it never felt like it got repetitive. And I think that's how many maps we have in Halo Infinite. But I feel like I get a little tired of recharge after so long. So it just goes to show it's kind of incredible when you look at that. Just, the simple map design execution in these classic Halos is timeless.
Yeah, absolutely.
It really is.
I wish we saw more Sanctuary. It looks like we'll see if there's a bracket reset or we get to game 4 in the grand finals. We'll see Sanctuary. We haven't seen it yet on the stream. Or if we get to game 5 in the next series, we'll see Sanctuary as well. But man, talk about some of the other maps that we played back then, like Headlong in the big team battle. We had Headlong.
Waterworks.
We had Waterworks.
Blood Gulch.
Coagulation, as it was called in Halo 2.
Yes.
Relic was the one that came in with one of the map packs.
What was the map where you could shoot down the spiky things in the roof? What was
Waterworks.
Waterworks. Okay, that was a really fun one.
Dude, I'll never forget that one montage. What was it? Bull X.
Oh
yeah.
Bull X.
And like,
words.
And he shot the stalactite and it perfectly hit the guy, and that's when he had the bass drop in the music.
Oh man.
Yeah.
If we could probably just watch an hour of Halo 2 montages and react to that, that would be some content for the next hour if we want to find something to do while we wait for these guys to finish out their series. All day. Oh, so many classic Halo 2 montages. That was really a really interesting subculture and subset of the MLG community, but it was kind of like the bastard stepchild, at the time content was not viewed the way it is in Halo Infinite, where people support it, people cheer for it, people want to see content from pros. Back then pros were vehemently against creating content while competing at the same time. I remember the Ogre Twins once telling me that montages are for noobs, gamers win tournaments. So it really interesting to see how far things have come from those days.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of what started it all, right? It's very different times back then. Like I said, this is before YouTube, so before what I call the attention economy of our modern age really developed. And it was, I don't know, you kind of just did your own thing individually and didn't have to share it with social media because it wasn't really a thing yet, besides MySpace. But it's kind of like the beginning of all that time. It's very different for sure.
Trying to get an idea of what game they're on, taking a peek at those monitors. Those boob tubes.
I think they're on midship.
It looks like yeah, that's front of one of the bases. Yep.
And it would be
that's game 2. Okay, so
or game 3.
For game 3, yeah. So they're on game 3. It looks like don't have a bracket update so far. It says Crazy up 1 over Gunshot. I'm not sure if that's still the case. Somebody's got to have a second win if we're in game 3. So
yeah, I see the oddball on the far right player screen. Yeah, I saw somebody mention Bureau Mountain chat. Shout out to Jexney, another old school Halo 2 player that I played with quite a bit back in the day. Shout out to Magic Moonshot, who's newer to the Halo community, but we'd love to have her. Thanks for hanging out in chat, Magic. She was casting earlier today during the Infinite tournament. Awesome streamer in her own right. Go follow her channel. We got Dino Mike, Halo 1 and Halo 2 legend in the chat. Leafeon Zoomer, who plays Infinite, thinks Halo 3 is the best game of all time, but he's completely wrong. We're watching the best game of all time right now.
Oh, T-Mackin and Spaniard?
Yeah, Spaniard, yep. Dude. Thanks for hanging out, everybody here.
It's not just a game. It's a competitive sport.
Oh, this is the USA Network. Let's go.
Get ready.
Oh my God.
The 2006 MLG Pro Circuit season
is going to make me cry.
About to begin.
I love this.
Oh my God. Was that Fonzie?
So much.
Looking lasered. Oh my God. Look how locked in Dave Walshy is in 2005.
Oh, who edited this? This is crazy.
Oh God. The emotion, the pain.
Defy. T-Squared,
Gandhi, Walshy.
Oh, this is epic.
Wow. And T-Squared, there he is right there. T-Squared at the time wasn't a top player, but he had such a larger-than-life personality. He was featured on MTV's True Life at the time. A lot of people's first ever glimpse into the life of a professional gamer. And I think that really played into his benefit, not winning championships, but he was really regarded as that type of player even before he ultimately won the national championship in Halo 3. So I always remember watching T-Squared and his electric personality in this Halo 2 era. The Boost Mobile MLG Pro Circuit. I don't even know if Boost Mobile's still around.
Yeah, I remember they showed him behind the scenes of the main stage. He went behind the curtain after they lost the World Championship in 2007 to Carbon. And T-Square just like spiked his controller as hard as possible on the ground, and you just hear the smack. And it was they put that in the USA in the show. It was great.
Oh, you got to have that in the show. That's what everybody wants to see. There is again. Yeah. I think is that Tupac right there? The big dude. I think that was Tupac.
I'd have to see it again. I was looking at the get up that T-Squared was wearing with his. Oh, that was Tupac. Yeah, I can see it on that other feed. He's wearing the basketball jersey at the Halo 2 tournament. Shout out to T-Squared. He's back in the community, doing big things. We actually have an announcement, me and T-Squared, pretty soon here, so be on the lookout for that. But
let's go.
You guys coming out of retirement together?
Yeah, imagine.
Team of two.
Zildjian's in chat. Thank you for the update. They just started game 4. Okay, so we're just playing some. This is the USA Network.
Dude, look at this. And
this is what it looked like.
This is not only what it looked like, but this is kind of what it looks like right now, man. So again, how cool to see this LAN essentially recreating the exact same scene that you see here in 2005, 2006, I believe, Meadowlands. Wow.
This was my second event I attended. I was 15 years old, and I'll never forget it. I'll never forget this tournament.
Walk us through it.
Well, I mean, for me, I did really well in the free-for-all. Played against these guys on the screen a lot in the free-for-all. I ended up getting top 8, finished 4th in the round robin. Played against these guys. And in teams, I got beat by Little Poison. In the 4v4, I lost to Little Poison.
Wasn't he like 6?
He was like 7 or 8 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was on a team with Scrub Twista, who we've been playing with recently, Goose, and D-Mac, who's now a stand-up comedian. But yeah, we definitely choked in the game 5 of that series.
Oh.
My team was Latda, Gamzu, and Rabid. They were just local Virginia players that I knew from there.
This would have been 05, right? Because the Carbon hadn't even kind of,
No,
you
this
know,
was 06.
This was 06. Okay. So, and it was 07 or 06. This was the year that Carbon won the national championship.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
So this is Gandhi, Carbon, and the likes of Kate the Armor and the rest of that squad really climbing the ranks. Got exit wounds, man. A top 4 team that just, I feel like always had a chance to win, but never really, like, they never had that success. They were almost like a baby straight ripping that didn't get as far as a straight ripping, but they were always right there.
Well, they did win some events, but it was like the events where, like, I believe
Like
Final Boss didn't
EGL.
even,
The side events,
didn't even
yes.
go to.
It was the side events. Yep.
EGL and like whatever that other league was.
Exit wounds. If you went to a local in the South region, Exit wounds was winning every single event. From Florida all the way across to Arizona, they would show up at every single local and dominate everybody.
Killer N was like the only one that would really do well against the top teams. Like, he would drop 30 bombs and a Slayer. Like, he was just nuts.
Killer N.
That wide,
Oh yeah.
That wide picture that they took outside, like by the graffiti, they had the Smash Pros there with him too. I saw PC Chris and Ken and Mewtwo King. Oh man, that was back when Smash and Halo were in the same venue. Good times.
Yeah. Oh, Ken and Asai. Oh my god. Isaiah, right? Isaiah.
Yeah, Isaiah and Ken were like the doubles gods.
Too good.
God, I always remember like how crazy I thought it was that there was how they get this camera angle.
Based on how they finished. For example, first place, that's 2,000 points. Second place, 1,600. Third place, 1,400. So on. And
Look at this, guys. We're still 20 years later. We're still talking about points.
It's the same system, yeah, because it worked. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know.
Point check.
Yeah. Point check.
Point check.
Noob.
Oh man.
Look at that bracket. That's got to be 32 teams there. Holy.
Well.
Yep.
It's got to be 32. That is a thick bracket.
He just said that 140 teams entered, but yeah, only the top 32 made it to pro bracket.
Oh.
Yep. The top 16 teams from open bracket.
These amateur teams battled it out, hoping to earn one of the remaining spots in the professional bracket.
The grind through split screen Halo 2.
Look at that.
There's that
split screen grind. That's
Victory
dude,
X.
that's Victory X. Oh my God, that is so crazy to see him make a cameo in this. Wow.
Wow,
he was so underrated.
Oh, yeah, holy. What?
I know, that's what I'm literally blown away that Victory X was there. That is insane.
Wait, was he on that 5K roster? No, that was Fear Itself, Hokum.
No. They got like, he was on FBI Michigan with Macchio, Tupac, and Slim, Dirt McGirt.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, wow.
And they got, I think, top 6, 5th or 6th.
Yeah, I think so.
At Worlds or Nationals, whatever.
Oh, this is a great matchup.
This is it. This is a classic.
That's that Defy squad you're talking about.
I think Gandhi just double shotted him right there.
Oh, way to go, T Squared. You're real good. You're real good. Dude, Gandhi would antagonize. You want to talk about if T Squared was Superman, Gandhi was the green kryptonite because that dude was always crawling up T Squared's ass, talking shit, trying to get under his skin. And it didn't work there. 3-0 sweep for straight ripping. And oh, man, it looked a little easy.
Yeah, Straight Rippin' came out very hot in 2006. They were getting second, third, but they just could never get it done. Eventually, in 2007, they made massive changes. T-Squared.
That's when Neighbor
he eventually got it done. Yeah, when Neighbor came on the scene, that was it for.
Shout out to Mason, if Mason's watching.
The top female competitor would have been Xena, and I believe, Magic, she was the first ever female Halo pro at the time. I think she placed top 16. I forget which squad she was on, but
no. Halo
okay,
1, Xena got top 8 with her brother.
Okay, that's where it was in Halo 1.
So in Halo 2, I think the best placing girls were Smiley Girl and Xena when they teamed with Drummer, EX, and X Snake. Yeah.
Yep.
And they got top 24, I believe.
Maybe.
I think they got either top 24 or top 32. They definitely made pro bracket. So that was like the first time girls had ever gotten top 8. And then I actually teamed with Xena for the New York playoffs this year. with Timeliest Brute, and it was supposed to be Rudy Reborn, but he stayed home to play World of Warcraft, so we had to pick up a new fourth at the door, and we ended up getting DQ'd because we didn't go around it the right way. But,
that was Saiyans' downfall, apparently, was Warcraft.
World of
When Warcraft
yeah.
came out,
That's what they
everybody was
said,
on
yeah.
that shit.
But Xena was a fierce competitor. When I teamed with her, she was going on she went on like a running riot on Warlock CTF, I remember.
Oh, wait. Did you guys just notice that? Was this where the bracket, you would take if you matched up with a team that you had previously played, you'd carry the series result?
Yes.
Is that why it's
continuation?
4-0? It's 4-0 to start the lower bracket finals. Oh, man, that feels a little tilty.
Yeah, if you match the same team you had previously played, it still carries the other set result.
It makes sense, though.
Kind of does.
I loved it.
Yeah. So I guess it turns into a best of 7 then?
Best of 11.
Or best of, oh my God, you're right. It was best of 11s.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Oh,
I mean, these
that
games,
original main
these games
stage.
went by faster for the most part. Like Slayers in this game really only went like 5 minutes on average.
Yeah.
So like, you could play a few extra games, whereas like the Slayers nowadays take probably 8 to 9 minutes usually.
Question is, are they old enough and mature enough to really pull it together?
Shockwave.
Yeah, Shockwave, legendary player, arguably one of the best Halo 2 players ever, in my opinion. He was one of the smartest
no doubt.
players.
The smartest, yeah, yep.
No doubt. He was winning he won like 2 free-for-alls when it was on split screen.
His double shot was insane too.
We like to just shoot, and if we get no shields, retreat. And so if we can slow it down so that they're not
Wow,
getting
fallacy.
us when we're retreating, then we're gonna have the advantage.
Yeah, so once you get into the pro scene, like everything's different. Like you're no longer on split screen. You get your full screen. Like I think you go into full screen about round 5 in open
Yeah, it was
bracket.
late. It was late. 5. Yep.
And it's like it just everything changes. Like you gotta watch your teammates screen more. You gotta sit a certain way. You gotta have maybe headphones. A lot of people didn't wear headphones, but
yep.
They keep showing Ivory Tower in the preview, but we definitely did not play Ivory Tower at this tournament.
In this matchup, what should we look for? Teams will battle for
correct.
I'm just confused why they keep showing Ivory. In
They were a little short for content, and it looks like Team Slayer Ivory Tower, but that's just so weird that they're highlighting it and they're putting it in the graphic and they're not going to play it. That seems a little faded.
The rocket, which is right above it.
Yeah, could have been champ bracket only. I believe it looks like they're loading up Ivory Tower here.
Wait. Well, I don't know.
Maybe
Yeah, I
it's
guess
07.
so.
They got rid of it in 07. I think.
That might be. You might be right.
Yeah.
I don't remember playing this map in 2006.
I know it got taken out of the rotation, but I think this might have been the last tournament then. I don't know.
In 05, there was like Sanctuary Team Snipers was a game type at Atlanta 05. I remember that.
Yeah. Yep.
It'd be kind of cool to see some like different, like nuanced game types nowadays that are just like totally curveballs.
I love Team Snipers on Sanctuary. I always thought that was like one of the really good kind of like oddball game types or off the wall game types.
Making his way up top.
Damn,
Yeah.
Fonzie was 20?
Yeah, no, it showed all their ages a second ago. The oldest was like 21. They were all pretty young.
Everyone was 17. Everyone was.
They were all 19, 20, and 21 on this team.
Just snuck right up there and took it from him.
Fonzie's still moving. This is an inordinate amount of motion.
Wow! Look at the observer, quote unquote, where you I guess you can see who you're watching based on the bottom. You see
the overlay.
Does the overlay go grayscale when a player dies? Like I have so many questions.
What is this?
Wow! Look at this replay.
I have no idea.
How did they get the? How did they gather
No
this?
idea. I have no idea how they did that.
That was done.
There's no way they
in the
recreated
module.
that.
They did recreate it.
Because no way, it was the exact same.
Look at the game type though. It said Team Slayer with the lock on
Yeah.
it. That's the default Team Slayer. That's not what they played.
That's
you're right.
crazy. Bungie
Wow.
hooked them up.
They recreated that. That is unbelievable.
One shot to the head is an instant kill, so that's a weapon you don't want out there flowing around.
The
I
production
love
value
sniping on
was-
Ivory Tower.
Oh yeah.
So what was,
Got to go backwood.
what was crazy
Oh.
about this map is, like, remember on Lockout I was telling you guys when the sniper was going to respawn? On this map, it would just keep respawning after you picked it up. And it was like a minute.
matter what,
Yeah,
right?
so there could be like, everyone on the map technically could have a sniper rifle. That never really happened, but it would just keep respawning even if you had it.
Not the prettiest kill, but it's effective. Gets that sniper rifle out of Fonzie's hands.
Dude, these guys go back to now. This was pre-recorded TV, so I guess that's kind of crazy. But you still gotta admire the production value.
You really do. I mean, this was just storyboarding, the way they have it set up, the edits, everything is real clean. Good
This was
pacing
on the,
too. Like,
if anybody doesn't know, this was on the USA Network. After the 2006 season, they released this, and it was on in the morning at like 9 or 10 a.m. Pretty sure.
I missed it every morning.
So it wasn't like primetime TV, but this was like the first time that like esports was on cable television, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So it was a big deal when it came out.
Massive.
I noticed that too, the sword earlier from Strong Side. So if you were close enough, you wouldn't get the sword lunge and the instantaneous TTK. But I do recall, and I might be wrong, but I do recall the melees operating faster if you had sword than if you were just meleeing with fists. So I'm pretty sure that was kind of how that all edged out. But
you're talking about the sword melee as opposed to the lunge?
yeah, because the Strong Side there, you could see he got two really quick lunges in succession of each other. It looked much faster than if he had his hands out.
Yeah, you could definitely swing it faster. But I mean, if you were BXBing, you could do it probably just about as fast anyways.
Yeah, so Halo started off with humble beginnings on the USA Network and then moved over to ESPN. I think at one point there was even a top 10 series, just like you'd see in a Sports Center top 10. I know for me that was one of my biggest goals, was to be featured in an ESPN MLG top 10. I'm so glad I got one of those with a rocket across the map that connected with the player's forehead. But
I remember that. I had one too. My back-to-back overkills on Onslaught. With
that's right. Oh, hopping up board with Eli, but he's not done yet.
Yeah,
and then that was on Straight Rippin'. You killed Straight Rippin' back-to-back, right?
No, it's Fatal Images.
Fatal Images. Okay.
Nated, Severance, to Toxic, and Wooly at the time, I think.
Yeah.
I just remember Puckett sounding super happy, like he's not done yet.
Yeah. They even put the text on the screen. He's not done yet. Like, and then I cross the other side and get the other overkill.
Wow. The Hollister T-shirt. These are the top pros, chat. This is the era before jerseys, before organizations, before sponsorships, before massive $1 million prize pools. This was all just for the love of the game at the time, and man, that's part of my favorite thing about Halo.
Brandon Jenkins. Dude, shout out to Defy, man.
And Defy knocked out and loses the sword.
Yeah, he was another guy that kind of was under the radar for a lot of people. Like he wasn't the super flashy guy, but he was always making good plays, and his skill level was just as good as anybody else's.
He was always very consistent. He played on lower sense. He played on 3. I think most pros played on 4 or 5.
Yeah, 4.
But I remember he played on 3 cents, and his BR was just always very solid. You could always count on him to hit a 4-shot when he needed to.
Now Defy's looking to make his way in near the rockets. He's going to need some cover fire here.
He's got the OS, so if they can set up and he can get rockets.
Yeah, I think there was a list of like who had the best BRs back in the day. It was like Ogre 2, Karma, and then Defy was on.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That checks out. That's legit.
That's so crazy, man. It was before they'd wear their own team's jerseys. You'd see guys in basketball jerseys or football jerseys before even Halo jerseys. So it's just so crazy to see the kind of the come up here for Halo, the early days. And something I also noticed that overshield, it was like 2 prongs, 2 layered. You had the yellow layer and then the pink layer.
Yep.
So is that a full 200%, or is that just a visual? Is it 300?
A total of 300%. You get 200% extra when you pick it up.
Overshield, extremely powerful in the Halo 2 era.
And it came up every 2 minutes, so you kind of had to control that side of the map. Oh, they're going to talk about it right here.
Oh, there you go. And it makes sense too, because like you're running slower. You're not just zooming across the map with like hooked shots and sprinting and whatnot. So
these silly repulsors, am I right?
Yeah, exactly.
But he's not picking it up right now. Why? Well, it's a good idea to leave it.
Yeah, Shyway in chat brings up a good point. The days when sensitivity was a single number, dude, I miss that so much. Like nowadays,
now.
I got 7 pages of sensitivities that I gotta go through, like my zoom per optic setting, my fucking dead zone. Like, we didn't know what dead zones were back then, bro. We picked literally a number from 1 to 10 and just called it a day. Like, you just played You either played 3, 4, 5, or 6, pretty much. Some crackheads played on 10, but it was not on the pro level.
No, Nated was on 9.
Oh, that's right. Nated was on a super high sense.
And then he went down to 7, but still, it was cracked. He was so cracked.
Yeah.
Yeah, whenever I'm watching Halo Infinite gameplay, even today, like when 90 Night switches POV to a player on high sensitivity, it sticks out, like it jumps out at the screen at me, because it's just not, Halo's just not a game where you expect guys to be kind of making, you know, quick flicks and crack plays. It's a little bit more tried and true.
When you see somebody with a really good mouse aim and they're just real smooth with it, it is so satisfying.
Oh yeah,
the game it looks so cool.
Like Accelerate, you ever watch Accelerate play with Big Team? Like he's just like ultra precise.
I like how they're not wearing headsets. Sorry, I joined the call, so that's what
yeah, no, that's a good shout out, because this is before. Dude, I remember losing. No, they played with Sennheisers, but no Astros. I'm surprised they're not wearing Sennheisers here.
Do you remember that?
I had Sennheisers during this tournament. I was wearing them in the FFA. But I remember my voice being gone by the end of the tournament because I'm screaming at the top of my lungs so the guy on the other end of the station could hear me.
That was like dirty.
That was dirty. Nice.
Oh my god.
Yeah, see, they're all wearing Sennheisers. Or at least Gandhi is.
Well, I mean, yeah, half the squad, though. I mean, that's kind of wild, honestly.
I feel like that's a huge advantage. Like people didn't realize like how big of an advantage this was. Wasn't Astro like the first big thing for like Final Boss? Didn't they like wear Astros?
Yeah, they kind of like premiered it. I remember when they actually brought it to the pro player meeting at one of the tournaments, either in 06 or 07, to like show off the technology to us, and we're just like, this is fucking crazy.
And we can talk at the same time and listen. I remember that. It was like breathtaking technology.
Oh, because the Sennheisers you could listen, but there's no mic on it, right? So you'd have to.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when Astros came out with their headset, the A40, where you could listen and get that cheeky intel from the audio cues, in addition to communicating with your teammates, it was god tier, honestly. Like it changed the game. It really did.
This is also just
he's
such
talking
a cool
about the
segment.
Gandhi hub. Hold on, I gotta see this segment.
If you go back to the beginning of this, it's super sick the way he intros it.
Hit the left joystick down. If you pull this off right, you may win the battle, even though you're down.
The Gandhi hop.
I was Gandhi hopping everywhere I went when I played this game. Because you could also hit a boost slide if you were like on the downward slope of a ramp. That was like one of the original movement techs. Was like, it was the curb slide of Halo 2. If you hit the crouch at the right time when you hit the ground on a downward slope, you would get like, it wasn't very much, but you would definitely get like a speed boost. Yeah. Doesn't Scott work for a gaming company now? Judge S in chat. He does. I believe he was working on. Yeah, he works at High Res. Yeah, Road Company.
He actually he was working there for like 8 years, and now he just recently announced he's going to work for the people that make Hunt the Showdown, which is one of my favorite games that I love. So I'm really happy to hear it for him.
Wow, do you remember this? Kinetto? This was Walshy's clothing brand.
Yep. So smart. So smart.
Well, I think this is one of the few things that I think cost him money. Like, I think it was ahead of its time.
Yeah, it was a little early.
I remember. Yeah, I remember listening to a podcast with Walshy, and he was talking about how he lost a lot of money on the clothing brand. But honestly, I think it is just ahead of its time.
Yeah, props for being a trailblazer, Walshy. This is what Walshy's doing right here is modern day time. Like, you're a top content creator or a pro player gamer. Yeah, you probably have your own merch line. This was way ahead of its time in 05, and Walshy was really the first guy to kind of start something like a clothing brand. And you look at the early onset of an org like 100 Thieves.
Yeah, look at his cell phone.
That's where Walshy would have been, right? You talk about the timing, Garrett. Had this been 5, 6, 10, 12 years later, you know, Walshy could have been the next Nate shot if timing was different. And those two guys had the exact same mindset. They're both sponsored by Red Bull at the time. To the two gamers as featured by Red Bull as Red Bull athletes. So you kind of look at the fork in the road for Walshy and Nate shot. It's kind of wild how parallel their narratives were.
Well, I mean, he's still at Red Bull. I mean, it's like he never left.
Yep. He still manages all the influencers or whatever influencer relations for Red Bull.
It always cracks me up when I see him just hanging out with Faker. he's just like feels like he's like best friends with all the because he like basically manages all the esports professionals at Red Bull, which I think is like super neat. And I think it's like that's really nice of Red Bull to be like our OG Red Bull player is like now in charge of all the esports players. I think is really a cool initiative from them.
I mean, he's David Walsh. How could you ever fire David Walsh? Like, think about it.
I wouldn't do it.
Well, I think it's just like he brings a lot of insight that I think these players probably appreciate. You know, being from there for so long and being involved in the scene for so long.
Exactly. It goes back to why the Ogre 1 pickup for native gaming is so huge, because as a pro who's competing actively today, you get to go get in the ear of a Walshy or an Ogre twin and pick their brain. Like I said, man, that's instant improvement for those squads that have the likes of Walshy or an Ogre twin, on speed dial. Imagine.
I think you just got your answer, Magic. Why is Walshy so cool? Look at his mom, bro. His mom was fucking cool. Of course he was cool. What the hell?
Yeah, I wish it would do this for HCS, where they'd give us more of an inside look at like professional players' lives and kind of like what.
Oh yeah.
Like make it not necessarily just make it so that we have more of a personal connection with the players, because like this is, you would watch an episode of this and you would kind of get an idea of what their everyday life was like. And I mean, somehow they made Gandhi look cool with those 06 looking ass glasses and stuff. So.
I think your casual and just your day-to-day fan is probably gonna lean into and be more captivated by personality rather than even someone like a winner, right? So I think for MLG and these pros here, you saw at one point rank 18 Storm Ventures, I think. So Halo and MLG at this time was trying to tell the narrative for players and teams even outside of the top 16, which may be a little bit less feasible from a resources perspective. But yeah, credit to this era of Halo for doing such a great job to build that narrative and show off the personalities of the players. Because like I said before, I'd imagine especially a kid, especially the younger demographic, would be way more inclined to like a player based on their personality than their performance results. So that's especially why the story and the narrative is so important. And I know even for us, like as an Org G1, we have player spotlights out on our players. We asked all sorts of questions, trying to get as much personality out there into the into the ether, because that stuff matters a lot.
Yeah, if you look at the three biggest like entertainments, you look at video games, you look at film, like TV shows and movies, you look at what are the three biggest things about them? It's the characters. When you connect to a character, when you connect to a story and that character, that is what's going to draw you in week after week. And that's why sports are so big, because you follow them, the high school, pickups into the college and how they did in college and who's going to pick them up on the pro team, and all of that drama is consistent and ongoing, and it's constant, and it's real world stuff, and it's always covered. There's always interviews, there's always coverage, there's always something new happening, there's tons of controversy here and there. It's just so important.
At number 2,
this is my clip. He found it.
No way! Check it out.
I was just talking about this.
Let's go. Fallacy, take a seat.
You're totally spawn camping, bro.
Extermination killed the entire team.
He moves right here, right? Moving a little bit.
This is it.
But wait, he's not done. Oh, Nathan's gone.
Fallacy. And then just like last time, Tizoxic goes down back-to-back exterminations. Eli and Amber.
Your teammates were all missing on purpose. Beautiful.
That was number 2?
Yeah, the number 1 was a crazy like nade bounce warthog flip for a kill-tacular or something on like Valhalla.
Respect.
But
all right, it looks like we have our grand finals. Lower finals set. As Gunshot takes down Crazy Collection to take on Zildjian in the lower finals. Yes, the lower finals are now set. Zildjian's Dirts versus Gunshot's Goons. Hypnox still waiting on in the grand final side of things. So we're wrapping up, getting to the end game, getting to the conclusion of this epic Halo 2 LAN tournament.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out on Gunshot's team. I believe MVC's on his team. I know you talked about it a couple times, Eli, but MVC's the guy that I was talking to about this LAN, like who asked me to come help and stuff. And I just wanted to give a shout out to him because he like basically organizes this entire thing. I know he has personal investment, which is he disclosed how much this costs, and it's a pretty penny. Like this isn't a casual thing that he put on. It's a lot of investment from him to make sure that him and his friends can have cool experiences like this. And I'm sure it's cool to be able to put this on the stage like it is now. But shout out to MVC and what he's able to do. And,
yeah, he's the reason this is all happening, straight up.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's what it takes sometimes. You know, if you're trying to build a community or something, or if you want to, it takes one person to really take reins and to be like, I'm going to be invested in this and make sure that everyone has a good time. And I think he's done a fantastic job, considering they've done this every year since 2017.
Yep.
Like, you can tell it really matters to them.
Yeah, so this is cool. It looks like Gunshot's team did win the loser semifinals. So just to remind you guys, Gunshot's team is Gunshot, Kryptonite, MVC is actually on his roster, and Eddie. Eddie's always trolling me on Twitter. Shout out to Eddie. And then we've also got on the other side Zildjian, whose team we saw earlier. Zildjian, Gorgasm, Frenetic, and Rybread. So this will be a cool one. I've been saying for a while Gunshot might be the best Halo 2 player. So hopefully we can see his screen for a bit. He's been grinding this game on stream. And they keep track. Okay, so just to tell you guys how like serious this group of gamers are, they actually keep track of all the stats from every tournament. They, like, you'll see players taking a picture of the stat screen because they go and add it up and see who had the best kill death ratio, and then they have like an award, like a quote unquote award ceremony in the Discord, who had like the most flag pulls, who had the most best kill death ratio, who went the most negative gets called out, and it's always a good time. But Gunshot has had like the most positive ratio in almost every single one of these tournaments that I've looked at, going like plus 200 sometimes. So looking forward to seeing him and watching him slay out here.
All right, I'll make sure I put it on his POV. I'm sure he'll be wrecking.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna grab a drink, guys. We've been talking about Halo 2 for like 3 hours straight now.
Yeah, I think that tees up for a perfect chance to take a quick break. We have been enjoying some consistent Halo 2 action for the last couple hours. So much. It's so much. Time flies when you're having fun. I forgot hours had passed since we last took a break because the Halo 2 action has been just, oh man, I've been loving it. But yeah, we're gonna take a quick break as we set up for our lower bracket final. Zildjian's Dirts versus Gunshot's Goons up next.
Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Ticking like a bomb, falling in motion, center of the stage, hoping that we'll be right. Back again. You gotta help me out, help me out. Riding coasters to dream your eyes. You gotta help me out, help me out. Swim in oceans to breathe your eyes. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight.
the game. I loved it. You hitting the pen over there? Yeah. We gotta get back down to German.
5 minutes remaining.
How much does second get?
Not a goddamn clue.
I only care about what first gets.
True.
Facts. It was a team.
The trip. Oh, get the tech.
No free tax here.
Damn, your own teammate, bro.
Yep, that's how we do.
Do you challenge that, Jane?
Tied the lead. Lost the lead.
Oh no, Shake City.
A double shot not hit you? I was gonna say, I thought that was 2-shot dub shot.
Canceled myself, fucking bitch.
I haven't got the timing right for the BXR shot.
You got that one.
but I meant like when you're reloading, like you gotta do it at a certain time. Oh, bro, I'm literally double shotting.
Where you come from?
I spawned below you.
Oh, yeah, jump. You guys fucking made it, yo. Let's go home. Huh? The Chicago boys, yo. We're gonna be chirping for sure. What was that, dude?
Good teamwork, Rybread.
What the fuck? What just happened, bro? I just went like flying. I'll let you get the kill. we gotta.
Thank you. I spawned there. I mean,
oh my god. R2 Zilch. Rise weak.
Game over.
That's a fact. You know, Beth.
Got the bait.
Now they can hear it. Yes, if they disconnected it, they couldn't hear red.
Oh, okay.
That's what they're on it. You guys were here
What up?
Couldn't
We
hear
already
this
beat him
on
up.
stream.
We get to do it again.
What's the game time you saw?
Huh?
Yeah, I'm looking for the gauges right now. Give me a second. Alright, we're
The
gonna
mix amp to the PC was disconnected.
some brackets. It's Midship CTS, viewer TS. Wow, so viewers. Lockout ball.
Our map, this series.
So it's probably for them there. Just play. I mean, Miami was a cool play. Really? Listen for it? Top one?
In that, yeah. Top one, north top one.
Okay.
No 3 to 5 seconds. They call out. You're not the best power.
Let's go, boys. I like
it, bro. We gotta get into each other.
Let's go, damn.
How many points LeBron have?
38. 50 bomb. 50 bomb right here. 42 target. Alright, you guys good?
Don't give him that free kills.
Alright. For real.
Alright, where's sight? Where's the side?
Yo, it's gonna be 2-0 again. Eddie, you beaming over there?
It's a happy ending.
Eddie's gonna be killing with OBJ. Gonna be OBJing it up over
OBJ?
so much OBJ, like 5 minutes per ball. Let them just kill everything. Right.
Alright, boys, let's get this.
Alright, let's go, boys. Those guys go.
You're not rewarding yourself after?
Do we got time to run to the back board?
Chuck it up.
Right, red.
Let's go, boys.
Hey, right, red's Xbox. Kill this zone.
What happened?
He's not in here.
Oh.
Which is the bottom?
Yeah, it's the bottom one.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, right, red's Xbox froze. We're restarting.
Think it's because of the call mod or no?
It could be. In the meantime, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick.
Alright. I'll set you up then. This is a nice controller, bro.
He's real. Mark is real.
Man, I need a fucking picture, bro. Find the picture. Bro, what is this UI? Why not just have them like go forward facing? They're like slants, you could like hardly see them. What the fuck? Oh wait, this Xbox might be shot. I don't know about that. Yo, he can't join Gunshot's host, so someone else will have to host. Maybe Eddie? Host? Why am I leader? Yeah, remake the lobby. Alright. You make the lobby? Oh, you just did something for it. Oh, I thought it was fucking around with the work. I tried. I just came back. That I was unguardable in here. Alright. Close the lobby. Yeah, you ready? Alright, let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. Oh! Yep, let's go. Alright, boys. Let's go. Final sweat. I'm on. P2. Car pocket. Left floor. Rise the beat.
Car slide. One shot the car slide. They're bubble one shot.
All right, here we go. Lower bracket finals action on your screen, and 4 down for Team Zildjian. That's going to open up the push here for Team Gunshot as they look to pull their first flag of this lower bracket finals. Waiting in the grand finals is Hypnox. Joining me alongside this incredible Halo 2 nostalgia is Eli the Ninja 99 and Tools. Welcome back.
Yes, sir. Excited to be here. For anybody that just got here, this is actually a Halo 2 LAN. You are not hallucinating. There is no time machine involved.
Yeah.
This is actually OG Xboxes on the original equipment at a LAN center in Las Vegas, put on by NBC and the Halo 2 Real Ones Discord.
Car 2 on me, guys. Car 2 on me.
No, flag is the basement, guys.
Car 2's dead.
Last guy basement.
NBC going down there. But man, going up in the hearts of many from the community, putting this LAN together. No small feats, no small task, as a flag is out for Team Gunshot. Still working through that initial team wipe they got on Team Zildjian, and it looks like a flag is out on dueling sides. But the return there for the red team puts that flag home as well. The hot start culminates in a 1-0 finish, or excuse me, I should say 1-0 lead for Team Gunshot.
I'm red to watch. Go car off spawn. Alright, I'm going. 20 car doors. I'm one car right now. On the base.
Hopping on board here with the captain himself as he strong sides away from the Eli ledge. So much history on display, and a death there. Love to see that as Kryptonite looks to push up, but with 3 members at least down for this red squad, he's going to have to just stay alive here. Last member alive in a 1v1 piv. Gets the double shot out, but it doesn't connect on the captain, Zilge. But with Kryptonite staying along this long in the bubbles, it's going to allow his teammates to come support him at this rate.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. But they did say they're gonna have some banter in between these games based on the what do you say? Because he's from Chicago. But I love the passion coming in from these guys. I feel like you know, we're getting transported back to 2006.
Lots of passion, lots of nostalgia in the comms. As another flag is out for this red squad, it looks like it's going to be a 2-0 lead for them. It is. Team Gunshot coming off that lower bracket semis win, I believe, in a 3-1 fashion. Look hot, continuing into this lower finals. Up 2-0 here on Midship CTF.
I believe Gunshot's team got knocked down in the first round too, if I recall correctly. So this has been like quite a run for them to go through all day, having to play through the elimination bracket, but back to the finals. Gunshot won the tournament last year with, I don't know who his other teammates, but he was the captain that won last year. He always goes far, one of the best Halo 2 players according to everyone at that venue.
Yeah, this has been a great lower bracket run for Gunshot Squad, as it looks like ever since the lower bracket round 2, he has been in the lower side of things and continuing to come out with his back against the wall. Great lower bracket run here for Team Gunshot. Has them in the lower bracket finals. Up 2-0 here on Midship.
That's funny. This is the team that knocked them out of winners. So they did. Gunshot's first match of the day was against, how do I say this? Zildjian. So Team Zildjian knocked them out of the winners bracket first game. So this is their revenge game right now. Lost 3-2 in winners round 2.
All right, I'm back. Had a bit of technical difficulty, but I am back. And wow, red team's already up 2-0.
Yeah, it was off rip. 4 went down for Team Zildjian, and this Team Gunshot has never looked back since building that to a 2-0 lead.
I felt like that nade was like perfectly placed on him.
Yeah, if you didn't play, you probably don't realize the radius for the grenade damage is pretty small in this game. You had to be really accurate with your grenade placement. Yeah. They're not like the nukes that we experience in Halo Infinite, that's for sure. There's also like
gunfight
geometry that blocks the explosion radius as well.
Well, that was an incredible job there by Gunshot, really playing that distraction role at bottom mid. Had the low ground, didn't have the best positioning to earn some slaves, but he had the best positioning to potentially double cap here. 3-0 lead now for Team Gunshot, and if they put this one in, it's going to be 4-0.
Coming out swinging for all the reasons I said before. This guy's been playing non-stop Halo 2. He actually did play Infinite for a little while and was quite good at it as well, but decided that this is his home and where he's happy, so he's showing us why. Early lead 4-0, and how many minutes have even passed? 5?
Yeah, he was alive for like 10 minutes. It was insane.
That is
thought we had a party hat there.
Look how weak.
It's crazy how different Halo 2 is to Halo Infinite when it comes to these flag running. Look at this. I think this is the 5th flag. Oh no, first flag for blue team coming in. But like we're 4 minutes into the game. We've seen 4 flag captures.
Yeah.
It feels like it takes like a whole game to get a flag capture in Halo Infinite.
The general pace of these matches tonight has felt faster than Halo Infinite. I don't know if that's because we don't have quite the level of teamwork and camaraderie where these guys have been playing for months and years together, and there's strategy involved that kind of slows down the game a little bit. But here in Halo 2, despite not having sprint, the games feel twice as fast as Halo Infinite somehow.
Well, I was talking to Clutch, and because I was asking him about that same thing, and what he said was that you put him on Halo 2, Halo 3. He said the spawn traps I can put you in those games you just don't get in modern shooters anymore. And he says that's why it facilitates such easy caps, is because you're really just looking for the first setup, put them in that spawn trap, and then you know how to get a flag home.
Yeah, and that's a really important note there. Halo Infinite really prioritizes the team that's down in numbers. It really prioritizes putting you in a favorable position off spawn, whereas in Halo 2 and 3, man, you were on your own, bro. You get into a blender on the pit or a midship, and you're gonna turn into a smoothie because there's no help in the form of the developers and the code that they've created, the spawn system that they've created, as we have a 4-1 game here. Team Zildjian putting a little bit of a comeback together. There's another flag out potentially, but you're going to return that one and look to go on the offensive. 4-1. Well, we got 8 minutes left. Still plenty of time.
Yeah, so
they said you Eli. They said they're Eli, bro.
Yeah, so these guys, for whatever reason, they call that entire half of the base the Eli. Maybe it's just easier to say than their pink side base. So they just, like, if someone's walking out that side, they just say Eli. But I was going to say, you're going to see these guys just fighting for pink 2 over and over. You just saw 3 members of red team fly into here. That's how powerful this part of the map is. And the reason it's so good is because you can see, like, deep into the car. You can see the car spawns. You can see under the base spawns. You can just basically negate the other team's option to leave their base if you have good shots from here. And then you see Zildjian now actually going all the way to P3, which is an even better spot to shoot from, but it's also more dangerous because you're more exposed to the elements. If red team can get control of pink here and then send a guy through car side, which it looks like Eddie is doing right here, and they have good timing with it, like this push probably would have led to a flag cap if the pink side players didn't die, but that's when you're going to see the pull, is when they have 1 car and probably 2 or 3 pink side.
Big win, though, for Team Zildjian as they've won back that P tower control. They're doing really well on the car side as well. As Zilj takes down 1 from Team Gunshot, has a player down bottom mid. That's MVC. He's going to be a fairly free kill. Zildjian with this carbine control is going to open up the lane for a car run here with that flag potential cut in half with this lead, but no, the slays, the team gets cut in half as 2 go down for Team Zilj. But I got to give credit to Zildjian. He's doing a great job anchoring carbine. Just needs a little bit more support.
Yeah, your going car side is good, but it doesn't lead to much value on the map unless you have that opposite side angle as well. You know, like a lot of players that you shoot at car side can just easily escape unless you have that guy P2 that can get that cutoff angle if they try to go back into the base.
Still a feverish battle going on. I feel like anytime 99 switches to somebody at P Street or P2, he's going to have a double kill potential on the screen as Slay's going out. MVC locking down and anchoring P2. Doesn't have the shields, though, to continue to peek out. Does a good job playing patient. Recollects those shields, recollects some intel, gathers the intel, spots players across at Carbine, across at Blue. Now in a 1v1 piv with Rye, takes him down for the killing spree. And with those slays, MVC and the rest of Team Gunshot are going to look to defensively lock down this lead with just 5 to go.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, with 5 minutes to go, they're not thinking about just playing defense, but realistically, as long as they don't let their flag get pulled, they win this game, right? So it's okay to kind of lean a little bit more on the defensive side, especially with how it's been going, trying to clear out the pink side of the base. You don't want to give them pink for free, but it's okay to just kind of lean on defense here.
Rye on the chase, able to take down the flag runner MVC, but it's Gunshot protecting the new flag runner for Team Gunshot, and that double kill will likely put in the final score. Midship CTF going in favor of Team Gunshot with an emphatic Game 1 win, 5-1. Wow.
Yeah, awesome plays from Gunshot. You saw him kind of using the host that the other players are complaining about whenever they play against him. I think they said that he's been host for the last 10 years, which might be true, but...
Oh, 3 decades, brother.
Yeah, well, yeah. Back in the day, he didn't have a very good internet connection, so he didn't host that much back then, but in this day and age, yeah.
And you've noticed the host in every single one of these lobbies, Eli, where we've noted that, they've gotten the most assists. So playing that host role, making sure that you're getting in as much damage as possible. I'd actually be really curious to see the hit percentage stat sheet. I don't know if we have comms with the folks on site running that scoreboard, but man, that'd be really curious to see. I always loved looking at the hit percentage in Halo 2.
I want to talk about the beginning of this. So we're seeing Beaver Creek for the first time. Now in Halo 2, The initial spawns are not set. It's actually random. So your whole team could spawn in the back of the blue base. They could spawn literally in the middle of the creek. And the very beginning of this game type heavily favors whoever wins the luck of the draw that spawns closest to the overshield. You saw that Gunshot's team, I believe, was the team that got it there. And the overshield's going to respawn every minute. So when the player picks up the overshield, they have to take a glance at the clock and then calculate a minute later and then tell their team at what second they should be preparing to set up for the OV. So the next overshield is going to spawn about the 13:55 mark. So coming up fairly soon here, you're going to see a lot of the players kind of lean towards that direction to try to get the next overshield.
And what do you think about that, Eli? Surely these players don't have coaches. I don't know, maybe they do, but what do you talk me through that as a player? Assigning a role for someone to time power-ups, as we see Eddie grab that for Team Gunshot. What's that dynamic look like here in Halo 2, where you don't have a HUD or a UI icon that lets you know when overshield's coming up?
I mean, if I'm being completely honest with you, the new games are just giving you training wheels so you don't have to use your brain. And I kind of like the fact that you had to use your brain back in the day. Like you had to, like you saw me predicting the sniper respawn time on other maps based on when it despawned. Like you had to kind of think and do some quick math in your head, figure out when things were respawning. You don't have to rely on the UI to tell you what the hell's going on. Like you had to know. And it also added kind of a layer of strategy, because if you were the team that had the last sniper rifle, you're the one that decides to drop it. You kind of control exactly when it's going to come up, and that's information the other team doesn't have. So it does kind of add a layer of like emphasis to like basically an added reason to go for the power up, because you're going to be the one that's more likely to get the next one.
Compound interest on that overshield as we see it up once again. This pace of play really determined and dictated by that overshield, as we see Gunshot with low shields crank all the way back up to triple shields, takes down Zilge with the use of that overshield. But I got to give credit to Team Zilge, really focusing fire on Gunshot, not allowing him to pop off with that snipe. And with that strategy, Team Zilge in game 2 have a 3-kill lead, needing it.
Yeah, and I'll just say, well, first of all, the next OS is 42. I did catch that in the kill feed. Now, nobody went up to these rockets. Eddie did not grab these rockets from the rock ledge or arc. So I'm assuming they used one of the mini nerd nades in this game to nade the rockets down. So similar to some of the other games in the series, you could nade weapons off of their spawn point. There's actually a few really sneaky nades you can throw from inside the blue base that drop the rocket launcher in front of the blue base.
The double jump help.
Oh,
jumping
yeah,
off
jumped
of
off
the
his
head of the
teammate's
opponent
head
to reach the back of this blue base, I want to say. Blue or red, but nonetheless, it's the strategy that gets Gunshot up to the top of that base, takes down Zilge, starts cutting into this lead. 5 kills still for Zilge.
You're telling me that player dynamics, like having dynamic players where you can like jump on top
collision
of stuff, is like collision. Yeah, you're telling me that's like a good aspect of the game. Collision's on.
That would be yeah.
Wow, I didn't know you could have collision in a Halo game. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's a really crazy concept. It's kind of like antiquated though. It's not modern Halo, so. Oh god, that just made me so mad, dude. You just brought out my toxic traits. Bringing up collision and watching that incredible strat play out on our screen. That's sort of the layers, like you talked about, Eli, peeling back the onion, that you kind of miss having in Halo Infinite, where you know, certain strategies you just would never see.
Yeah, no, it really adds a cool dynamic. I mean, this map you'll see it a lot more, just because like being on top of these bases obviously is a great vantage point, as you see Gunshot taking advantage of with some awesome snipes right here. But sometimes you get trapped behind the base, and you would otherwise have to walk all the way to the side of the base and then jump up and be exposed from more parts of the map. But these guys said, you know what, use my forehead to jump off of and get where you want to go. So and you could also jump. If the player underneath you jumped after you jumped, you could jump again off of their head at the apex, so you could get even even more height.
Jump.
Yeah. And there's definitely some fun and interesting situations you could use that to your advantage.
Yeah, what were some of the other ones, if you can recall, Eli, what were some of the other ones that were really popular? I know that this was a strategy that was much more widely used back in the classic Halos, but yeah, player collision really opened up a lot of secret routes and access that wouldn't be there before. Are there any others outside of this one on Beaver Creek that you can recall?
Yeah, there's a really hype moment from bottom sword on lockout where players would grab the sword and then jump into the library from underneath and break an entire BR setup. We talked about how there's only a few ways to break that setup on lockout, but one of them was to get extra nerdy and jump off your buddy's forehead to get into the library with the sword.
I'm noticing a lot of animation cancels with the reloads.
Yes.
Can you walk through that with the rockets and other guns?
Yeah, so there's a whole slew of ways to reload faster in this game. One of the most common ways is to just YY, so switching your weapons, but if you see it happen, it doesn't even look like their gun fully switched. It's it'll just barely dip below the screen for like maybe a quarter second. Nice grenade, by the way. And then another one would be the BXR reload. So if you're in the middle of the reload, you can press BXR about halfway through the animation and it'll immediately melee and then shoot and your clip will be full. You could also grenade reload. So if you're missing some bullets and then you throw a grenade and you press X twice, it would just reload automatically without you having to push anything else. So there's a lot of different things that are being used by these players to just be more efficient and output more damage faster.
48-42. Team Zilch looking to put the finishing touches on this Game 2 win that would have them tied here in the lower finals. Snipe in the hands of Kryptonite. That's going to prevent Team Zilch from winning just yet. But Team Zilch does a great job stopping what looked like the only hope for Team Gunshot. Gets eliminated, and so too does the entire squad. Game 2 goes into favor of Team Zilch. We have a tie, 1-1 series.
And you heard a little bit of trash talk coming out of Zildjian right there. I heard it. I didn't hear exactly what he said, but he said, "You don't do that," or something along those lines. That's why you don't do that. So they're getting each other's heads here, just like the old school days. Stand up, talk over the TV, let them know that you just destroyed their soul.
You know why I know that this is an OG Halo Classic LAN? Even the spectators are drinking Red Bulls. Even the spectators are cracked and lasered out of their minds. Something you'd only expect from a Halo 2 LAN, where I'm sure that guy was just recently playing, and he probably is even after this tournament ends, I bet you at midnight, 1 o'clock a.m., he's probably hopping back on.
No, these guys are not going to stop playing. This tournament's going to end, and these guys are still going to play. They're in Vegas, bro. Vegas never sleeps, and neither do Halo 2 players, because these guys are going to be up till probably until their plane is about to take off playing this shit. Straight up. I don't think anyone plans to sleep. That's why you see Red Bulls in everyone's hands. It's not often that you get to play OG Halo 2 on Xboxes at a LAN center with some of your best friends. So, yeah, I don't expect this to end anytime soon.
I mean, I don't know. Just lightly putting it, this is the biggest Halo tournament, Halo 2 tournament that we've had since, I don't know, Halo 2 was on the MLG main stage. Like, this is as much attention and awareness I've seen around the classic Halos in quite some time, and I gotta, as an OG Halo player, I'm loving every bit of it.
Absolutely. I think Gunshot's back on host. He's going to show us how powerful this is. He is purposefully sitting at this part of the map. Zildjian almost died for it right there. Gore taking some hot BR bursts. Yep. See that little shot right there? That would not have killed if he was off host. I'll just say that right now. So Gunshot has definitely mastered how to control this part of the map. His efficiency with finding spawners and applying pressure is probably unmatched in this lobby right now. He is not letting these people live their lives. He is essentially, like, imagine just getting shot by this from every part of the map at all times. And then he hits Gore with the sneaky tower jump that you can actually jump off of the lip on the side of the tower. Gunshot predicts it, turns it, BXRs him in the face. That was disgusting.
Well, here we have Gunshot really taking advantage of that host and making sure he's engaging in long-range gunfights. There we saw a member of Team Zilch do his best to pressure Gunshot and put some close combat scenarios in front of him, but he says, hey, I mean, I need host. It doesn't matter if I'm on host, if I can land this BXR as he takes him down with the BXR at top BR. And for the time being, and maybe even the future of this match, Eli, we might just see Gunshot here at top BR as long as he stays alive.
Yeah, his #1 problem is running out of ammo. As you can see, he's now completely out of ammo, and he wants to go back and continue hating on the other team from top BR, so he's going to find another weapon to do so. I think if he finds another BR, he's just going to go back up there. And yeah, I'm just going to call it now. I think Gunshot gets at minimum 45 kills this game. That's what I'm predicting.
And there's a BR at BR3, right? Isn't there one that spawns there?
Yeah, it takes about a minute to respawn if I'm remembering correctly. It looks like the sniper is up. He was trying to send a teammate over there to get this sniper, but he's actually content with just keeping the other team from grabbing it right now. So yeah, he's just gonna watch his teammates try to get to that sniper rifle. Zilge actually picks it up. Nice.
Yeah, despite all that damage and positioning from Team Gunshot, the sticky lands. Zilge, what an incredible toss! Almost like dragging that reticule from left to right across the screen. Lands the sticky, but yeah, going back to Gunshot, dominating at BR3, but it's Zilge and the likes of Team Zilge dominating that oddball time over here at the Snipe Tower. Doing one better with another snipe. Kryptonite goes down, takes it in the face. These snipes are so clean.
Yeah, and this might be a shock to some people that have not seen these guys play before, but these guys are incredible at this video game. They had never really stopped playing it, and they're really putting it on display right now. Zilge is insane with the sniper rifle.
Eddie, you're a fucking bot.
Oh, this reminds me of the 1v1s I used to play against Dimdaz. Yeah, a little bit more colorful commentary.
He said,
the likes of those not on the broadcast booth.
Oh,
we see a really smart play ball there. Look at that. Just as Team Gunshot finally broke through the Snipe Tower setup, it's the well-timed play ball that keeps this 1 minute plus lead for Team Gunshot. Or excuse me, for Team Zildjian.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting dynamic that's happening, right? So you've got Zildjian on one side, who's got the sniper rifle, and you've got Gunshot on the other side, who is just dealing infinite damage with his battle rifle, and it's almost like a battle between their teammates to see who can scrap the most ball time while their star player is just murdering them over and over. So it looks like blue team so far is winning the efficiency battle by quite a large margin. Rybread finally burns the last snipe bullet, so we're going to pay close attention to when he drops it. He dropped it at 10:42. Some quick maths would say that the next one comes up at about 9 minutes and 27 seconds. So I can guarantee you that they know that that's going to happen.
So when you're in this spot as the other team, if your team Gunshot, does that mean you have basically a minute to find a break for this setup before you get put in a cycle again, or is it? Because I feel like on Lockout, what I've seen is that it's really hard to break setups. Like, is it when the sniper's off the map? Is that the time to go?
Yeah, that's definitely the best time to go. There's also like a series of nerd nades that you could set up. Like if you stand at a certain spot on the elbow and you look up at a couple wires that are in the sky, you can line up a nade that essentially blows up right where you saw that nade blow up. I'm not sure if that was a nerd nade or not, but
I think that was the nade that I was referencing, where it's got to hit two geometries to land in that exact spot.
Yeah, so there's a lot of grenade setups a la CSGO or like other games that are like that to break these setups. But yeah, if the sniper's not on the map, that's probably another good time to do it. But the thing is, blue team knows, and I'm curious to see if they send a player to go pick up the new sniper here shortly, because it's about to respawn.
Actually, you might be right.
And Eddie's actually right here, so yeah, I think it's respawning right now.
Well, and this is the kind of interesting part. You had, I believe, that blue squad who left Snipe Tower knowing that it was up in a minute, so they played for the oddball, and they're going to give, as a result, this sniper to the red team. Eddie's going to have a tough time, though, finding it. Gore and the rest of this team, Zilge, they must have the communication in the headsets, knowing that the sniper's back up, knowing that it's a point of emphasis here for the red team. They're not letting Eddie even sniff this Snipe 3.
Yeah, and look at these grenades. So the whole point of what he's doing here is he's trying to back the players off so that he could move up to Snipe 3. The sniper wasn't there when he passed it, though, so I'm wondering if somebody else picked it up.
Well, can't the nades jostle it out? That's why I thought you were originally throwing the nades.
Yeah, you have to throw some really good, precise grenades to drop it off of the snipe spawn to top mid. Because the nades really don't move the weapon that much. It's like very minimal. It's not like Halo 1 where it launches it across the map. So you have to throw like a series of very precise nades to get it to go from Snipe 3 to top mid, but somebody in this lobby probably knows how to do that.
Those barrels that spawn at the beginning of the game, they only spawn during the beginning of the game? Or do
yes.
They? Okay. And I know you can shoot those barrels and then Snipe will like shoot out.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you shoot specific parts of the barrels, it launches the snipe in different places. You could choose to shoot the barrel in a certain spot that launches the snipe off the map at the beginning, and it would never respawn. So if you're playing against a team full of excellent snipers, you could just choose to not play with the sniper rifle.
If you see Miquin on the other team, you're like, this one's who was the player in Halo 2 that was like, you send the sniper
Gandhi,
off?
Neighbor, Neighbor was probably one of the best snipers in Halo 2. I mean, the Ogre 1.
I needed top yard. I needed top yard.
All fantastic snipers.
Someone watch low. Someone watch low.
I'm looking.
It's so interesting to have that. I did or
I mean, to be honest, it was a very rare thing. I don't know if many people did it on purpose, but it did happen sometimes. Yeah, it did happen sometimes.
B2, B2.
Zilch building up a massive lead, 320 to 10. Jeez.
At 3 minutes, I mean, and you don't get the clock to stop, so there's not that much time to really get back in this game, huh?
No.
Yeah, that's about half of the available clock has to be spent holding on to the oddball, which means you're playing 3v4 at best. Red team really having an uphill battle here after what was a dominant game one, 5-1 midship CTF win for Team Gunshot. Then game 2 went to Team Zilch, and now just as strong as Gunshot, Team Gunshot looked in game 1. Now Team Zilch looking equally as good in an ever important swing game.
You're good. I'm watching your body.
Yeah, I mean, hate to say it, but like Gunshot's probably got a ton of kills, but they haven't amounted to much because the team just hasn't been able to progress across the map and grab the oddball. They're finally scrapping it up now that their back's against the wall, but seems a little bit too little too late at this point.
Top in. 3 dead.
Milk it, go BR, go BR.
MVC with that double kill. Trying to get back into the mix for Team Gunshot, but this lead right here at this point, you just got to play your numbers, play for trades, and you should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, just applying constant pressure, make it hard for them to get to the ball. Leave the ball top mid. Don't push it somewhere else. If it's top mid, the other team has to expose themselves to get to it. So that's just a easy way to play offensive defense in this oddball game type.
Window is weak.
MVC using a cheeky little head glitch right there. That's one of those kind of sneaky parts of the map that if you just run into the wall, your character model is hidden, but you can still shoot the other guy. There are a handful of those on each map in this game. So, and these guys know every single one of them, and they're going to use every possible one to their advantage.
I feel like, man, watching Halo 2 back, like, and hearing you break down all this stuff, I feel like this game is deeper than many modern games, and I don't know, maybe I feel like that's more of like just a symptom of modern games being built to be a little bit more casual friendly and easier for the masses to pick up and want to continue to play. And one of the ways you continue to want to play is by not getting shit on. So, you know, it makes sense. So, you know, breaking it down scientifically, you know, it makes sense why games are so easy now. But watching this Halo 2 action is really showing the separation in classic FPS shooters and modern day.
No, 100%. And if I'm being honest, it's people like you whose fault it is, because you made people quit the game and never play again. So I mean, they're like the dwindling numbers in comp is why they made it easy.
Yeah, you get put in one montage and your ego's checked. You never want to play again.
Forever.
Forever.
Yeah.
I got sorted top here, guys. Sorted top here. He's going close ramp.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer to that mathematically impossible threshold to win this game. So, and wow, Gorgasm really making it difficult for them to come back even more. Look at this too, by the way. You can melee the ball.
Yeah, that's right. You could melee bop it. Oh god, look at that toss.
Nice. And then he dropped anyways. He fucked up.
I got 1 native.
Yeah, we had that in Halo Infinite for a couple weeks. We could hit the ball up.
Oh yeah, but it launched like 1,000 meters in the sky.
Yeah, but it went to the moon.
Yeah, it's hype though.
Good job living.
It's another one of those layers, man. You keep peeling it back. Halo 2 looking deeper and deeper. A deep lead, a deep hole, I should say, for Team Gunshot. As with Rybread holding ball, I believe this is mathematically 3 minutes separating the. Okay, so 30 seconds away from mathematical elimination.
Well, 15 seconds if he keeps holding the ball, because as he gets time, they also lose time. So every second that he holds this is basically 2 seconds closer to victory.
Almost like a Strongholds trip cap.
Yep.
Team Zilch in the driver's seat here, going up 2-1. Pivotal swing game 3. Oh, pivotal swing shot. The drag quick scope from Zilch takes down Eddie. Oh man, all those D's in his name, because it's you know, 3, 5, 10 times as nice. Oh my god, again, back to back. What a way to end this game for Team Zilch. Unbelievable snipes. A little bit of a mini montage on display there for Zildjian as the hot shots from that sniper rifle. Close out an incredible game 3. Team Zildjian up 2-1.
Yeah, I want to see more objective efficiency from Team Gunshot. I think they're about to get into Warlock Flag. Man, this is going to be one where you're going to see Gunshot probably set up shop on one of the flags, green or yellow, shoot spawners for a majority of the game. I was incorrect in my prediction, by the way. Gunshot only got 24 kills because Zildjian said, Eli, you think I'm going to let Gunshot get 45 kills on me? And
he took that personal.
Yeah, I think he took it personally. So he shut that down quick. Gunshot's reign of terror, top VR, ended after Zilj got the sniper. That was a great game overall from Zildjian's team. And excited to get into this next one.
All right, let's finish it, boys.
Team Zilj taking the 2-1 lead. You see the fist bumps.
I know it is.
Support from friends, energy, momentum. It's so wild. Look at just like the dichotomy between the team that just won and the team that just lost. It's all smiles on the right. Oh, look at that. He says, hey, one more Red Bull, dude. I need one more Red Bull to finish off these shitters before we make our way to the grand finals. As he chugs his final bit of juice. As Team Zildjian playing with all the juice. Fist bumps again all around. They've fist bumped at this point about 30 times in the post game. You can tell they're feeling it.
Can we talk about how happy everybody else in the room looks just to be there? Like, I mean, this is probably one of the best days of their life every year. Getting to play their favorite game with a lot of their best friends. It's a rare thing that you get to experience these days. Wow, look at that BXR with the camo. Frenetic coming out hot in the beginning of Warlock CTF.
I'm gonna push.
3 dead, last guy.
Needle, one shot. Dead. They're ramp.
Lower finals, game 4. Scoreboard shows 1-1, but this is a 2-1 lead for Team Zildjian. Gunshot with the first win in game 1. Looked to be off to a great start, but it's been 2 unanswered for Team Zildjian. As Zildjian looks to stay alive, bottom mid has low shields, repositions, reshields, has Eddie on the brink of going down. Gunshot, a little trap there in his spawn. He's forcing spawns on that red flag as well. This looked like the time to push for Team Zilj, but off their back foot, Team Gunshot plays great defense.
Yeah, it's kind of there's a weird like push and pull when it comes to getting ground on this game type. You can see the spawners right away, but they can see you too. And if you play this game a lot and you're on this map, you're ready to zoom in the frame that you spawn because you already know they're going to be shooting at you. So the only way to descope them is to shoot them back right away. These guys are all very prepared to shoot immediately off of their spawn point. You see very precise grenades coming in. This guy makes a great push, understanding that Zildjian wants to hold yellow base to make it harder for his spawners. Zildjian playing defense against that push, but he's still alive here.
And look at Gunshot using the water to neuter some of those grenades. You saw some grenades going in to potentially take him down, but they were blowing up just outside of that range, blowing up inside of the water. It even looked like, does the blast radius get minimized inside of the water as well, Eli? Because that looked far less superior than the nades that we know on Warlock.
Yeah, I do think there is some weird physics that happen with it where the explosion is smaller. It definitely will just stop. It will not bounce in the water. So that's a main reason why it's hard to grenade somebody here is because the nades just fall into that water. As mentioned before, this is one of the few maps that being blue base is actually better. On most of these maps, red base is better, but because you have yellow and you can have this specific angle, you can see all the way into the lift and deal damage. People can spawn in the lift. They often try to hide in the lift off of their spawn, but you can see all of it from the yellow base.
Wow, and it's that continuous pressure from the yellow base that opens up the scoring for Team Zilj. Really riding that wave of momentum at this point as they've won the last 2. Start off hot here in a potential elimination game 4. Looking good.
Yeah, and Zildjian just advancing across the map. You'll see a lot of players prefer to go through the bottom side just because it has more cover. Like you would think, oh yeah, top mid would be a great place to be because you can see a lot, but you're just going to get melted instantly. So these guys are taking a lot smarter routes. They are going through top mid when camo's coming up, but besides that, they're preferring to take routes around the bottom middle part of the map.
And look at the setup here for Zilj. Two split, 2 on that yellow side, 2 on that green side as they look to control the elbows to push through the main lane, the main artery of that red team as they're in the base once again. Gore with another slay, has another flag out.
So this was exactly what you talked about, Tools. The spawn trap that we just witnessed, they all perfectly stood in different spots to force the other team to spawn bottom middle. And then after they knew they hit spawn, they jumped on the platforms to shoot them from above. So that was a great spawn trap. It doesn't look like it's going to pay off though, but it kind of shows their mastery of this game.
Oh, what? They only had 20 years to figure it out. 2000. I guess we're hitting 20 years.
Come in, one shot.
Flashing top it.
I think that's kind of the glory of it, the beauty of it, right? We're still 20 years later. I feel like there's still some nuances to discover in the sandbox and in the spawn system, as we still have that 1-0 lead for Team Zildjian. Looked like they had a pretty good start, or pretty good run there. The potential to make it 2-0, but Team Gunshot off the back of some defense and now some offensive push. They're on the brink of potentially pulling this flag, but they're going to need the slays to go along with it.
All right, Eli, I have one job for you for this match. Anytime you see a double shot or a quad shot, I need you to tell me so I can see what it looks like. Or for people that are on the stream that don't know what it looks, not me. I obviously know what a double shot looks like, but for the uncultured people on stream.
Well, from what I've seen so far, the only player doing them consistently is Gore. So if you want to see it, go to Gore's screen. He's been doing all the button combos. So from his POV, I can point out all the glitches. Gunshot's doing a few, but Gore has really got it down.
Potential a potential tie flag here as 3 go down for the blue squad. That should in fact put this one in for Team Gunshot, as we now have a 1-1 tie. 5 minutes off the board and a close one here in this one.
All right, so we got Gore on board here. He just double shotted for no reason right there. So this guy has been doing a lot of double shots. I think he just does it periodically to keep his muscle memory on lock. He's never going to do it from this distance because it descopes you when you double shot, so your shots are not going to be as accurate at that range. But if you see a closer player like this one, okay, he didn't do it there because it was a little risky.
He's definitely been priming that double shot, because even in remember that previous match on midship where he was just looking at the ground and double shotting. So definitely a cadence, a timing and rhythm thing for Gore right now, it looks like.
If anyone has never performed the glitch, you probably don't understand how precise the timing of it is.
So it's extremely legendary levels of difficulty if you're choosing in the main menu selection for the Halo 2 campaign.
Yeah, it's I think a 3-frame window of the timing of the X, and that's just the one button push. You also have to have a rhythm to the exact timing in which you press R twice, so it's RRX. And if you mess it up, then you just reload, and now you're stuck in a fight in a reload animation, so it's very high risk. But if you can pull it off, it gives you a major upper hand in a fight.
So then it's quad shotting RRX, or you just double it?
So RRX and then YY, because immediately after a successful double shot, you're also stuck in an animation where you can't shoot or perform any other actions for a couple seconds. But to cancel that, you would YY. So a quad shot is actually RRX, YY, RRX.
So then you would need a backup gun in order to quad shot.
Yeah, you can't quad shot without a secondary.
The only reason I'm always interested in this is because I'm really good friends with Callus.
Okay.
And he says that he would annoy the crap out of people because he could quad shot and double shot like it's nobody's business, and he said it would frustrate the hell out of people.
Oh yeah, no, there was an absolute separation between even semi-pro and pro Halo 2 players at the time.
There it is. That was a shot, double shot.
Let's go! Yeah, that was crazy.
I told you, we just watched Gore enough. You're going to see a lot of double shots.
Good call.
There he is. He just did it again.
EXP action there for Rye. A little bit more of that button combo. And for me, I love the button combos in Halo 2 because it really brought out that almost fighting game element. And I remember at the time Super Smash Brothers was also a massive esport. You had both Super Smash and Halo at the same convention. So that fighting game FPS element on full display here in Halo 2. We're going to see a little bit of that from the likes of Gore. Great quad shot previously there. As a double kill goes down for Gunshot. That's a great timed grenade. That's going to push him into the flag, needing it now down by 2.
You notice he didn't jump again off of the platform because the timing was such that the spawners were spawning as he walked off the platform. If he jumped, the spawners could have spawned directly behind him. So that's why he kind of walked off of the side right there.
Their nades and their needles. Oh my god,
Their nades, their air.
Wow.
Zilch,
With the
slippery
clutch
with
return.
that reset, takes down Eddie as well, doubles up on MVC with the BXB melee. And just as it looked like we had a potential one-score game with one more score, Zilch would be one away from sending themselves to the grand finals.
Zilch is shitting.
Oh my God. Yeah, he's going nutty right now.
Wow.
And by the way,
perfect
another
time.
You just
Look
witnessed
at that hit. He got 2 extra bounces.
Wait, what happened?
No. Somebody crashed. Don't.
It froze.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Dang, that's unfortunate, but I'm sure they'll get back into it. I was gonna say you witnessed a BXB there when Zilch killed MVC in the lift. You saw him melee and then start to reload and then melee again. Yeah, right here. Yep, he was canceling the animation of the first melee. You have to wait till it connects though. So right here, that's the frame that you can press X and then you can melee again much faster than if you just meleeed the normal way. So excellent replay skills, by the way. Thank you for that.
Can we get that same exact replay mastery on the quad shot? Because that was so satisfying to see that in real time.
Yeah, he'll probably have to scrub it, but
I don't think he has the quad shot, but
it was just a regular double shot that he did. I don't think I've seen a quad shot yet.
Oh, okay.
But if we do see anything cool, we should just give it a call out for Louis. I'm sure he can record anything. We could look at it at the end if you guys ever want to dissect something. Look at that. They're all waving at the stream. That's fun.
See, crashes weren't limited to, modern games. This has happened in the past too, right?
Red Ring of Death. Oh my God.
Yeah, let's not forget, a little bit sadder times. I feel like we've had such a great time so far, but Hysteria in Halo 3 was jumping up onto the platform to win a national championship, I believe.
Well,
and
put him in a better spot for it, for sure.
Yeah, no worse spot. And that was honestly, that really did change the trajectory for a lot of those triggers down players. Man, I'm having heartbreak just thinking back to it. But yeah, just a historical reference. We did have crashes and some extremely dramatic ones in the classic Halos as well. So take that for what you will.
Try to make a push toward bottom middle though. We'll go through ramp side though, bottom middle.
What was the score? Anyone remember?
3-1, right? 3-1 Team Zildjian.
Yeah, it's tough for Gunshot. They're gonna have a lot of work to do to get back into this because it's also it is 2-1 in favor of Zilch. So
yeah, and it looks like 6 minutes should be on the clock based on when that game was ended. So I actually don't remember if you could start a game with 6 minutes. I'm pretty sure you could customize it to start this next game with 6 minutes, and then you just reset and replay from where the score was, which was 3-1. So Team Zildjian will have a +2 edge. 6 minutes left on the clock after this reset.
I will say I wish we'd go back to having 30-minute timers. No overtime rule. Have the overtime rule be the way it was before. Yeah. I know that it's not quite as clean as having the game do it itself, but I just feel like it's today we had an Argyle that went into a double overtime because we couldn't find a score within 5 minutes in overtime. So it would solve a lot of those issues.
Yeah, I think once you get, that's really weird. So once Argyle OT went 5 minutes, they started it up again with a 5-minute timer.
Well, no, they just started again in its first count.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
but then it's like it ended up being like a 26-ish minute game, which would be still within the 30 minutes that you would have that you traditionally have in these games.
Yeah.
Which is insane that we played a 26-minute game of Flag today.
That is unbelievable.
Won the 2001. I'm watching, dude. You're watching 2006 Adaptive. Get it right, man. 2006. If anyone's tuning in for the first time, this is in Las Vegas. Halo 2 Real Ones LAN. This was invite only of all the grinders in the Halo 2 scene. All these guys are on like Project Cartographer, playing the X Connect stuff. Never left the Halo 2 days. And well, they got the CRTs together and they're throwing off a LAN, and they're playing for pride and some fancy rings. If they win today's event, they'll get some nice rings. They do it every year, and it's cool when you see the guys walking around with their big rings on from previous tournaments.
Yeah, I really like this tournament because it captures the original essence of competing in Halo, and that was just purely seeing who the best was in the neighborhood to start, in the state locally as things grew a little bit, and then nationally across the landscape of the United States. And now at this point, you have majors where everyone from across the world competes. You have different regions as well. So I remember, oh man, here's a throwback. Eli, do you remember when the Buck Twins first came over to the United States from Europe? Now this is a Halo 3 tournament. But it wasn't, imagine this, guys, it wasn't until 2008, 2009 that the European scene really got started with it, just by simply competing on LAN for the first time in the States. So kind of wild when you look back at the fact that Halo's competitive era and arc began around 2001, and it wasn't until almost 10 years later that the EU scene found its way to an NA LAN, and now they're at every LAN, which is pretty cool.
Mac, you got to show some respect, man. Remember the French, I forgot what the player's name was, but he was a French player that made it to the grand finals of the Halo 1 1v1 World Championship World Cyber Games in like 2002 against Zios.
Yes, dude.
They played all the way up to the end. Like it was like back and forth, back and forth. Zios was sweat.
Someone said Matt Logan.
That's Zios. Right? Or no. Zios is, what's Zios' name?
Matt Lido.
I think his name was Matt, but
Lido. Matt Lido.
We got all the old heads in here. Like we had three different people that knew exactly who you were talking about. That's crazy.
Hell yeah, dude.
We gotta find Matt Logan and see what he's up to today.
I just Googled him.
That's what I want to do. I want to go through a series and find all the old pros that don't really have a presence in the scene anymore, and just be like, what are you doing? Like, what's up? See, do a Where Are They Now video.
Yeah, I've always wondered where some of my old friends went from like the old Halo 2 days, and I found like some of them what they're doing. Apparently Karma is now like a paramedic or works at a hospital. He's saving people's lives.
That makes sense.
We also know of like he's always been a great dude. And obviously Ghost Ayami went on to work at Respawn. I think he recently left Respawn. Gandhi went to work at High Res. A lot of these guys later found other jobs in the gaming industry, like working, whether it's working on games or coaching or what have you. So, but some of them kind of disappeared into obscurity. I guess they just decided to go a different route in their life. Maybe they got married, had kids. So a lot of legends over the years.
Do you remember Hallie?
Hallie, yeah, I remember.
H-A-L-I, yeah. He became a doctor, and he was like one of the smartest Halo players I ever met, period. And not to mention, he was just a godlike performer.
Wasn't he Hawaiian? I think he was from Hawaii.
So.
Yeah, he was in a lot of my pro free-for-alls in 2006. He's a very good free-for-all player.
All right, here we go. Coming back.
A lot of doctors.
Off the reset, a 2-flag lead for Team Zildjian and a 2-1 lead in this series, leading this game to move on to the grand finals where they await Team Hypnox.
Do we know what the call is here?
I think. Which team was up when the crash happened? I think Zildjian, right?
3-1. Yeah, 3-1 Zildjian.
So I assume Zildjian's team needs 2, Gunshot's team needs 4. And they'll probably just play until that happens. It doesn't look like they changed the timer. It's not very hard to change the timer, so they would have if they wanted to. So the thing is, though, you can't pick a specific number. There's like, you could do like 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 12 minutes, 10 minutes. Like you can't just like pick a number. It was just like of the list of options.
But you could also just do math and be like, if there were 6 minutes left in the game, you play until 24.
Yeah, they might also do something like that.
Uh-oh. Red team, got it to the stump. 3 go down, and that flag resets and returns just as it looked like They were about to make it a
Oh my God.
one-score game. Oh, Eddie gets BXB'd and flag now out for the blue team. This would put them on the brink, up 4-1 in this game overall. Little delay though. Haven't seen that.
Oh my God!
Go in just yet. Gore with
we're
that
2 minutes in.
Has a running riot.
Yo, what the fuck?
By the way, that's 10 kills in this game, not 15, but that's still impressive.
We haven't even. There hasn't been enough time in the reset to get 10 kills just yet. What is Gore doing?
What is he doing?
He's probably double shotting the shit out of him.
Double shot?
Yeah, just go back to his POV, man. He's been on fire.
What the hell?
Guy's insane.
All right, that puts Zilch on the brink. 4-1 lead for them. They need one more.
There's another double shot. You see that? That's efficiency right there. So he did that because he was like, I can't stay in this fight, but I'm gonna deal maximum damage before I leave. The only way he can do that is to just double shot and turn away.
You know, there's the saying, don't let that door hit you on the way out. Here we have, don't let that double shot hit you on the way out, because Gore is implementing all the big brain strategies and button combination glitches that really makes my Halo 2 heart flutter.
Yeah, I'm not sure who this pink emblem is, but they're definitely mindful of the way their movement is influencing spawns right here while they run this flag.
Yeah, he went back. He doubled back, and he's not taking the portal.
Yeah, he backed up, and he purposefully didn't jump during the first part of the run because he wanted to block that region next to him. They do get it all the way to the lift. He's probably gonna die here. He's throwing the flag out, but somebody's there.
They got it in.
They got it. Wow.
All right, 4-2.
Feels like you could take a lot of hurt when you're one shot in this game.
Strong side. Yeah.
It was an extra 3 shots you could take. So if you didn't go for that head, you didn't go for the risk reward accuracy, you were going to look at a much higher TTK if you didn't finish with the headshot. Camo up at top mid, another flag out. Team Zilch taking plenty of damage across the map. That's going to be 2-3 down for them. So numbers advantage here for Team Gunshot. We're going to see Eddie take top mid because of it. Gore now in a 1v1, has to stay alive, gets the return, but goes down ultimately. A double kill now for Eddie. Bodies flying left and right. Top mid control, camo control in the hands of Team Gunshot, needing a few more scores to come back in this one.
Yeah, look at this. They are forcing the spawns bottom mid. He's trying to shut down Gore right away. Knows his damage output has been insane so far in these games, so he said get him off the map. He's taking this camo to safely get to the side base so that he can shoot spawners. He actually blocked it momentarily and then decided to jump forward. Maybe he realized he was the closest on the map to the flag. I think he's going to back up to the flag now. Yeah, after 2 players die, better to just kind of back up, take this positioning, apply some pressure to the spawners so that your spawning teammates can maybe advance on the map. He's looking to check what Gunshot's doing, hoping he catches up to him. But Gore with a fantastic grenade off of his spawn point there.
Kind of crazy how like instrumental the portals were in gameplay for Halo 2. So many maps, a lot of competitive maps. Warlock, Beaver Creek featured those portals, and I can't think of any maps in Halo, even like BTB maps that feature portals. Am I faded right now? We don't have any portals in competitive gameplay.
Need more portals.
No, they that was actually kind of a talking point toward the beginning of Halo Infinite. I remember.
Yeah.
Like why, along with the player collision and a lot of things that kind of made Halo feel like Halo are kind of not in the game anymore. I think the portals are just iconic. Yeah. Okay. So they only needed the 2. Nice.
There it goes. Team Zilch secures the game, secures the series, and secures a spot in the Real Ones Halo 2 Classic LAN tournament. Going to the grand finals where they take on Hypnox. This is going to be good. Ooh.
Oh yeah, chat is correcting me. There is a portal on detachment. I think.
Oh, okay.
from the island, right? It's either from.
It's a one-way portal.
Islands.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's a one-way portal unless if you have a repulse, and you can repulse your way back into the portal. Fun fact.
That doesn't count. I need the 2 ways. I need the portal. Portal. The game portal. You remember the classic?
Oh, they have it.
It's in
some of the maps. Like that map that was made for the SSG event, the Damnation remake has portal. Like there are some Forge maps that do have portals, but it's definitely not as prominent as it was. But I don't think portals haven't been that prominent since Halo Reach, man.
And it's been a while, but I look back and I just think like this. I don't know. I don't think it's cheesy. I think it's actually a way to, I don't know, throw a little spice and excitement into The entertainment value, I don't know. I'm a big fan of Portals. I'm team Portals over here. I'm gonna throw it out there.
Hey, Portal's a game that's made by what? Like, what's like a Valve? Like, come on, we're playing Halo.
Yeah. Can't have no Half-Life stuff over here in Halo, dude.
Yeah, dude. That's crazy.
Running riot. God.
Oh, he has a double shot. Yeah. That's a 6-bullet burst. That was not 3 bullets.
Wow. Yeah, watch the ammo at the top right. 6 bullets will grayscale on your screen. That is the indicator for a double shot. Look at the way the bullets just. Yeah. And yeah, you were talking about the efficiency. Turns and escapes damage at the same time he depletes the shield for gunshot. That's a great play there from Gore.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the next level. If you're a button glitching guru, you just try to use them as efficiently as possible. It's all about maximizing damage output, basically, right? Because if you master all the animation cancels, you can reload faster. Your gun is already shooting again. So players like Gore are really laying down the heat on the other team here. And I think that was a big reason why they ended up winning that series.
I got a lot of respect for Gunshot, man. Look at this. Packing up his Astros 20 years after he started playing Halo. I mean, the 20 years of wrapping up Astros and controllers, 20 years of competing on LAN. Respect.
That's a fact. Yeah, he's been at it for a long time. If anybody in chat is a Halo 2 fan and you have not seen his montage, I don't know how that's possible, but you should absolutely check out Gunshot's first and second Halo 2 montages, arguably two of the best of all time. He uses all the glitches I've been talking about, shoots people through walls in some situations using the
glass.
Yeah, you can, for like 2 frames, if you jump and crouch bottom mid on lockout, your head sticks through the ceiling and you can fire a bullet. And he got like a double kill doing it, I'm pretty sure, in his montage, which is insane. But also Tone OG, who's here, has an awesome montage. Shout out to Hurricane and Stormy, who I think Stormy is there, but Hurricane is not. But they have, in my opinion, the best Halo 2 montage ever. They released a few years ago. So definitely check that out as well if you guys are starving for some more Halo 2 content. And shameless plug, you can watch my stream, twitch.tv/EliTheNinja, where I stream Halo 2 as well.
Oh man, we gotta get more of these old school lands on here. I'm sure next year we'll get this one as well, but I'd love to get the beach land. Bro, I need to, okay, I was about to say, that camera goes out of focus still. Yeah, the beach land would be awesome too. I know NorthCal does a lot of Halo 1 tournaments as well. Probably try to get them on board, but I'd love to focus or feature more of these smaller niche tournaments that are really the grassroots Halo scene.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, these guys have been doing this forever, man. And I don't know, I feel like if you opened up like a open bracket tournament and let all these guys show up, but then anybody else who wanted to show up, you'd probably get a bigger turnout than you would realize. Like, more people want this stuff than a lot of people think.
You know what I want to do? I want to get a like a cabin or just, I want to go out in nature, right? Just and have the Halo camp and just let everyone come by. It'll be a vibe. We go camping, whatever it is. And then we just play LAN. You know what I'm saying? There's 40 setups inside. You guys can LAN it up, have fun. We'll have a broadcast, but in the meantime, bro, it's just good old camping with some friends. Go out by the campfire. Go play some volleyball. Go play some basketball.
You know what? I'm realizing that Elon Musk made a grave mistake buying Twitter, not because it's not likely to generate revenue, but because he could have used that $44 billion on funding a bunch of these classic lands. I really think, in hindsight, Elon Musk faded to buy Twitter. He should have reinvigorated the classic Halo scene instead. But that's just me.
Yeah, someone said Smash Camp. Melee has Smash Camp. Yeah, be exactly like Smash Camp, just for Halo. I mean, we can do it, bro. Absolutely, we can do it. We just need to find a spot, get everyone in. That's what we need, bro. We need to find more of these like venues where we can have people show up, all help each other out, give each other housing. I know a lot of these guys that are here, they're like staying at people's houses. Like MVC, I think, is housing like a lot of these guys. People are bunking in hotel rooms. They're just doing whatever needs to happen for them to come out and hang out.
No, 100%.
Classic Halo days where even if you're on a top team, you might end up sleeping on the floor at an MLG event. Bringing back those kind of nostalgic grassroots feels is part of why I've been loving watching this tournament today. And Yeah, I'd love to almost like we saw the stories and profiles for a little bit watching that USA Network piece back. I'd almost love to do that exact same piece, but run it back with these guys. I'd love to interview everyone here and just talk about, oh man, just Halo and what it's like to I'd love to have one of these guys. I'd want to ask I want to know right now, what is it like competing on Halo 2 on LAN in 2023? Like, I feel in my mind it's a total trip. I wonder if these players I don't know, these guys play so much Halo 2 that's probably not as nostalgic and striking to them, but I don't know, man. This has been really cool.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I'll just warn you in advance, there's some of them you don't want to interview, but I'll let you know which ones are interview friendly, and then we'll go from there. You know who you are. I know you guys are watching this broadcast back after the fact, so.
Eli calling people out from the future in the past. Now that is some incredible
next level
action.
meta, bro.
Yeah, that's the portals. That we need that. We need portals in real life and in Halo. But looks like we are getting set up for a grand finals here. And look at that. I love it. Some people have gotten knocked out of the tournament. They haven't even gone home yet. They're still playing.
Dude, they have
classic
two sets
Halo
of
2.
AIDS lobbies going on right now. It's 10:30 local time. And they have two sets of 8 lobbies going on while they wait for the grand finals as they get themselves set up. Talk about some dedication to the game.
Nah, that's facts. Should we pull up? I have a feeling these guys are going to take their sweet time with this because they don't have a production staff breathing down their neck. But should we pull up like one of those other Halo 2 videos we were talking about?
Oh, I'd be down.
Maybe. I mean, I'm down to pull up another episode of the USA Network.
Dude, it's so good. I can watch all of those. I can just binge them all.
Yeah, I was about to say, can we press play on that pause we hit earlier? Because I'm trying to watch that. I'm trying to run it back on that USA Network, man. What incredible Halo 2 content that is, and so much of this has withstood the test of time, man. Those OG videos, looking back on them, they're just as entertaining and exciting to watch today. And even this Halo 2 gameplay we're getting to witness is equally as captivating and thrilling. And yeah, we just, like I said, we watched some of the best Halo Infinite teams play earlier today. I'm not sure if it's nostalgia speaking, but I don't know. I'm begging for more Halo 2.
Nah, facts. You can never have enough. Oh, check that out. I saw Poison there. That's, I think, Lil Poison's uncle, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Popcorn was his uncle. Poison was his dad.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Got the family tree all
Poison and
messed up.
Popcorn were brothers? Oh, cousins.
Cousins, yep.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
Learn something new every day.
But final boss stormed back, winning the last 2 games and taking
A young Walshy, a young ogre
Walsh.
twin.
Who will walk away with the crown?
Saying
Walshy and final boss, or T
this final boss roster was really the first dynasty in esports, you could argue.
right now.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, this is amazing.
And welcome.
This really
So are we just picking up where we left off earlier?
MLG Pro Circuit Week 1 Championship. Our first
Yeah, I mean, it's somewhere.
Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah,
okay, I think this is, yeah. I was just trying to figure out if we were on like the same episode or not.
Yeah,
Look at
I
their
actually
ages.
really like continuation. Yeah, everyone's 20. That's crazy is like how much older Halo players skew these days. 'Cause,
Well, the game aged with everyone, right?
yeah, so it's just interesting how this was like the young team. I mean, this is an older team, this final boss team, right? Like the average
they were
age
old
being
squad.
over 20.
I remember
These are all
Walsh was
old.
considered the like a grandpa in modern back in 08, 09, 07. He was already considered an old guy. So
Fallacy is such a cool name.
It is a good one.
Oh.
He had the
I
OG
wonder what he's
tag,
up to
too.
these days. Anybody know what Fallacy's doing these days?
I'm not sure.
You gotta be careful asking that one.
Might work for the CIA, might, I don't know.
Turns out he's in jail. No, I'm just kidding. Don't sue me. This is not slander or libel.
I like how big those CRTs are. That's the thing about setting up these events. I mean, imagine being a part of the crew having to lug those things
Oh
around.
my god.
Those aren't light, man. I remember I had one of those almost that size that we would lug around to play LAN at my house. It would be we'd all be getting on it middle school me.
Well, it's in such good shape.
It wasn't even so much the weight, though. These things could be 20 pounds, and they would still have been so difficult to lug across the street or the neighborhood because you kind of like they're really cumbersome. You gotta like you almost gotta like tree hug, bear hug the CRTV to just to carry it around. So despite the weight, it was just a really bulky, odd thing to mobilize.
Oh, they have the Halo 1 pistol reticle on there.
But I always thought the Spartan looks so determined when he runs the flag in this game. Like he's like hunched over and like I don't know. It's just a funny looking animation to me.
He's trying so hard.
No, what I want to do is I want to make a Halo Infinite spoof of the Open for this USA Network show. Like I love it.
That'd be so cool.
The Spartans looking in, just like recreating like the first 5 minutes of the old show to like open up one of the 4K tournaments. I think would be such a cool thing.
Yeah, that'd be dope. I don't think enough Halo history is featured in Halo Infinite. I don't think we need to like completely live in the past and just get like totally lost in the sauce of nostalgia, but I do think with such a rich history.
Claw grip.
Oh, that was a big claw. That was Walshy, I believe. But yeah, I think I go back to like the start of modern day esports was really with the likes of Counter-Strike and Halo, and Counter-Strike celebrates the hell out of its history. And Halo, I don't know if we do enough. I don't know.
Got a question in chat from Kills in the Night. He says, Mikowski and Eli, who are your favorite OG Halo players? What's your answer, Hunter?
My favorite
but before you answer, I want one that was within the top 8, and then I want one that was not in the top 8. So we got the guys that were at the top, and then someone that was just in the scene that you really like.
So I'd probably say Walshy would be my like top 8 guy. He was extremely kind to the likes of myself and Eli, a couple amateurs coming up in the scene. Always sent out invites to those Tour de Walsh free-for-alls at a time where, like, I don't know, me personally, I had a little bit of imposter syndrome. Didn't really feel like I deserved to be there. I'll always remember Walshy for giving me those opportunities I didn't feel like I deserved. And then outside the top 8, I'd have to go with Brad, who was essentially like my duo back in this time, 05, 06. Had some crazy stories. Actually, even before K to the Arma was on Team Carbon, won that national championship in 2006. We were running games with him in 05. Brad and I were, along with Killin with the 3. So I got to go with Walshy inside the top 8, and then outside I got to go with my my duo in this era, Brad.
Yeah, this is great picks. Obviously, Brad's my homie now too, and we've been playing a lot. But yeah, I mean, if I'm being honest, it's probably Walshy for me too, for the same reasons he said. Like, I mean, Walshy was always kind enough to like help up and coming players get into better lobbies and kind of like harness their strengths. And I think he just kind of had a great eye for talent. So it wasn't just us. There was like probably dozens of other players that he helped kind of come up in the scene. I always respected him for that. And then outside, maybe Hunter JJX.
Yeah.
I mean, him or like Frosty the Truth or Straight Sick, like those guys were players that I played with a lot back in the day, and it was always cool to see like what else they did as time went on.
Who was a player that you really tried to watch and kind of mimic and copy pasta their play style into your own?
Always like the Ogres. Like I was just obsessed with watching the Ogres. Whenever I play anything, I just want to watch the very best. So
they're the best.
I definitely gravitated to just watching as much Ogre gameplay as I could. Oh, by the way, can we talk about what T Square just did? He shot the part of the barrel that only leaves it at the snipe tower. That was actually brilliant.
Yep.
But yeah, those are some of my favorites, man. The thing is, no matter who I say, somebody in chat's gonna be pissed off that I didn't say them. But I love all of you guys, so I'm sorry.
There you go. That's safe.
Dude, Walshy is just fucking, he's class, man. Like every time I've talked to him, every time I've been around him, he just gives off the best energy. Like he really is just one of the classiest dudes there is. So it's hard to say anyone other than Walshy. So he's like definitely number 1. And plus I got to cast with him, I got to hang out with him, so it just was, it just was insane being able to do that later on. But then probably Pistola, because Pistola's just, he's just so genuine, he's so pure, and like just makes great jokes, genuine jokes. He doesn't give a shit.
There's no human on earth that's even close to being like Pistola is. He's like one of the most unique individuals I've probably ever met. it was a pleasure to team with him and just like spending time with him in the Halo 3 days, and even now when I got a chance to see him like last year at the tournaments, like he's almost the same as he was then.
He's
but
still
maybe,
just like that.
But maybe like a little bit more self-aware, maybe to a fault.
Right.
But no, he's a great guy through and through for sure. I wish he'd come back. Pistol, if you're here, like show your face. I saw you in Shinny's chat the other night. This is the first time you showed your face in like 18 months, bro. Come back.
Love Ola. Love him.
Oh, he's a great dude.
As someone who wasn't a part of the Halo 2 scene, but I do have a favorite Halo 2 player, which would be Gandhi.
Yeah, because he talks shit like you do.
Well, I do like to embody Gandhi in the way that I play, but when I was first getting into esports, he was like the first caster I like listened to. So then I got obsessed with Gandhi, and I like went through his YouTube and all that. He has like a whole. If you ever wanted to learn about the history of Halo, he has like a pretty robust series of videos where he just walks through the history of old Halo.
So good.
Yeah, those are really good.
Really like ahead of its time. He also like talks about like tournament formatting and stuff, like way ahead of its time. He's very well spoken about esports, and obviously has a strong grasp on what he wants. But I love Gandhi. And if you ever go back and watch some of his shit talking, it's top tier. I mean, the toilet paper has to be the best.
Yeah.
Right?
So I was there. I believe that was Chicago 06. Well, was it Chicago 06? It might actually show up in this. Did it show up in the TV show?
I think it did.
I think it did. It was sometime in 06, and I'm pretty sure they showed it because they play off the fact that he's a notorious trash talker. But basically, I mean, people still say it nowadays. They say you got shit on. And Gandhi took it a step further and literally brought a toilet paper roll from his hotel room with him to the venue. And after winning a game, he walked to the other station. I think it was T Squared. Was they playing Straight Rippin'?
Yeah, it was against Straight.
Yep.
And he just sat the toilet paper roll next to T Squared and didn't say anything else. Like it was just a given what he was saying.
He got up after the match. I remember them being on the left side of the main stage and then walked over to the right. And I believe T Squared was sitting on the outside. And yeah, Gandhi just simply
just placed the toilet paper roll. You don't have to say anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't really need to say anything when you drop some toilet paper on somebody after literally shitting on them.
It got a reaction though. They had to hold Tom back.
Yeah.
I do remember that.
Tom didn't like people disrespecting him, as I'm sure nobody does, but
nobody does.
But yeah.
You put me in the game with the GOAT back in the day. You best believe if I get one kill, he's hearing it across the stage. You gotta let him know.
I remember you talking trash to Active at that KC Royals.
Hey, do you remember what happened when I started talking? When I started chirping? He folded.
He started shaking.
He started shaking. It works.
I love you, Active. I know he might be listening too, but that was hard to watch.
It really does. I mean, I don't care what anyone says. It works wonders. But then there's some people, there's a rare few that it actually makes a lot better.
I like to chirp. I like to chirp when I play.
Kolik in chat, what's up, Jimmy? Says T2 and Dark Vegito shit talk at events was hilarious. Yeah, Dark Vegito. There's that famous photo where APG's in the background, a very young APG, and Dark Vegito standing on his chair, showing his ass to the other team, like legit pulled down his pants, where's his underwear hanging out, like just showing his ass to the other team. Legendary moment.
You saw him take out Walshy with a grenade.
That would be funny. You ever watched what's that show called? Has Nathan Fielder in it. Hey guys, someone in the chat's gonna know. He helps businesses. He made like dumb Starbucks. He helps businesses by giving them horrible ideas. Oh my god, someone's gonna get it. Well, when he gets it, well, he did this zoomer in here, dude. Dude, this is like the most brilliant. This is the most brilliant television I've ever seen. Well, he did a thing where Nathan, for you, thank you guys. He did a thing where he had to unlock a lock. He was like tied up like Houdini, right? He had to undo a lock, and if he didn't, he had a robot that would pull down his pants. And then he hired a whole bunch of kids to sit in front of him. That way, if he didn't do it, he would go to jail. And he like set up this whole thing. That's what I'm saying. It's like we gotta set up something where like if you lose the game, you go to jail. Like we gotta find a way to make that happen. You know, I said make the highest stakes Halo game possible.
What in the? Yeah, that's the worst idea I think I've ever heard.
That is the worst idea I've
Oh, dude, it'd be so
there have been
hype.
competitions where you lost your life if you lost, so I guess this wouldn't be that bad, you know?
Yeah, it's. I mean, that's pretty close.
Yeah, I think I might rather lose my life, honestly.
It's so funny because he's setting up this thing and he like, gets a lawyer and he says like he has to like sign an affidavit with a lawyer that says I am doing this on purpose. If I do expose myself, like it was all my fault because he wanted to like have no recourse. Like if he messes up, he messes up. I was like, holy crap, bro. That is the most metal thing possible. But if you haven't seen Nathan For You, you know, that's my shout out to Nathan For You, one of the best TV shows to come out in the last 10 years.
Damn, okay.
I might check it out.
Check it out.
Can we pan to the sweaty, smelly room and see what these gamers are doing?
Yeah, it looks like they're in a free for all.
Okay, nice.
8 in the lobby though. That's good to see. Smiles across the board on
The
each
blue
side.
team just sat down, so I think they're gonna. I don't know. I think they just started FFA. Like they're gonna probably play one more FFA after this because the blue team literally just sat down.
Makes sense.
Whoa, look at that. The fight can't win against.
Oh yeah, back to the wall. She's slicing up fools in 05, please.
This is a close game.
Look at him screen looking.
So
it's like a very Halo thing, huh? Like people, I see that people don't really do that in other esports. It's like looking at each other's screens.
Well, your death cam didn't give you a lot of context in this game. It was just like
sometimes you'd be looking at the ground a lot of times. Like, we see it a lot.
There's also a notorious moment that Walshy turned and looked at the projector behind him.
Oh my god.
And it was controversial that he was screen peeking to find where his enemies were.
I like the idea of calling it screen peeking too. Like it's like that's such like an era of gaming that will never get back. Like the term screen peeking is such a iconic phrase, but yeah, that's just straight up cheating Walsh. You can't be doing that, my guy.
Dude, listen to this, their tools. So if you're playing through amateur free for all, you had to play like the first like 4 rounds on split screen, and the other 2 screens are like right next to you, so you could legit just screen peek the guy that's obviously on the same TV as you, but then also turn and see like 2 more players in the free-for-all. So it was like a problem. But then once you got to pro bracket, then everyone had their own individual setups, and there was like giant dividers between each station, so you couldn't screen peek. So you had to like get through the gauntlet of screen peeking before you could get to the luxury of not having screen peeking.
Well, even then, they still sat really far back so they could look around the divider.
Yeah, some of them did. That's true.
To be fair, you had to get like a microscope out if you were gonna look at the screen peeking of a 4-player split screen on the, or was it 2-player split screen?
Only 2-player.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was about to say that's how they did the Halo 1 lands though, right? The 2v2s, it would all be split screen. They didn't really do.
Yeah.
Which is all interesting. It's like interesting how much split screen played an impact throughout Halo's history, and like the open bracket, like the idea that the open bracket is that drastically different from the champ bracket, because like you wouldn't play oddball in the open bracket, right? That was like a champ bracket only game type.
I think that is true, actually. I think it was only like Flag and Slayer, right?
That's right.
Don't make them nervous.
Dude, just play Flag and Slayer. Which kind of makes sense from an efficiency standpoint from the tournament directors, right? Because Oddball is like
I think so.
the longest game type. Yeah.
Yep. I think another thing that I recall from the watching back some of this footage, the Sennheisers, this was really the onset of open ear headphones. So you're probably wondering, if you're watching at home and not familiar with this era of Halo, like, how are these guys wearing headphones and then communicating with each other and calling out to each other? Well, those open ear headphones allow for like a closed headphone. Like, what's the best way to explain it? Like it allows no audio to creep into the ear, right? Like, if you have
noise canceling.
Yeah, but if you have closed headphones, it's a noise canceling headphone, whereas open ear headphones allow you to hear the game sound and anything else coming through those headphones, but because they're open ear, it's just air, no space taken up, that you can hear your teammates across from you. So that's why Sennheisers were so popular at the time, was because you could hear the game and hear your teammates. And that was one era before the Astro A40s came out, which had both open ear headphones and a mic attached.
And an Astro mix amp, right? They released with
and the mix amp. That's right. Yep.
The mix
brand new
amp
as well.
has to be one of the biggest pieces of technology. I don't think gets appreciated as much as it is. And it's like it's still very hard to find them. Right? I was like kind of concerned with Astro. I think Astro's shutting down the program from what I've seen, and now there's no one else that makes mix amps. Like Turtle Beach did for a while. It's actually the mix amps that they're using at the venue are all Turtle Beach mix amps, but they're not the individual ones. They're like it's like a 6 mix amp. Like you can put 6 inputs into it. So it's almost like a board. It's really interesting looking, and he has like one for each setup. It works fabulously well, but it's like mix amps are going to become a hot commodity, especially for like the Halo scene. We're going to have to start buying them up and hoarding them.
Yeah, facts. I wanted to point out something that's kind of random that was just on the screen. We missed it though, but you'll see there's like a lot of space between. It'll be like you killed and then like a ton of space and then like T-Squared's name. There was like a weird meta on LAN where if you added a bunch of spaces before your tag, it would like mess up your centering with aim assist. So like a bunch of players figured it out and started doing that on every station. I thought it was kind of scummy, honestly, but a lot of players were doing it.
Walk away with a brand new Scion.
I'm looking at the player cams of the LAN on my other screen, and I saw just a huge cloud of vape. Just it looked like it was almost like a cloud was forming to rain on someone, like in a cartoon. How much there was. It's insane.
Revered and hated gamers on the MLG circuit.
Why did they say hated gamers and they put Zyos' face? They did him dirty. What the hell?
Hell yeah. Oh, that's the end, bro. Crazy.
That was just episode 1. There was, what, 6 episodes of that?
Yeah, that was a good season because that's where Final Boss got upset at Nationals, right? That's the year that Carbon won.
Yep.
Yeah. Just so sick to think about.
Yeah, it really was a big deal.
What's your guys' favorite MLG team name that isn't Final Boss? Because we all know Final Boss is the best.
Final Boss is the best.
But what's second place for you guys?
I came up with a lot of good team names. Anti-Gravity, I thought that was always a cool one. Anti-Matter. And then Ambush, which later
Ambush is good.
Yeah, that's the one that was the first team I was on with Snipe Down, Gunshot, and Silent.
Very good.
I've been a fan of Exit Wounds. I didn't know that was a team name until recently. I was like, that is one of the hardest team names I've ever heard.
Yeah.
And then I've always been a big fan of Status Quo as a team name. For some reason that just sounds right to me. Status Quo.
Yeah, I don't really get it though, right? Like I don't know when it comes to
it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, when it comes to a
like,
team name,
unless if you're first.
Yeah, like to strike fear into my opponent, but it's like, oh, it's just the status quo.
I think they're going. They're going.
All thumbs up across the table. We are set for a grand finals. Halo 2 on LAN grand finals 2023. A medley of words that you may not have expected to hear together, but we are here together to celebrate the classic legacy of Halo 2. Team Hypnox versus Team Zildjian in your grand finals.
Yeah, ignore the graphic in the top left. Maybe they'll update it here shortly if they figure it out, but this is the...
update it right now.
Oh, you got it? Okay. But yeah, this is the last game. This is Mid-Ship Bomb, which is not even an option in the current version of Halo. This game could go very fast or take a very long time. Mid-Ship Bomb is one of the only game types that could be either 2 minutes or 30 minutes. So we'll see what happens here.
Their window, car pocket.
Frenetic off spawn, looking to push out towards P side, but oh, he's got a whole buffet line of damage coming his way from that red 2 side. I believe someone also on the pink side anchoring as well, as we have Rybred pushing back into his base. Assault oddball, I believe, down right there at the middle of the map. So despite that early run in for Team Hypnox, the bomb has reset.
The spawn trap gets scary in this one because the bomb, if you successfully plant it, it does damage to you if you're near it, and you can absolutely be spawn killed by the bomb explosion because it does not register that a player is there if you plant it and walk away, so they can just spawn right before the explosion and die instantly, which sometimes leads to a second bomb arm. So there is kind of an extra little meta of being able to get out of their base fast enough after you've armed it.
Off the start, we've seen 2 good pushes from each team and a running riot there from Hypnox. But after he goes down, 3 total go down for Team Hypnox, and Zildjian gonna be allowed to push out. Zildjian, R2 looks across to P3, has Triumph down to no shields, takes him down with a fading jump shot. Melee out, trade out on car side. Is that oddball, or excuse me, I keep saying oddball, but that bomb is still at the bottom mid mark, making its way a little bit closer though towards blue 2.
I just wanted to point out that call out that the ledge next to P3 we affectionately call the nerd, because anyone that goes there and shoots you from there is definitely a nerd.
Oh, like Ryan knew.
Yeah, there's lots of great call outs in this game.
All right, here we see Team Hypnox getting that push back into the blue base. Another potential arm here. I believe that bomb was armed.
No, it's no,
it was not.
It's a timer, so you have to stand on it for quite a while to arm it.
It's 15 seconds, right? I remember it being
15,
like, oh my god.
It's like 10, I think.
They're street.
But it also retains how armed it was. Like if you died with it,
progress, yeah.
Yeah, it keeps the progress, so somebody else could pick it up and keep it going.
Doesn't it reset when a score happens though, right?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Then it just goes back to bottom mid if you score.
Well, I think right now both of these 2 teams have a little bit of arm time to work with. I want to give the edge though to Team Hypnox, the red squad.
Oh no. So if it leaves the bomb planting area, then it'll lose the progress. Yeah, it loses progress.
Gotcha. So an even reset, still tied 0-0. We have game 1 of the grand finals going down between Team Hypnox and Team Zildjian. Zildjian pushing up with that bomb, has it past the 50-yard line. And now has a pretty good push here with team support over his shoulder on the P side. He could potentially take out this player. I thought for sure they'd be hiding in the corner, but instead an arm is out for Zildjian. The melee goes down as well, but because he leaves the cap point, that time is going to reset. They're going to need a full sequence again. And it's almost like a mosh pit there on the cap point as the red team plays some solid defense here, has that ball out.
Yeah, it's always a really interesting dynamic if you're playing defense. They just started arming it. You want to just throw it straight out of the window of your base so that they can't retain any of the progress they got from the plant. And just
that was close, man.
Yeah, it was very close. I think if he just stuck it instead of going for the melee up the lift, he probably would have got it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, because he had teammate support. Maybe somebody could have helped that shooter up the lift, but instead that bomb resets. It's still bottom mid.
I'll tell you what though, one of the clutchest things you can do in this is like they're planting it and you spawn car 2 and you just fly out bottom middle and stick the guy arming it. Man, that's one of the most fun clutch plays you can make in this game.
Numbers mounting for Team Hypnox here. It looks like they had the bomb in the base of blue, but did Rye sneak in from behind and reset that with the play bomb? Not quite sure how that oddball ended up, or that bomb ended up in the middle, but a huge play nonetheless from Team Blue.
Yeah, they're definitely favoring getting a few kills here before anybody goes for the bomb. They want to get control of the base. They're all the way in their base. He's talking about what he said. He's blocking glass, which is the back of the base. They're trying to force the spawns car 2, which they do successfully. Now they're spawning P1 because they're blocking everything.
This should be good.
This looks like a cap. Yeah, this is an arm.
4 down, 1 up on the board for Team Hypnox as they take the lead in this grand finals game 1.
And wow, that shows how much Khan has played this game. He left the top of the base for just long enough to not die to the explosion and then was immediately back on top of the base. Really good time management there.
Team Hypnox finding themselves in the grand finals via the upper bracket side of things. So Team Zildjian here would need a reset in the grand finals to win this one. Hypnox at top carbine has 2 players weak at P2 or P1, but it's the player top mid for Team Blue that takes him down. And now Zildjian and the rest of this blue squad has a push into red, but it's the sword that stops that play for a moment. But Scythe goes down to the backsmack from Zilj. Just as it looked like the base was about to get cleared up, all from the blue squad going down, they have life.
Yeah, that was so clutch by Scythe right there. Not only did he kill the bomb guy, yes, he got back smacked, but before he did, he threw the bomb out. So the back smack was kind of inconsequential. Didn't lead to any caps.
There's that sword again. Hypnox is going to get the lunge. He's going to take down Gore in one fell swoop. Almost loses Rye. Gets a little slippy, tricky behind him. But he picks him up for the double kill. Resets that oddball out once again, just as it looked like a potential tie. This Team Hypnox squad regaining control of the match.
Yeah, definitely time to move this bomb. They just secured a couple of kills. Those players are going to respawn about 5 seconds from now. They're going to have to get another round of slays to cap this here.
Zilge goes down. That's huge. Scythe with another huge play. This time on the defensive side as he takes helps take 3 down for Team Zildjian.
Did you
Last
see?
player alive is Gore, but he's going to earn himself a double kill. That's huge. Lots of red X's on the scoreboard for now.
That was so clutch from Gore right there. Did you see his placement before? As soon as he spawned, he was already throwing his plasma grenades such that they covered the entire arming space as they were lifting, so that whoever was trying to arm the bomb would just blow up immediately. And then he goes and gets another double kill afterwards. So super clutch plays by Gore.
Gore has the bomb, and that's going to lead to another reset. Zilge, with the potential pickup, is going to start pushing out towards this red spawn. I don't think anybody has his attention or awareness. It looks like all of that action. Oh my God, look at the platform there, causing chaos. It almost made it look like more difficult for the player top mid to engage in that gunfight. This one gets reset once again.
Oh, look how far that bomb went. Like, if you were from the back of base, went all the way down to the bottom mid. The physics of this game a little wild sometimes, man.
Yeah, sometimes you hit like weird things to bounce off of and you get a little bit extra bounce. You should have seen it pre-patch though. The flag bouncing was kind of crazy. And you can pick it up through walls on certain maps.
Team Hypnox going to need another cycle of slays as they've started the killing. Hypnox already deep in a run though with the killing spree. Has the sword in his back pocket too. Zilge going to go down to it. Looking like a really good potential score here for Team Hypnox. That would put them up 2-0. The triple sword lunge doesn't connect, but it's the 3 down that leads to this 2-0 lead for Team Hypnox. They're looking great to start off this grand finals.
Yeah, you got to be really careful with how you block the spawns in this one, because you have to be standing in the center of their base for a decent amount of time. So that's why you see them trying to spawn them out at P1 preferably. Card 2 has some easy grenades to throw from those spawn points, so the best place to spawn them during this is P1, and that's what led to that cap right there. They had 3 consecutive spawners spawning at P1 while they armed the bomb. Those players have no chance to stop the bomb arm.
Yeah, great blender execution from Team Hypnox. With 5 minutes left, they are in the driver's seat. 2 players for Team Blue. Doing a great job baiting and switching there is Gore and Rybread. Put together some teamwork to potentially push out of their spawn, but the pressure is too much, and the P tower control is too much so far for Team Hypnox, as they've completely locked it down in this game.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a player both P3 and P2 right now, and also another player top mid or car 3. They're covering every angle that could get them out of the base. This player actually just went all the way to the opposite base. You saw him drop the bomb on purpose there so that his teammate, so the teammate could pick up the arm. That was very clutch.
Wow, Team Hypnox retaining the 25%, and that's all they needed was that little extra bit of juice as they start off with plenty of juice. 3-0 sweep in game 1, looking convincing no less.
I don't know if people that are watching this that are not familiar with Halo realize how clutch that last moment was. So the first player knew he was about to die to a grenade as he was arming it. If he just let it kill him, himself and the bomb would have been launched away from the arming platform. So what he did was he looked straight down and dropped it a few frames before he died, which left it on the plant and maintained the amount that he had already started arming it. So it shows a lot of experience. Awesome heads-up play by the red team to make that happen, and great teamwork, honestly. We see 38 kills from Hypnox.
Oh, man. Team captain looking like El Capitan with that 38 bomb, almost a 40 bomb. And you know what, Eli? He's helping out with the assist. He's tied for second in assists, so Hypnox, it's no wonder He found the captain moniker, leading his squad here in this grand finals with an incredible performance in game 1.
Yeah, I tell you what, when I played in these lobbies with these guys, Hypnox was always very annoying to play against. He does not make your life easy at any point in time. Here we're starting off Warlock TS, and this is in every map, it's just completely random spawns. So he immediately naded the top of the red platform off of his spawn because that nade will actually deal damage to anyone that happened to spawn underneath his platform. So
And is that only at the beginning of the game?
No, that's at any point in time. If you throw a nade at the center of the platform and someone's at the bottom, it will actually deal damage to someone standing underneath. But it's probably more effective at the beginning because there's only one spawn point down there, so it's like an exact spot that he would expect to be.
That makes sense. Needing to make sense of this game 2 strategy as Team Zildjian is Team Hypnox carrying that momentum from game 1 into game 2. 12-3 lead to start, Eli. What are we seeing as cause for this domination here in the grand finals?
So they're doing a really good job of scanning all the potential spawn points from high altitude on the map. You see them standing on the plat and top mid. Hypnox grabbed an early camo. Now it's going to probably shift a little bit. They're at the bottom of the map. It's a little bit more even footing. So this could be a chance for blue team to catch up a little bit. But yeah, right there you see 3 dead for red team. Let's see if blue team can take advantage of this and start predicting some more spawns. Looks like they did identify that blue flag was where they were going to spawn. If you see one player spawn somewhere in this game, it's very likely the rest of their team spawns very close to that player. So you do need to kind of like quickly identify where that first spawner spawned, and then if you can kill him before or start damaging him before his teammates spawn, makes it a lot easier to spawn kill the whole team.
Eli, how much is the difference of strategy between you know, this map on Slayer compared to Flag and other game types?
It's a lot different in this one because in Slayer you can spawn anywhere. It's kind of random. Obviously the location of the enemies and your teammates play a factor, but in Flag you can pretty much only spawn, you will always spawn at your flag if you can. And then there's only a handful of spawns that you could spawn afterwards if that spawn point is blocked, which is like bottom mid. Occasionally you spawn on the flag's green or yellow side. It's kind of rare. But the spawns are just like more chaotic. I would say honestly this is probably the most chaotic game type in all of Halo 2's competitive rule set, just because there's a fair amount of randomness. It's extremely fast-paced. There's very, yeah, go ahead.
2.5 minutes, and they're already past the 30s. The pace of play is unmatched when it comes to Halo 2. Wow, I'm getting lulled to sleep by watching 8-minute Slayers. 5 minutes is the new 8. Wow, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, the pace of this game type is part of the reason why I say it's so chaotic. It's over quick. It's over in an instant. And if you're not hitting your shots during the 4 minutes that you get to walk on this map, then your team's going to have a bad time.
Yeah, green nades, green nades.
Yeah, usually you'll see a 5-minute Slayer, but here on Warlock, the emphasis is cranked up as we already have 35 on the board for Team Hypnox. We're going to go up 2-0 here in the grand finals, coming from the winner side. So if they were to go up 2-0, they'd be 1 win away from glory in those beautiful, beautiful championship rings.
Yeah, if you guys hadn't seen it before, these guys are playing for some custom real ones championship rings. It says World Real Ones on it, 2023. They always try to do some type of cool prize for the winner of these LAN tournaments every year. And those are some of the coolest trophies I've seen for a while for a Halo tournament. And we're only six kills away from the win. Scythe is one of the best teammates, I would say, in all of Halo 2. This guy has phenomenal communication. He is always making the game easier for his teammates. And when he's paired with players like Hypnox, who can just lay immense amounts of damage from anywhere on the map, having a wingman like Scythe on the team is definitely a big part of their reason for success here.
1 kill left, and it feels like a 1-minute match, Eli. Unbelievable. We just started, and Team Hypnox has already taken game 2. Only 4.5 minutes off the clock, and we play an entire Slayer. What the fuck? Wow.
That was insane. Look at the assists, by the way. Almost every kill was assisted. I think that was a total of 40 assists. Yeah.
Wow, yes.
That's efficiency right there.
And now in Halo 2, you needed half of the damage depleted to be considered for an assist. In Halo Infinite, I believe you only need to just do simple damage, right?
No, Infinite, you need 2 bursts of damage
okay,
to
so
be
it's still
granted
2
an
bursts.
assist.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense then, because I feel like we're seeing much more assists, much more teamwork here in Halo 2, but
it's a function of having nowhere to hide. I think Eco was in chat earlier.
Yeah.
He said this is real Halo. You have nowhere to hide on these maps.
yeah, we're mid.
And that's a good way to put
Bound
it.
came in afterwards and was like, "Oh, look, a mid area where it's wide open." So yeah, I did catch some of that from those guys.
Yeah, I mean, just look at it. Like, these guys are spawning and they're getting shot by 2 players. And they have the option to do that to the other team if they can find a way out of the spawn trap. Right here. This could be a long, grindy game. This is a very scrappy game type. It's hard to get an extended amount of time. I think holding the ball under the base or like on the Eli ledge is actually probably the best setup, because you can isolate all the angles that the ball guy could be approached from. You can hold P2 and P3. Essentially force the team to spawn at the other side as they're doing here. The ball guy is very safe at the bottom of the base, and they're all just shooting spawners at the opposite side. They're doing it very efficiently.
And what looked like a great start for Team Zildjian. They had the first 14 seconds of milk, and I imagine 14 seconds of milk here in Halo 2 is like 30 seconds in Halo Infinite, but it's 30+ seconds for Team Hypnox as they find the response, find the answer, now find the lead. BXB going down. Blue Squad wins that mini battle. Gore with a kill here takes 3 down for this Team Hypnox roster. So Team Zildjian now with a chance to bounce back and potentially have this one time. But look at it, look at the spawns up there for Team Hypnox, spawning immediately at P side, instantly getting right back in the fight.
Yeah, the function of having slow move speed in this game is it's hard to block all the spawns that you want to block, and you have to be very close to a spot to actually block the spawns there. It's like where he's standing now is actually not blocking some of the P1 spawns. So you just have to be kind of on your toes at all times in this game. Like it is pretty likely they
check that.
Yeah, yep. You see that? That's where they all spawn, and it's just common that the other team might very well spawn right next to you. They could spawn on the opposite side of the map as well. So
yeah, you could see how quickly that player only allowed like a frame to view that red side of the P street. Once he saw no players, instantly looked back on the opposite side and found what, 2 or 3 there. So. Yep. A great example there of the spawn system at play and how it works. As 3 go down for, I believe, this Team Hypnox squad once again. Yeah, it's Team Zildjian with back-to-back sequences, mounting some comeback time here.
Yeah, no, this is a great play. I kind of want to stay on Gore's screen for a while, because this guy is just a double-shotting machine. He just double-shot in that last fight. He's really pressing the button combos to their maximum potential. I didn't realize he was this good at these. That was a nice grenade.
Han, almost like stepping on a landmine there, bottom mid, goes down to the sticky from Gore.
By the way, he just picked up... sorry, he just picked up that shotgun because he had no intention of actually using that shotgun. He just wanted to have a secondary so he could do more animation cancels. You'll see that a lot on this map. There's a lot of guns that you would never use, but just having a secondary opens up a lot more opportunities to use button combos.
That's something I bring up a lot is in Infinite. I'm surprised more players don't pick up a Needler even just to have something to YY. Obviously, I think YY animation had a lot more influence and impact on the game. So as soon as the ammo clip refills on that BR, you don't even need to worry about the animation. You know you're good to start shooting. I think in Halo Infinite, once that ammunition animation fills up, it still takes like an extra split second for the animation to conclude to where you can shoot again. So noticing just how quickly these players can get back in the fight here in Halo 2.
Yeah, if you are not able to do these button combos, you will not be able to keep up with the speed of the players in this game. It's almost like it's like a prerequisite class before you can go to the advanced class. Like you got to know how to do these things, or you will not win any close quarters battles. You will have the lower percentage of winning gunfights against players that know how to do the glitches.
Who had the best Needler shot? Oh, it had to be Walshy. I feel like we're bringing him up a lot, but yeah, the way he destroyed T2 on Sanctuary, absolutely. Walshy, best Needlers.
I mean,
And
that
so
question's
far-
kind of a troll because nobody actually used it.
Yeah.
Didn't Walsh not even get the kill?
He didn't. No, he didn't.
No,
you couldn't. You couldn't get
That's
the
how
kill.
bad. That's how bad the Needlers.
Yeah, even
are in this game.
dual wielded, you could not get a kill with the Needlers.
Look at this guy running into several explosions.
Hey, that's how bad you need P2, right? That
Yeah,
shows it right
he's
there.
still moving forward with 4 grenades blowing up in front of him. But
Like
it
you
also
said
shows,
earlier,
yeah, the
nades
low
just
radius.
don't do
yeah.
anything. I was surprised he took like no damage from them either.
Yeah, he knows exactly how far he can stand away from them.
Spawn here. Got me.
It's also making me have a lot of respect for the casters, like the likes of Puckett, who was doing so much with so little in terms of like, we're really babied. You got to think like, you got the kill death, you got the scoreboard, there's so much HUD, there's so many indicators on the HUD to kind of provide information for you. It kind of feels like you're just going in raw, casting this beautiful Halo 2 classic action.
And Puckett could do that because he played the hell out of this game himself, so
Yep.
he could see the context of the situation pretty easily.
Yep. Oddball grab once again in the hands of Team Hypnox as they build a 37-second lead, getting closer and closer to the halfway mark of this Game 3. Team Zildjian needing a win here to extend the series. Team Hypnox needing one win to win this tournament.
What I find interesting is I keep looking at the top right corner, looking at the ammo counts, and you guys talked about the ways you can cancel animations and stuff, but it's just so interesting to see how often
it just refills itself.
Yeah, it just refills. Like these guys are hitting animations that you don't necessarily see unless if you're looking to see them, but just there's a lot of micro mechanics that are being used constantly in these games that, like you said, like if you don't know them, you're going to be skill gapped.
Yeah. No, I think the APM of this game is higher than any Halo. Like just the number of buttons you push in a single minute is definitely higher than Halo 3 by a long shot.
Oh, absolutely.
Like
the button
Halo
combos
3
alone would scale that to the 2, 3, 4x, right?
Yeah, Halo 5 might be up there with it, but
yeah, Halo 5 is definitely probably the closest.
If you're
to it.
Shotzzy, if you're not Shotzzy, then it probably doesn't matter, you know?
Yeah.
That's so crazy though, because Halo 5 had such advanced movement tech. You had ground pound, you had the thrust, you had sprint, you had all these things that you didn't have in Halo 2. So I'm still kind of like, even though we played Halo 2 for all this, I'm still trying to like figure out in my head like how are there so many layers of Halo 2 that I feel like even as I played as a 13, 14-year-old kid, I didn't pick up on at the time. I'm really seeing it going back, just how deep the layers are on Halo and the sandbox and the strategy and baiting spawns, manipulating spawns, forcing spawns. There's just so much more to these classic Halos, it feels like.
Yeah, and I mean, we could go down the Halo CE rabbit hole, but I don't know if Dino Mike is still in chat. Spaniard's here, but Meat CE is here. Yeah, he's one of the Halo 1 gods currently, but that game, like, based on where you were standing, you could manipulate if your teammate got a random spawn or if they got a spawn close to you.
There's a great website that you can just walk around and like look at where the spawns are.
halospawns.com.
Yeah, I love that website.
And there's so many like nerd nades to pull items to yourself from random corners of the map. There's just so much depth to these older Halos that people probably don't even realize unless they were part of this ridiculously hyper-competitive scene.
Well, and what I love
like,
about this old school Halo is it's all unintended consequences, right? Like most of these mechanics are not intended glitches.
Yep.
And it just shows that like sometimes it's okay to keep things that aren't necessarily by design in game because they create a whole ecosystem and culture that you can establish competition upon. And like I feel like the games of Halo 2, Halo 1 just aren't here anymore because you know something like the double shot happened in a modern game. They just patch it out.
Yeah, no, that's facts. Yeah, I think there was a whole.
Bungie was kind of on their Bob Ross shit, you know, happy little accidents. It's kind of the way I looked at them.
Same with like Melee, right? Like Melee has like some of the highest APM of any game, period. And they're just doing crazy amounts of glitches to play the game like 5 times faster than it was intended to be played. but it adds so much depth and like intrigue to the game.
1 minute lead here for Team Hypnox, needing one game.
Surprised they're winning by so much, because I mean they weren't warm at all. I guess they were maybe playing some 8 lobbies in the while the other games are going on, but they've been waiting for a while and come out and potentially 3-0 the way they have. Like, it's just they're feeling themselves this tournament.
Especially against this Team Zildjian squad, Garrett, that just took down Gunshot squad, and that was, some people would say Gunshot's team was one of the best, maybe the best at this tournament. So for Team Zildjian, they go into the grand finals with a lot of momentum, taking down Gunshot, but Team Hypnox, and specifically Hypnox, has shut that down. Hypnox having some monster performances here in the series.
I mean, if I'm being completely honest, Hypnox's team is just stacked all the way around. He's got Scythe, who, like I said, is one of the best like communicators in this game, best objective players. Hypnox is one of the best slayers. He's got Khan, LA Confidential, another one of the best slayers in the game. So yeah, this is an uphill battle for these guys right now, but they're putting up a good fight. They're now only down by 30 seconds, still 4 minutes on the clock. It's definitely not out of the question that they could come back. And there's no slouches on their team either.
Plenty of time left in this one as Scythe and the rest of this Team Hypnox squad anchors the car side, but Team Zildjian depletes all of the car members, as Hypnox actually the last player alive now. He's forcing some spawns here for Khan and the likes of others, and that's going to be super crucial. Hypnox staying alive at car 3 earns that favorable spawn for LA Confidential, and he rides it all the way into blue and that oddball hold.
Yeah, you'll notice the way this guy holds the ball down here. He's isolating angles from through bottom mid. He uses that little weird like hologram structure at the bottom of the base to like isolate certain angles, and then as the other team gets closer to him, he might just throw the ball out to bottom mid, so they have a harder time getting to it without taking heavy damage. Wow, blue team gets a kill tag. Zildjian popping off. Doesn't go for the kill frenzy. He sees this player spawn car. Probably the rest of the team's going to spawn car 2 or in red base.
All right.
Yep, they're red P Street.
Team Zildjian mounting a comeback. Hypnox trades out, so that's going to eliminate him for the time being. And yeah, what went from a 30-second lead back to a minute lead is now right around back to that 30-second lead from before. 3 minutes left on the clock, so this run here from Team Zildjian, you're going to look for some chunk gains as Zildjian takes a chunk out of sight, takes him down for the killing spree, pushes up to P2, knows that there's an opponent up there, takes down Triumph, and now Zildjian less than 20 points down, mounting one hell of a comeback.
I was just about to say, the only way that they stop this is if they kill Zildjian, and they just did. He did do a ton of damage. I think that was at least an 8 or 9 kill spree before he died. Scythe with the sneaky play here. This is what makes him so hard to play against.
Is it hard to hear like players going up behind you? Like, what is the game audio like?
There's no footstep audio. It's non-existent.
That's interesting.
You can
he
hear,
just walked up to him, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, you can hear grenades at a very high volume. That's why Sennheisers were so nice, because it was like the only way to have surround sound and to tell exactly where grenades were bouncing or exploding. But when it comes to footsteps, there was either no audio or like extremely quiet.
I got him.
Zildjian looking to milk some corner. Excuse me, looking to milk some time in the corner. I thought for sure he would have taken some damage already, but now he just finally goes down, but not before making it a 5-second game. 90 seconds left in this one. Back against the wall for Team Zildjian. They're going to have to desperate here for this win, because if they lose this, they're going home.
Yeah, only a minute and a half left. The ball is bottom mid. They're going to have to overextend to it. Honestly, red team can just kind of bait the ball here. But the problem is if they die at all, then blue team's going to get the ball and pick up at least 3 seconds.
Oh my God, it's going to come down to the last moment.
And now with this oddball here, bottom mid, you might see players elect to bait for it. That's the strategy for Team Zildjian, as we see 2, 3 go for the oddball from Team Hypnox. And it's the kill going down. I believe 3 down for Team Hypnox, 1 down for Team Zildjian. But despite that, off the reset, it's going to be Team Hypnox taking the oddball time, going up by 6 seconds. Only 40 seconds left to go.
Wow. So there's a multiplicative effect. If multiple grenades blow up next to the ball, it launches it much further, and you just saw the ball get launched from P1 all the way to car 1 because so many grenades were being thrown at it.
They're running out of time, guys. There's only 20 more seconds left. You have to get to that ball.
Difference. Yeah.
And if Hypnox picks this up and like just gets a couple seconds, I mean, it could be GG. They have to find a way towards this ball.
Yeah, this is deadly positioning here for the Red Squad. They have that car side locked down, and it looks like they're not going to let anybody even walk out of the spawn for Gore. He goes down. Blue team goes down, not able to grab the last seconds of that oddball, as it's going to be a 4-second difference. Enough for Team Hypnox to take the grand finals. They are your Halo 2 Real Ones champions.
Wow, what a tournament. A clean sweep in grand finals for Team Hypnox. Congratulations to them. I'm happy to see my boy Taylor, aka Scythe, win this one. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. That's him right there talking in the purple shirt. But all these guys definitely brought their A game for an awesome tournament. All love. Look at them. A hug after they lost. That's 2 opponents hugging it out because they just love this game, man. How awesome was this tournament?
Respect. That's the mutual respect. It's mutual respect on display. That is common bond on display. Little trash talk on display as well. Let them know you won. I don't mind it at all for 1 minute. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? You provide this level of entertainment and content via Halo 2, the original way it was played on the CRTs, the original Xbox S controllers, the original Xbox themselves. This has been one hell of a night.
Yeah, man. I can only hope that there's more like this. That, like I said, I've said a few times, these guys do these LANs every year. And I'm calling out LVT. We should do this again the next time these guys want to do it. And you know what? Maybe we should encourage some more people to hold some old school LANs because people love to see it.
I thought we were doing an all-nighter and just rolling right into the 4K tomorrow. We have more classic Halo planned, right, Eli? What do you mean? I thought we're just getting started now.
I'm actually shocked these guys are rolling up their controllers. They must be getting kicked out of this venue because I know these guys. If they weren't getting kicked out
at midnight,
yeah, they would definitely still be playing if that wasn't the case. But
yeah,
wow.
All right, Brandon, start rolling the USA. We're just gonna watch them all.
Oh man.
No, I do have to get some sleep. I got to support my boys G1 tomorrow in the 4K. They're currently in winter semis, secured top 6, so that's going to be exciting.
I want to see if they give out these rings. If they're going to give out these rings, I want them to do it on the screen.
Oh, true. I do want to see the award ceremony.
Oh, here, someone put up the stat screen. Let's pull up the stat screen right here.
Are you there, Tools?
No, I'm parseced into the computer, so I can see what's on their computer. Let's see, 34 from Hypnox for the dub.
With 31 assists, 34 kills, 31 assists.
Oh my god.
That's what, 65 positive engagements with another 26 deaths. That man had like almost 100 engagements.
Yeah, I gotta apologize because I was calling him Hypnox. Obviously, it's Hypnox because he's bringing the hype gameplay. 34 most kills, most assists, least deaths. That is the MVP performance you expect from the captain.
I'll also shout out Gore with 34 assists. I think he was my favorite player to watch during this because he did the most of the flashiest like button combos. I swear that guy's doing double shots every 5 to 10 seconds. So shout out to Gore. Your mastery of the game is very apparent. You guys played your hearts out, and yeah, that was just couldn't make it happen in the grand finals, but GG's.
Wow, 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 wow. I almost don't want it to end, but eventually all good things must come to an end. This was one hell of a good thing. Massive shout out to MVC for hosting one of the most incredible classic Halo experiences I can ever remember, Eli.
No, absolutely. I mean, I have to admit, Halo 2 has a soft spot in my heart. You guys don't have my cam on right now, but I literally have a shadow box with the game behind me. Like
I thought you were going to say you were crying and you didn't want us to see you cry.
Not quite there yet. I'm very happy, but I'm not a happy crier. So, but this was a ton of fun. I was grateful to even be asked to cast this. This was kind of you actually told me this was happening literally this morning. This was a total surprise to me, and I couldn't think of a better way to have spent my Saturday night. So thank you for having me on.
So they're putting on.
Let's go.
We got the
Here we go. Yeah, they know. Let's see it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby.
Let's go.
Okay, a little dark, but you know, it's a LAN center.
Someone needs to pull up. Someone needs to pull up the phone camera. Get a light on going on that, bro.
Yo, let's go, Scythe.
In the dark, dingy dungeon of the Las Vegas LAN Center, new Halo 2 champions were crowned in the year 2023.
Your world champions.
They gotta pull down the fit. Ooh, they're all putting them on.
Yo,
there it is. There it is.
Oh, man. Oh, man. That is so sick.
Oh, look, someone pulled out the camera to pull up the light. Oh, it's funny.
Oh, man. What a cool keepsake. Memories and an item in that ring that will last forever. Wow. It has been an unbelievable event. Before we go, I want to give everybody a chance to say their last final thoughts. We'll start with Eli, Nighty, and then finish up with Tools. Eli, what do you got for me, man?
I don't know, man. This was a ton of fun. I feel like this was probably the only time I've had a chance to use this extremely deep knowledge that I have for this game in a practical setting. Otherwise, it's just wasted brain space. So to pull it all out and share with you guys was a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I couldn't have asked for a better group of casters to do it with. Thanks for having me. This was awesome.
Hell yeah. Nighty.
It was awesome having you, Eli. I'm glad we got you on. I mean, you really just led the whole thing. Like, that was tremendous. We got to hear a bunch of great stuff. The whole chat was engaged, so it's awesome to have you. I never thought I would ever gameplay direct Halo 2 ever, so shout out to that. That was a lot of fun. And yeah, it was just a great all-around event. I think this whole LAN center is really cool. And thanks for watching, everybody.
Very nice there from Nighty. And then Tools, the man who I believe set up this LAN this morning. Any final thoughts?
I just want to say that if anyone has any cool events going on like this and you want LVT to help provide coverage, give it a platform, like, always feel free to reach out. You know, MVC, I reached out to him a few months ago talking about potentially doing some Halo 2 stuff. He hit me up saying, hey, I got this LAN going on. I asked if I could put it on the stream. I came out yesterday, got to meet a lot of these guys and help set up their broadcast. And I'm just glad that we were able to show so many people that the Halo 2 scene, what the Halo 2 scene looks like. If any of you guys are interested, go make sure you look, go find the Real Ones Discord. I'll put MVC's Twitter in the chat because I don't have access to their Discord, but I know MVC does have a Twitter, so let me put that out there for you guys. And you know, if you guys want to do cool stuff like this, just keep supporting it. You know, like this is the wave. This is the grassroots. This is the grassroots world. But I'm spamming this link. Make sure you guys go and give him a follow. And if you're wanting to get involved, realones.gg is also the website that I believe they have if you're looking to watch more Halo 2. But I just think grassroots tournaments like these are so awesome to see. I'm glad that people are coming out. I want to do a Halo 1 one. I want to get Halo 5 going. I want to show off some of these more niche communities, and I'm just glad that these guys, you know, really have as much passion for the game that they do, and they came out. I mean, look how many people there are. It's almost midnight local time for them, and they're all just hanging out, having a good time, playing for really just pride at the end of the day.
They don't want to go home, and I don't blame them. What looked like an incredibly fun event on the broadcast side, I have to imagine, was extremely exciting and fun to play. Wow, what an incredible day for the Halo community. We started off in pool play of the HCS 4K with the best Halo Infinite teams in the world, and we get to wrap up the night with one of the best nostalgic tournament memories that I can remember. For Nighty Night, Tools, Eli the Ninja, I'm Mikowski. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Halo 2 Real Ones Championship. Team Hype Knox takes home the victory. Don't go anywhere. Well, you can go to sleep, of course, if you'd like. But make sure you keep this tab open because LVT Halo at 11 a.m. is right back for more. It's Champ Bracket of the HCS 4K. We'll see you guys then. Good night.